Alright, so they only do 64 gigs, which I don't really care. Not a huge deal. Can always buy another one. Building the PC yourself is slave work? Yeah, I don't care about. Because, bro, you got to track down all the fucking parts. You got to wait for them to arrive. You have to actually fucking, you know, unpack everything, plug it all in, screw everything. Like, yeah, no, don't care. I will happily pay someone whatever the building fee is to put this shit together for me. I don't fucking want to. Yeah, well, I can always pop out my RAM at a different point, so that's not a big deal. 64 should be fine for now. I don't think it should matter. Free upgrade. Yeah, that's probably good. I'll just do that. Because I can swap those out at some point. The fuck is a WD grain? Alright, that should be good. External storage, none. And yeah, they let you add the capture card in, so it's just 270. I think this thing should be good. I don't think I should have any problems. Cables. Yeah, I don't need any of that shit. Speakers, keyboard, nah. Just seeing if they give you any free shit. Yeah, whatever, I'll pay for that. But also cover. I don't care about shipping costs if I'm getting it fixed. Get it in 5 business days for $50. Shit, why not? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I selected the 99.50. I think it should, hold on, I think at the top it gives you a summary of the shit, so you don't have to scroll through everything. Let's see. Yeah, right here. So, CPU... Oh, wait, that's pro... Where is it? Bitch. There it is. Ryzen 9 9500X 16 core. So, I think that should be good, right? Yeah, I think well, they have it in stock. The only thing I'm, like, questioning is what GPU I'm gonna get. Because it says, hold on, where is it? It just says GeForce RTX 5090. So they don't specify which one it is. But then they have specific brands after that. So I'm guessing this is the Founders Edition? That's like the one thing I have a question on. Which, hold on, let me try this real quick. I'm gonna try the chat bot. Maybe they might not have anybody working. Nah, they don't have anything on there. Okay.
I can't afford this shit.
Yeah, this is covered by a 3-year warranty, bro. They'll just send me another one if there's an issue. Yeah, see, like, it doesn't pull up exactly what it is. Like this one. I mean, it's a 5090 still, so I can't imagine it'd be like some fucking, you know, like, I don't know, unbranded Chinese one, but maybe. I have no fucking clue, dude. Yeah, I just don't like the look of that. I don't need a pride flag going through my GPU. Make sure, yeah, I'm not gonna order it on fucking stream, like on screen. I might order it. I don't know if I can figure out this GPU thing. Let's see if they just have this one listed and what it is. Nope, specs not available. I mean, I'm assuming it's just that. You know? Like, it's just the Founders. I don't think they have the X3D one or whatever the fuck. That thing sells out constantly. Yeah, they don't have it. I'm pretty sure the X3D CPU resells for like 1,200 bucks. Dude, look, a 3070 for only... I don't even know how much. Yeah, this is like the one thing I'm like just unsure on. I don't like that it doesn't tell you exactly what it is. Let me try the chat bot, I guess. Let's just see. Just copy it. Okay, so it says, they gave me a generic response. It says the 5090 could be from any of our partner brands, which include NVIDIA, MSI, Asus, Gigabit, AS Rock. I have no idea what the fuck that is. PNY, XFX, and Zotac. So yeah, you definitely don't want to pick that option. It's probably a PNY. Yeah, but they don't guarantee it, which is the issue. That's the one part I don't like, is I don't like getting a mystery fucking GPU. Yeah, because I know Gigabit's dog shit, right? They're pretty much like trash. Chinese crap. So that put me at 6,900. I don't really want to pay 400 extra bucks for an MSI thing, but I guess whatever. So we're all in agreement on the CPU, the 50X or whatever the fuck, or should I get a different one? Get the 9800X 3D. Yeah, I mean, I don't really do 4K editing and shit, so I don't really think it would matter. Yeah, getting Monster Hunter Wilds is not worth paying an extra 200 bucks if I don't have to. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, my video editing and shit is super, like, low demand. It's not, like, crazy, anything crazy, because I only do, like, 1440p, so I don't really need a 4K editing rig. Like, you can edit 4K on a MacBook, so I don't do, like, Blender or any of that type of super expensive, or, I guess, hardware-heavy shit. So I think that should be fine. That's a good way to carve off a little, so I don't have to pay for the, I don't have to pay as much. Let's see. Got that. I don't think I need to pay for that, right? That's kind of unnecessary. Are you buying a PC that costs less than... Yeah, if you take away the 9 at the end, it's less than the PS5 Pro. Yeah, just ignore the 9 at the end. Bro, I don't think I need a super insane CPU to edit videos. Like, I'm editing videos on a 9900K right now, and it's fine. I don't have any issues editing videos with my current CPU. I haven't had a single problem with it. I'm not loading in like 8K video footage that's like 400 gigs that I'm trying to like, you know, put together and shit. So. Platinum, they only go up to 1050, so. The golds go up to 1300, so that's what I was gonna get. What's the difference of going with 1200 versus 1300? I might as well pay, what, the extra 50 bucks? Like, does it really matter? More riveting content? Yeah, this isn't exactly exciting. So. I mean, I can do the 1200, but I don't really see a reason why not to do 1300. Alright, I guess I can just do this. Alright, whatever. Save $40, I guess. I mean, most likely I'm never going to need anything that insane anyway, power-wise, because if a 5090 takes, you know, 500, how much more are they really going to go up to? And then that was good. So what is like the difference between this and that? Oh, you don't get an extra slot. That's kind of Jewish. That is ugly as fuck. And that's what I had it on, right? No, that only has one slot. What is this one? That one has 2 slots, but is that the right slot that I need? Or not? Yeah, the only thing I need is a PCIe slot for my my 5090, and then also an Elgato, which I think that should fit in there, no problem. That would match. I think that has the 4.0 at the bottom too, right? It's got the little clip. That's what you look for. I don't know. I think that should work.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
The X870E Strix. Oh, this one? So, yeah, that one would work. Wow, they sure didn't give you a big-ass fucking view of that. Alright. I mean, I'm not getting compatibility issues, so I'm assuming it should be fine. Alright, well, that carves off a pretty decent amount. And then for memory, I don't really care too much about this because I'll probably be swapping it at some point anyway. I'm getting a 1200 watt gold plus, so I should be fine. A super duper Wi-Fi card? I have no idea what that is. I think this is built-in Wi-Fi now. I think you just get it built into the motherboard nowadays. You gotta attach, well, my current one you have to attach like an antenna to that I lost, so I had to buy like a little adapter thingy from Netgear. Because typically I just have it hooked up to my extender, so it's not usually an issue. Alright, I don't really think there's any huge difference between these, to be honest. Like, am I really going to notice a difference with 6400 versus 6000? Probably not. Especially if I want to swap it at some point, too. And then the SSDs, we got 2 to 4 terabytes, so that should be fine for now. Elgato. Don't need any of those. Oh, I swapped my RAM. I'm good. Yeah, that's fine. I swapped my RAM twice, so it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Oh, they give you a free keyboard. That's nice. Or no, they don't. They make you pay for it. Fuck them. Little bitches. Trying to Jew me out of $5, bro. Trying to Jew me out of $5. Here I was thinking they were actually doing something nice. Yeah, look, they're trying to Jew me out of $6 on the mouse, too. I guess we gotta go through carefully here. Make sure they're not trying to... I got 2 NVMe drives. 2 terabyte. That should be fine for now. I also have NVMe drives in my current computer right now. So, I have a bunch of SSDs and shit I can plug in after the fact. No clicky ass keyboard, then
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
yeah, I already have current NVMe's in here, so can always take those out. Yeah, I'm not paying extra for Windows 11 Pro. Professional wiring, whatever. Alright, well, let me see. I think everything's good now, right? We'll do one last look over, and then I'll see how much, like, you can do. If I can split it in, like, 5 or 6 payments, I'll probably just go ahead and order it. Why not? So you get an extra $100 off for free. That's the case. Which I don't really love, but whatever. Don't really care. It says it's a firm, so yeah, I'll just split it into like 6 payments. I don't want to pay all for it once. Like shit, if I can break it up into payments, why not? I'm never going to default on the payment, but I don't have to shell out $6 grand at once. Alright, so fans, we got our pretty LGBT lights, that's good. Got the 9800 X3D. I don't get my Monster Hunter Wilds bundle. Sad. Oh well.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You have a CPU cooler? Yeah, it's right here. This one. The Corsair iQ Link Titan 3060 RX LCD liquid CPU cooler. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever the fuck. I have no idea. Yeah, that's the one I picked. I'm assuming that's fine. Yeah, I got my LGBT PC. LGBT PC. That's what we're ordering, so. Tony Esquire with the 5. I recommend the Haven VGPU case. Okay. Is that up here? Let's see. If it's up here, I'll look what it is. I don't know if it's up here or What's the case? This one. Says it as a swing door. I have no idea what that means.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, never mind. I see it now. So it has hinges, so you don't have to fucking screw it off. Oh. That's actually kind of nice. Damn. That's actually... Alright, yeah, I might actually clean my computer now. That's the reason I've never cleaned this other computer, is because I hate having to take the fucking side of it off, because it's a pain in the ass. So yeah, if it's got a door on it, then I might actually clean it. Because that's easy. You just, you know... Yeah, it is thumb screws, but it's a pain in the ass, because, like, by the time you get it back on, you've already smudged the fucking thing up. You know, trying to hold it in place, and, you know, it's annoying. I don't like it. That's easier. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with that one. That's, like, already a convenience factor, so... I don't see the other one you mentioned, so I don't know if they have it or not. I don't really want one of these big-ass, like, glass box cases, though. I don't really like the look of those. So I think we're good on that. We're good on the fans. Just normal Corsair, LGBT fans. 9800X 3D. I don't get my Monster Hunter Wilds bundle, sad. We got the Corsair IQ. That's good. Don't need that shit. The MSI RTX 5090 Vanguard SOC video card. Sweet, okay. I get Doom the Dark Ages for free, which I'll just give away because I already paid for it. Whatever, I'll pay for the GPU mount for $9, why not? So then we got the 1200 watt thermal take, tough power, GX snow, blah blah blah. That should be fine. The ROG Strix, that's good. 64 gigs. And then two 2 terabyte 990 EVOs. So that should be fun. 4 terabytes. Yeah, I actually like the case. I just wish it was all black. That's the only thing I'd say, but I don't know. It doesn't look terrible. It's going to be under my desk, so I don't really give a fuck. I'm not going to be looking at it much. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I'll give away the code when I get it. I don't need it. Like, I already paid for the game, so there's no point in me keeping it. External storage, don't need that. So I got the Elgato, so that'll be pre-installed, which is nice. Don't need any of this shit. Don't need a monitor. No mouse. Oh, do you get it for free? Oh, wait, that's if you buy the monitor. Never mind. Yeah, no freebies. Don't need any of that shit. Don't need that. None of this. I don't need Pro, right? Does that even make a difference? I don't even know what version I have now, so I'm assuming I probably have Home if I bought it from another pre-built company, but I don't think there's any difference between those two. Unless you need the group policy editor. I have never heard of the group policy editor, so I'm guessing I don't fucking need that at all. Okay, don't need that. That's fine. Professional wiring, enhanced packaging, standard warranty. Alright, I think we're good. So what's our total? 6,400. That's about what I was expecting to spend, so. You can always upgrade your Windows license, too. I know that. This PC will be outdated by 2027. So will I, bro. I'll be an old fuck. Alright. So, let me take it off screen here. Add to cart. I gotta create an account. Not a robot. Mountains or hills? There are none. Oh wait, there's two. Oh fuck, I thought it was gonna wipe it out of my card. I was about to be pissed, bro. Credit card or Affirm. So USA. Enter my shipping info. They don't have one of those auto... Dude, the best checkout systems are the ones that have, like, those autofill address options. It's so nice when you just start typing your address and it just fills it in automatically. VA... go. Phone code. Such a weird way. Bro, this is like... I don't know. I don't like this checkout system. Yeah, you can send me order text. Different billing address, yeah. I need to change my billing address. It's not good that it's my old address, but... whatever. I've never had an issue with it yet. Let's see. Does anyone have Cyber Power PC discount code? $5% off your purchase. Tarzan. Okay. What the fuck? Let's see if that works. Why not? UPS 3-day. Okay. And then we, oh yeah, you can do 6 months. Perfect. Okay. Oh, you're shitting me. Is it gonna break? Fuck. Why did it clear my shipping info? Hold on. Let me redo this. Young out. Yeah, exactly. You know, if I was smart, I would contact the company and ask, like, hey, I'm about to order this computer. Can you give me a fucking promo code or some shit? But, oh well. Don't leak your shipping info. Yeah, I'm not going to give out my order number or anything like that. That's why I have the tab on the other screen and nobody can see it. In fact, we'll take extra precautions and you can take a look at my PS5 screen just in case. But yeah, I'm not fucking retarded enough to do that. Okay, so I want 3-day shipping and then that next. Continue. Alright, bitch. Let's see. I'll just put website. Google. Alright, ship to. That looks good. Billing looks good. Affirm monthly payment. And I think everything's good. 9800X 3D. And then where's GPU? Just make sure that's the correct model. Oh wait, it's listed under video. Yeah, okay. MSI, GeForce RTX 5090, Vanguard SoC. Alright, perfect. Bro, $370 sales tax. Bruh. Fuck taxes, man. I mean, the nice thing is I will write this off on my taxes this year. Like, this is a big purchase. Jesus Christ, bro. I mean, at least I don't live in California, so it's only 6%, but still, bro. Oh, the coupon code did work, so I got $300 off. There we go. Money, dude. Alright, so... payment method, affirm monthly payment. So let me figure out how to get affirm set up. I've already used affirm before, so it should be pretty quick. Yeah, so $1,000 a month for 6 months. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Last 4 social security number. Oh my god. I already know that. Verify. Yeah, bank account. Confirm. Alright, we're all good, man. The order is placed. Yeah, I mean, bro, I'm not gonna pay $6,000 all at once if I can get 0% interest. Like, fuck. I'll pay in 6 payments. That means I get to keep my $5 grand to do whatever the fuck I want with in the meantime. So, yeah. Hell no. Why would you pay for something all at once if you have 0% interest? You know, that's how a certain group of people has been able to financially conquer the world, is through a system of 0% interest. So, yeah. Alright, so there we go. My grand total was $65.25 and 19 cents. How exciting, man. They gave me a $75 shipping discount, too, which I don't know why, but whatever. I'm not complaining. Alright. Neato, dude. So I guess it should be here. They said the shipping date was the 9th, so my guess is it'll be here the week after next. Because I paid for 3-day shipping, so I'm guessing like the 12th or the 13th. No, I don't think it'll be here in time for Doom because the special edition or whatever that you pre-order. Let me check when that comes out. Because you get early access. May 14th, you get 2 days. It might get here the day of, but not the night of. But who knows? Maybe they'll finish it fast and, you know, they'll just ship it out immediately. Since I paid for Rush, it might not take the full time. Can I show my specs? Yeah, hold on. I'll just copy it real quick. Give me a second. Or actually, I'll just pull it up. You can see it. The shipping stuff's all up top anyway, so it should be fine. There you go. That's the specs.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, luckily Virginia does not have high sales tax, but we have a 7% income tax, so it kind of evens out. Actually, it's worse, because you don't spend all the money you make. Yeah, I would trade having a higher sales tax versus income tax, because you don't pay, like, tax on every single penny you make with sales tax. Sales tax is a consumption tax, which ideally you're not consuming with all of your money because you're saving, investing, and everything else like that. Actual 6500 PC, yeah, exactly. Collecting dust when the Switch 2 comes? Maybe, man. It's possible. 7K ain't nothing. No, it definitely is something, bro. This money could have been used on many a cards, but it's okay. It's okay, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I've had my current computer for over 7 years, so I can always swap out the GPU if I need to. And I think with these AMD chips, can't you, like, just swap them out infinitely with the motherboards? I don't think they have, like, the same restriction that the old Intel chips had for CPUs. Because I know the 9900K was as high as I could go on my current motherboard. Until you need new RAM. Okay, yeah, that's not a big deal. I mean, the thing is I can always take it in and have them swap a motherboard. That's not a big deal. What GPU did I get? The MSI GeForce RTX 5090 Vanguard SoC. Here, let's I'll just pull it up. I have no idea if that's good or not, but it's MSI, so typically those are pretty fine. So on Amazon, if you want to buy that GPU, it's $4 grand. So think about that, guys. The GPU alone was $4 grand of this price. Or I guess this price. Which means the rest of the computer was only $2,100. So it's really not that bad when you think about the current state of the GPU market. So it's really not terrible. This is what it looks like. Yeah, the Dragon is kind of cool on the MSI stuff. And now that I have that, I guess, case, I can clean it easier, so that won't be an issue. I've ruined gaming. That's right, man. I bought the Switch 2. I bought Doom at $100. And I bought Mario Kart World. And a new computer. How could I, man? How could I? Let me install that Affirm app on my phone real quick. So that way I can see if it's in there. I mean, it's linked to my bank, so I'm not really worried about it, but I probably will pay this off early at some point, once I pay my taxes and just see how much money I have left. I'm waiting for those checks to clear. Create your passcode. Yep, there it is. It's in there, so we're good. I guess we can change the title to bought a new 65, or I'll just put, yeah, $6,500 budget build PC. There we go.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
How high am I? Not really that high, bro. I'm more so tired than anything else, but we just got the new computer ordered, so. An unboxing? I don't know if I can do an unboxing video because I don't really have room to do one. What I could do is probably I'll throw it up on my desk before I like plug it in and everything, and I'll like film it with my phone, but I don't have like the setup to do an unboxing video, something that big. Like, I don't even have a table I can put it on. That's the issue. So it'll maybe fit on my desk if I move some stuff around, but I don't have, like, a big-ass table. I can just, like... Plus, I don't have camera mounts either, because you need both hands to open something that big. Yeah, I'll make B-roll and stuff, because I have to feature it in a video or something for it to be a business expense, to be you know, I guess completely non-auditable, because then, you know, I can say that I use it for like daily stuff, but if I also have it in a video, then it's like they can't say anything at that point. Apollo had to eat. No, I had to get rid of my coffee table because he kept bumping into it. So, I mean, my place is tiny already, so, you know, it's not really super conducive to a dog, but yeah, he kept bumping into it and stuff all the time as a puppy, so I just got rid of it. It was like a $30 IKEA one, so I don't really care, but yeah, if I still had that, I could probably do an unboxing, but I don't have it anymore. I think the mineral deal's great, and we're probably about to sign the same thing with Russia soon, too. And completely cut off China. Alright, well, let me close out all this stuff, and then clean up my desktop here a little bit. A 5090 in that case, will there even be enough cooling? Probably. I can open the door if there's an issue. I already bought 6 extra fans, so I should be alright. I paid for the maximum amount of fans, so I got 6. Oh, yeah, dude, Vietnam has been stealing business from China for a very long time. And the thing is, you guys heard they, like, removed the tariffs on U.S. goods quietly, right? Because apparently they're having a massive agriculture shortage. Because already China doesn't produce enough food for its own people. But now India is getting into a trade deal with the U.S., which, you know, they get a lot of their, like, you know, agricultural products and such from India. So imagine if we made a deal with India and Russia and just completely cut off China completely. We probably could. And then move the manufacturing to countries like India, Vietnam, Indonesia, and places like that. And just say fuck you to China once and for all. And then they just collapse. That's the game plan. So... yeah, all the Asian countries despise China. So... Sonic's now making their power supplies in the Philippines. That's great. And the Philippines are a good ally of the U.S., so... they used to be part of the U.S. That's what I mean, bro. It's like all these companies need to stop being Judas bitches and get the fuck out of China. Like, China is actively trying to undermine our very existence. And these fucking corporate cucks just keep selling out to them. Like, you know, like, is child slave labor really that important? It's crazy, man. Well, now the U.S. is building, you know, silicone manufacturing places. So TSMC, I think, is directly investing in the U.S. I mean, bro, you cannot convince me that this shit can't be automated. Like, that's the thing, bro. Like, say you don't want to pay for the workers. Just automate that shit. Like, you could easily have a robot making fucking GPUs and stuff. That cannot be that complicated. Like, most of that shit's probably already done by robots anyway in China. Alrighty, so let me move this shit. I don't need that. I don't think there's a way for me to grab it. I was gonna try to screenshot this real quick, but I guess I have to do it this way. Where the fuck is the crop option on here now? Did they get rid of crop? Oh, you have to go into... What the fuck, bro? Leave it to Microsoft to make it more complicated to do anything. Okay, there we go. Save. Alright, wowie zowie, man. We got it all set up. Okay, let me read the super chats. My bad, guys. I'll refresh that part. I'll refresh now that we got the business taken care of, right? There we go. I'll just put it up on screen if anybody has questions.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Okay, so I read those. Oski Woski with the 5, mute Juan. If I see him, I will. And Soycast guy with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, dude. And EB7 with the 2, give Jethro's advice some consideration for this. Well, yeah, I think we did that, so good to go. Renadog with the 2, Jeth can help you, he's in chat. Yep. And then Elijah Petty with the 2, have you considered the Quarterings meta PC? I did, but I don't think they had the stuff I was looking for, if I remember correctly. I don't think they had everything I wanted. Daryl Zone with the 2, you're a fake PC gamer if you're not building yourself. Well, I'm going to plug it in myself, which basically that's what I was told that building a PC is all about, is just plugging in cables. So, you know, I'm going to plug in the power cable to the wall. So I basically built it myself. There you go. Checkmate, libtard. Daryl Zone with the 2, 500 build is better than a $6,000 built PC. Oh, absolutely, bro. This is barely going to be able to run Fortnite. And let's see. Daryl Zone with the 2, show us your order number so we can cancel it. I mean, even if you did, like, let's say you canceled my order, I could just replace, like... This isn't a limited item, so even if, let's say, I did show my order number, like, okay, you canceled the order, I guess I'll just rebuy it, like, it wouldn't really accomplish anything, but I guess you could. I don't know. I don't think it would actually do anything. Like, maybe I would have a double charge on my account for, like, a day or two, but that wouldn't really matter. Yeah, I have power strips, so. Rent-A-Dog with the 5. I'm an old man. We all are. Yeah, I agree with that. Yep. Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man released in theaters 23 years ago today.
Gaming.
I was probably... Yeah, I don't think I ever saw it in theaters, but I was like 4 or 5 when I first saw this particular Spider-Man movie, so... Yeah. Time flies, dude. Let's see. Tony Esquire with the 5. We read that one. About the case. Uh-oh. Don't crash, please. Please. Rent-A-Dog with the 5. Found our boy OT. Let's see. We did it. The Beast PC console peasant destroyer is alive. Thank you so much for everyone who helped live on stream. Such a fun experience for me.
PlayStation killer up in here!
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck. What? They gave you that shit.
Is that a mouse pad?
They gave you a little mouse mat and thing.
I need to
Some
buy a new
stickers
mouse
and
pad.
shit.
That's nice.
Dude, my mouse pad has like fused under, like where my mouse is, the rubber has like melted to my desk from the years of use, so I probably should buy a new one.
Oh.
Okay.
Bro, it's bad shiny, bro.
Whoa.
Which one is it?
You see that? You see that? Yo, Paris Lily, this is what happens when you don't fucking suck dick to get your graphics cards when you pay for it yourself, you little bitch! Oh,
Be careful, right? You know?
Yeah, I think the other account will be better.
Alright, we didn't need that shot.
Okay, what's that? The grill.
What's the F channel, bro? Does anyone... That's USB-C? That's USB...
The grill.
What's the F channel, bro? Does anyone know what F channel is? Front panel one is a bit sketch, bro.
Oh my god. I don't know, bro. Yeah, this is definitely zesty.
I think it's
3 hours. Yeah, see, this is why I will never build a computer, bro. Imagine wasting 3 hours trying to figure out a fucking plug. Fuck that. Hell nah.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, now I need to put the GP.
Dude, it pissed me off when I dropped a singular screw in the bottom of my case when I was installing my new CPU, and I had to spend like 5 minutes trying to fish it out. That was already enough for me to never want to build a computer. 3 fucking hours on a cable. Hell nah.
Oh shit. Bismillah.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's going to Narnia, blood. Did you see the power up? Holy shit, it's so quiet. Oh,
I didn't have a magnetic
blood.
fishing hook.
Oh. Red. Oh, look at red, Rams. Jeez. This looks menacing, Ram. This is like a Tron machine. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Where's that again? Dark in this room.
I'm pretty sure everybody pays to get their oil changed.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure everyone pays to get their oil changed. Like, do you really want to properly dispose of old oil and have to deal with all that shit? Hell nah. Like, it takes somebody who has, like, the lift and everything, like, 5 minutes. It would take you a lot longer to, like, crawl under your car and shit. Yeah, I use synthetic oil too. That way you only have to change it every 7,000 miles. Yeah, usually when I just go and get my car inspected, I'll just say, can y'all do an oil change too? And they're like, yeah, sure, why not? Because if you buy the oil there, typically they'll just throw it in for like 10 bucks or whatever. Especially if they already have your car, like, inside the garage. So, I've never paid more than like 60 bucks for the inspection and oil change at the same time. Alright, let's see. So Tony Esquire with a 5 my PC build was around the same price as a 5080 or 90 GPU, especially the Founders Edition, is the pricey component. Scalpers are as bad as liberals and feminists. I don't even think it's like the scalper's fault. It's just there is unprecedented demand for computer components in general, whether it be industry, you know, enterprise companies, or just the average consumer, because people are shifting to PC in record numbers, it seems like. Which is very funny when you listen to people bitch about $80 games. They're like, fuck this, bro, I'm just going to get a PC, $3,000. So, those $80 games will also be on PC, but it doesn't matter. People have a lot more money than they claim they do, is the point I'm getting at. So, we're just at a point right now where people are willing to shell out a lot of money for computer components. And NVIDIA's not making enough to meet demand because they're probably selling most of their supply to their actual, like, enterprise partners that buy in bulk. And gamers are like the sprinkles and maybe the cherry on top of the overall NVIDIA sundae. So they are prioritizing their actual industry clients versus consumers. And Renadog with a 5, yes, 100%. Let's see. Oh, the gay cat boy. Black people just raised $500K for a cold-blooded killer who stabbed a white teenager to death. So I don't want to hear one word about Shiloh Hendricks fundraiser. Either everybody gets to be tribal or nobody does. Yeah, exactly. You know, if black people give 500, I think it's 600K, right? To, you know, a guy that literally just stabbed a white dude, and they're like, yeah, kill that white boy. Shit. It's like, okay, are we really going to say that's comparable to saying the N-word? Like, yeah, that's not even close. Stabbing someone is much fucking worse than saying a mean word that you don't like. The fact that that's even being, like, compared in severity is wild. And Yogi Bear with the 10. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. I did not want my super chat to go towards NVIDIA. That's right, bro. They're ruining the GPU market. It should have been towards an AMD GPU, dude. Even though, isn't AMD, like, upping their prices this time around, too? And people are mad about that. Why did I get the Ryzen? I don't have a problem with the AMD CPUs. I don't like their GPUs. The CPU side of thing, I don't really care. It's whatever's better, and from what I've heard, the AMD stuff's better. But, yeah, it's not a big deal. And Renadog with the 5. Let's take a look. Clint Eastwood's son versus Robert De Niro's son. Yeah, dude, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, it's basically a requirement in left-wing Hollywood to troon out at least one of your kids. Like, it's like the humiliation ritual you have to pay towards Moloch. In order to continue to get roles, you have to, like, brainwash one of your children to becoming trans. You know, it's no longer putting on a dress or getting butt-fucked by a fat Hollywood producer. You know, none of that. Now it's trooning out your children. Anything for that next role, though, right? Wild. Absolutely wild, man. Yeah, it's like another form of child sacrifice because that thing will never reproduce. So it's basically dead. Nero Redwood with the 10. I don't know if you're doing videos tonight, but could we watch Legendary Drops video? Yeah, we can watch that. Came out 2 weeks ago. It's pretty rare to see a Western dub. Yeah, I bought the game because I heard about him. Yeah, I actually bought the game. I haven't played it, but yeah, I saw that he was a MA-based dev, so I bought it.
I don't think we've...
There we go. Alright, that's ready. And Tim Marco the 7, I'm 1 year older than the Spider-Man movie. I'm basically an old man collecting my pension. That's right. Exactly, bro. Time flies. It is kind of crazy to think about, like 20-something years ago, like all the stuff you like came out. Have you seen Jenna Ortega lately? She looks horrid. She always looked horrid, but is she getting her abuela build? Run a dog with the 5. Let's see. I actually spent 3.3K on the GPU, you communist slut. Based.
Like, oh, join the PC master race, as he goes off and he spends $2,000 on a GPU that he's never going to use 10% of the actual performance. thinking like, oh, join the
You'll never use 10%? Bruh. For a so-called tech guy, this guy sure does love to get shit wrong. I'm pretty sure you'll use more than 50% of your 5090. I'm pretty sure you're gonna use at least 50%. You know, maybe a little bit more, but you know, yeah, 10%, bro. Okay. Yeah, even Minecraft maxes out more than 10%. Exactly, dude. But yeah, dude, it's just... the PC peasant race needs to become a thing, bro. Honestly. This mentality of, you spent too much on your computer. Herder. You should have gotten a budget build, dude. Well, I did get a budget build. This is my budget. See here with the 5. What's up, Griffin? Did you get your new PC? Yup. Right here. Also, did you hear that Maryland man from El Salvador was apparently trafficking people to... Yeah, he's a real upstanding citizen, man. You know, hopefully that's reminded the people in, you know, the congressional campaigns when the time comes around. Alta Res the 2, but Gwiffy, I'm a price to performance. That's right, dude. You know, this will be the interesting thing, is what is the greater offense? What is the greater offense? Me spending $6 grand on a computer or $500 on a Nintendo Switch 2? What do you guys think? Which one is more harmful to the video game industry? Me dropping 6.5K on a computer or buying a Nintendo Switch 2? Which one do you think is higher up in the severity scale when it comes to the moral panic? Which is worse for gaming? Spending 6K on a PC, Nintendo Switch 2 plus $80 Mario Kart. Alright, there we go. Everyone cast your votes. An all-night Yahtzee with the 2. If your PC is balanced, your GPU should always be 100% use. See, I've heard that basically we've gotten to a point where GPUs are so powerful that basically every single CPU, hopefully I said that right. I forgot if I already said GPU or CPU. Fuck. Doesn't matter.
All right, awesome.
The
Thanks,
GPUs
nigga.
are basically always throttled by a CPU, like regardless of which one you get. So in theory, I don't know if it's if that's actually possible or not. I think like where things are right now technology-wise, which maybe it's changed, CPUs across the board bottleneck your GPU. Just whatever it is you have. So technically, yes and no. In Tim Marco the 7, you see Al Green making a fool of himself in the House of Representatives. I did not see this attempt, but yeah, that dude's an idiot. You know, he's the definition of a throwaway district where basically they stick all the certain demographics into one area and it's a guaranteed Democrat victory. So you can get some real gems popping up out of those places.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Darth Fancy with the 16 months. My answer is none of the above. Fair enough. fair enough. Yeah, I don't really see how, I don't really see how buying something ruins an industry, but, you know, hey, that's just my personal opinion. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay, that's just a shipping thing. Just use integrated graphics, dude. That's right, man. I can play Minecraft at 240p, man. Because everybody would vote for the left. We all know that leftists ruined gaming, man. Like, that's a given, but, you know, you gotta be a pro-consumer, dude. Alright, dude, it's time for me to sell one of my kidneys, guys. Oh, wow, I had to buy a new game. God damn. I can't even pretend to do that. That shit's so gay. That shit is honestly so gay. Oh, man, that's so expensive. I'm gonna have to sell one of my kidneys. Herder, Reddit up, dudes. Like, bro, this shit's so cringe. It's so cringe, man. Herder, my Reddit up dudes, bro. I'm gonna have to sell my kidney and buy a new keyboard. Life-changing money, dude. That's right, man. I mean, $7 grand for a PC is pretty high, but, you know, luckily it's not going to bankrupt me. I should be fine. Yeah, I honestly don't think Borderlands 4 looks that bad. It actually looks pretty good. I'll give it a shot. Think about the return. Yeah, I mean, luckily, you know, I'm in a place where, you know, I make money from basically using my computer, so it's worth spending a lot of money on. But, yeah. I mean, even when I wasn't making a ton of money on YouTube, I still bought a pretty expensive computer at the time. I mean, obviously, prices have gone up a lot, but I paid like $3,300 for my original computer. I wasn't really making a ton of money back then. You'll give me a shot? Oh my god, thank you. Hopefully it's a booster shot. Does it mean my 2 PS5 Pros will be collecting dust? Probably not, honestly. We'll see what happens. I mean, the thing is I'll still use my PS5 Pro I have in my bedroom, so that's my, you know, gaming machine in there, so I don't want a computer in my bedroom, so. Can play, no, I gotta still limit it at 60 probably because of OBS, but, you know, maybe I won't have the same problems with OBS that I have now, and it might work with a higher frame rate, who knows? Anything's possible, right? So maybe through the grace of God, the
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga.
the
All right.
OBS gods won't curse me on this new computer. 2023 Perfect Dark with a 5, and don't forget the pedo Indian guy that wasn't even supposed to be at a kid's park. Imagine that. A meanie word is somehow worse than a pedo. Yeah, stalking kids at a playground. You know, completely normal behavior, though. Herder racism, dude.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Z-Herb with the 10, forgive me, Griffin, for I have sinned. I just spent $2K on a nice desk and chair for my gaming product. Uh-oh, dude. You have ruined the video game industry, single-handedly. Did you know that that same desk and chair used to only be $400, bro? Until people like you came along and told companies that it was okay to charge more? Fuck you, man. You've made gaming completely inaccessible to me. And now I have to sit in a fucking Walmart folding chair. And I'm playing on one of those TV dinner tables right now. Fuck you. You made gaming inaccessible to me. Did you get a Herman Miller chair or something like that? That's what I have, and I really like my chair a lot. Yeah, people still play. People still do play, believe it or not. The Halo community is microscopic at this point, but people still play MCC. Halo Infinite, not so much. The GTA delay, I love it, man. The longer people have to wait, the better. I don't want to hear about GTA at all. I don't like GTA. I will never like GTA. And I have zero interest in GTA 6, so... The less glazing I have to hear about that game, the better. Yes, I did see the Lo-Fi MAGA whatever YouTube channel. Shit's so fucking stupid. Shit's funny. I don't think anyone's tax dollars are going towards that, man. It doesn't cost any money to make that. If anything, Google's money is going to work on that.
All right,
they have to
awesome.
host it.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Tony Esquire with the 5. Hopefully the increased cost of games will price these entitled liberals out of the market, like Phil Spencer said. Get get the lower tier platform. Exactly, man. Go buy your Xbox Series. Oh wait, it's like $400 now. Damn, bro. Imagine buying a $450 Series S over a $450 Switch 2. That's all I can say. Like, no. Not even, like, that wouldn't even be a moment's thought. Like, yeah, I'm going to spend the same amount of money on a Series S that I could get a PS5 or a Nintendo Switch 2 for. That's wild. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's good timing, too, on the computer, because, like, Doom will just be coming out, so that's a good game to test on a computer, so we shall see. Hopefully the OBS thing is not the same. Like, that would be great if I didn't have to lock frame rates anymore. That would be very nice. Tired of the GTA glaze? Yeah, I don't blame you, man. It is obnoxious. People act like GTA is like this fucking gift from God, and it's like, bro, it's a mediocre open world game that people like because of the sandbox elements. It's not because it's like this God tier experience. People just like their slop open world entertainment. That's it. There's like nothing that special about GTA. The driving isn't really good. The gunplay sucks. I mean, even by open world standards, it's not really that incredible, especially nowadays. People just like it because of the, you know, sandbox aspect to it. And then the community surrounding it. I'm incredible? I don't think so, man. I appreciate the kind words, but I don't really think I do anything that special. I'm definitely special. You're a special ed, huh? Yeah, I was, what, I think 16 when GTA 5 came out. What, 2020? Or no, not 2020. 2013, yeah. So I would be like 16-ish, 15, 16. I don't remember what day it came out. Not that it really matters, but yeah, I would have been 15 or 16.
Awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nero Redwood with the 5. Appreciate it, man. City Interactive Games, I'm guessing is what it is, right? Has announced a sequel to Lords of the Fallen for 2026. Yep, I saw that. They just need to add easy mode, bro. I might actually play it. Also, did you see the funny Trump Studio Ghibli AI anime? Yes, I did. I did see that. Here's my heart to you. Right back at you. Eclipse with the 5. The thing about the Switch 2 is that you're going to get so much more mileage out of it versus the Series S. Yep, and like people are like, it's not even as powerful, bro. It's like, yeah, you fucking half-wit. It's a handheld. Like, people who are, like, crying about the power of it, it's like, do you not realize that handheld devices have way more restrictions on the hardware than a dedicated box that just sits there plugged into the wall constantly? Like, people don't seem to grasp that idea that something that's in a handheld form factor is never going to be as powerful as a dedicated piece of hardware that just sits there plugged in 24/7. It's just really obnoxious, but yeah, I agree, man. You'll definitely get way more mileage out of a Switch 2 than a Series S. I mean, even if you just look at the exclusive games, which I guess Xbox doesn't even have any, but let's just say first-party games. Like, Nintendo games are better than Xbox games, and I don't think anybody can say that's not the case. It's like people who say, I have a 5080 laptop. It's like, yeah, that 5080 laptop is probably getting like 4060 performance because it's portable. It's not an actual, like, tower where you have proper cooling and everything like that. And you're running off a battery, too. So. Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, the only thing I could say that I think would have been nice is if they had an OLED screen. Like, that's it. Aside from that, it's a more powerful Nintendo Switch, which it has a larger screen, a higher resolution, HDR, and has larger Joy-Cons. Like, that's exactly what I wanted from an upgraded Switch. So I'm not going to sit here and go like, oh, dude, it should have been this $900, you know, handheld monster. It's like, no, it's fine for what it is, bro. Like, PlayStation 4 Pro level performance on a handheld device is insane. Like, are we really going to sit here and pretend that's not, like, crazy? Like, that's really good, bro. Imagine the games you could make for a handheld device with that much power. Like, that's really, really solid. So, I don't understand how that's, like, a huge, like, oh, dude, it's only as powerful as a PS4 or a PS4 Pro. It's like, that's really good. Like, your Steam Deck's barely doing that, if it's even able to do that at all. And you paid $650 for that thing at launch. Or your ROG Ally that costs $900 isn't doing that. It's like crazy. It's like, what did people want? But the thing is they didn't want anything other than to just complain. So they're going to complain about anything. Doesn't matter what Nintendo does. It's like the TDS effect, basically. You know, Trump could cure cancer tomorrow and leftists would complain that he didn't do it soon enough. You know, Nintendo can give people exactly what they ask for, but then they can say it's not quirky enough. Like the PlayStation former CEO was like saying, oh, well, Nintendo didn't make enough people mad, so therefore it's not a good device. It's like, wait, what? It's not a good device because they didn't have a super gimmicky premise that nobody wanted. It's like, bro, like, it's just insane. This whole Switch 2 thing is just a perfect example of the internet is not reality. The internet does not reflect reality. And a lot of these videos talking shit about Nintendo are not even really gaining that much traction either, which makes it look super inorganic. They wanted a built-in auto stroker. That's right, man. Nah, they were hoping for that Mario Kart device similar to the one in South Park. Like the bike thing that fucks you in the ass and you have to suck it off at the same time. That's what they were hoping for. That was the accessory that they wanted for Mario Kart. They were hoping for the fully immersive experience. You don't know. Hold on, I'll see if I can find a picture of it. I don't think that should be an issue. It's animated, so. Let me see. Please just say you defend Nintendo no matter what so I can unsubscribe from you finally. Bro, you can unsubscribe at any fucking point. I don't give a shit. I've never even seen your fucking name in the comment section or in the chat ever before. So, genuinely, I don't care. Bye. No, I'm not even gonna ban him, bro. Never even seen him before in my life. Like, it's just, you know, these people think they're important. It's like, bro, I don't even know you. You don't exist to me. You're not a real person. Die, slut. Griffin has escaped the Matrix just like... Yeah, exactly, bro. Now my computer can power the Matrix, bro. Oh, he's dead. Yes! I knocked 2 of them off! In a row, bro. Let's go, man. Alright, that was nice. Well, the thing is, in order to chat, you have to be subscribed, but you don't have to be subscribed for any more than, like, a singular second. So, yeah, there's a pretty good chance that a lot of people who do that shit don't even, you know, have a subscription to you in the first place. But even if they do, I genuinely don't care. Like, if it bothers you so much that I want to buy a Switch 2, that you just literally can't come to grasp with the idea of watching me, like, make a YouTube video or whatever, like... I don't really want you around. You're not a stable, sane individual. Goodbye. You're probably better off selling your Xboxes on eBay now that they raised the price, though, because, you know, you can get the full pre-owned price for the console yourself. You can't check how long you've been subscribed. It's not a feature on YouTube. I can't click on someone's channel and it says I've been subscribed for 7 years. Not how it works. You're not good at... Well, you just need to buy boxes, bro. It's not that bad. Shipping stuff's pretty easy. Buy, like, a roll of bubble wrap off Amazon. Buy some, like, standard size boxes for whatever you're trying to sell. Like, you can also get those on Amazon. Like, 40, 50 cents a piece. I've got like a whole stack of stuff like that, but yeah, it's not too bad. Just like keep a large Amazon box or something if you order something.
I can't afford this shit.
But you are a perpetual hater of everything. Okay, wait a second. So you're saying that I'm a perpetual hater of everything, but you want to unsubscribe because I quote-unquote defend everything Nintendo does.
Bruh.
One of these things is not like the other. Let's see. Majora Jeff with the 2? Let me check what this is once I can use my mouse. And Eclipse with the 5, don't worry, there's probably going to be an OLED with 1 terabyte of internal storage, Pro upgrade down the line, and battery or a better battery life, 2 years. Yeah, probably. It'll probably follow a similar route so they get people to double dip on the console, so wouldn't be surprising. And Eclipse with the 5, I got my Switch 2 pre-order like 2 hours after the Direct on the 3rd. Can't wait to play that new Donkey Kongs. Yeah, that Donkey Kong game looks really fun, man. It gives me major like Red Faction vibes, which I really love games with destructible environments, especially in single player. So I think it's going to be really cool. Cripple Cart? Yeah, I'll get that too. Cripple Cart looks pretty fun, honestly. People have said that tried it hands-on that it's actually really fun. So, who knows, man? Maybe it'll be a cool, like, little gimmicky game. Yeah, I think, what was it, Red Faction Armageddon was the last game that they released in Red Faction, and yeah, it had destruction, but not a ton. Just like Just Cause 4 toned down the destruction a lot. Like Just Cause 3 felt like it had a lot more destructible elements to it versus 4, which is not what a sequel should do. But Just Cause 3 was really fun. I like that game. 2 and 3 I think were the best, and then 4 was a big step down. It's a disappointment. Yeah, if you've never played Just Cause, like, get Just Cause 3. It's like $4 for the XL edition, I think it's called. And you get all the DLC and extra content and everything. It's like $4. It goes on sale all the time. You should definitely buy it. Yeah, Just Cause 2, for what it was on the 360 especially, was really impressive. Like, the fact the game had that much destruction in a, you know, Xbox 360 game was pretty wild. People are acting like hating the Switch 2 is a political movement. I know. My entire identity is linked to this one Reddit thread. Uh-oh. I think the chat's gonna crash. Yep. It's gonna crash. Nope, there we go. Swap it back to live. I don't think the Switch 2 drama was ever genuine in the first place, man. That's the issue. Is like there's not really any videos on the Switch 2 that are getting like 5 million views or, you know, 2 million views regular. Like, it's not authentic. Like, if you check Yong's channel, that's like a good indicator of genuine outrage. Because, you know, he makes slop outrage bait videos. And he's only getting like 100, 200, maybe 300,000 views on these Switch 2 videos. Whereas like with other gaming controversies like Fallout 76, you know, shit like, I don't know, like insert whatever it might be. He gets like 7, 8, 900,000 views. So his view count's pretty low for this drama, quote unquote. So I don't think the people who are watching these type of videos genuinely give a shit about the Nintendo console. I think it's fake
awesome.
drama.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
People are mad about it, but they're not mad enough to not buy it. Yeah, insert Reddit moment. We did it, Reddit. Nintendo Switch 2s are reselling for $700 on eBay.
Gaming.
Guys, we need to make a stand. Like, bro, all these fucking odds. We need to make a stand against Nintendo. Nintendo cannot be allowed to get away with this, dude.
Either
there we
subscribe,
go.
donate, or get the fuck out.
Now let's see, Regnier with the 2, did you get the PC? Well, I got a different one than the one in the community post. So, like, the first hour or so of this stream was me ordering it. And, yeah. Hold on, I think I have... I'll pull up the screenshot in a second. But I have a screenshot of the specs, if you're curious. Yeah, I got a budget build. And Tony Esquire with the 5. I'm bending the knee to a Switch 2 scalper. Shout out all the people who sat in front of a computer and or camped out for me. Shut the fuck up. Fake outrage. Shit, bro. I'm stumbling over my words.
You shut the fuck. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
The cherry on top is Dreamcast guy begging his viewers for a Switch 2 pre-order at MSRP. Yeah, same with DSP. He did the same thing. He did the exact same thing. Eclipse with the 7 months. Congrats on the new PC. Enjoy the Switch 2. Thanks, man. Hold on, let me see. There it is. God, that fucking flashbang, bro. There it is. So we got the, well, I guess an Elgato 4K capture card's not really that important. I got the Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. Then all that's kind of boring. 64 gigabytes of RAM. The ROG Strix X870E gaming motherboard. 1200 watt power supply. And then the MSI GeForce RTX 5090 Vanguard SoC. So that's what I got. So not bad for a budget build. Looks pretty good. Thanks, man. You look pretty good. Even though I can't see you.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Nero Redwood with the 5. Tried out the first Berserker. Wasn't a fan. I don't like spongy basic enemies and Souls-likes. Luckily, Lords of the Fallen reminds me of Dark Souls 3. Yeah, honestly, I really like the aesthetic of that game. Like, it's like right up my alley. I'm kind of tempted to try it because I do own it. But, yeah, I don't know if I have the patience for Souls-like. But I bought it because, yeah, I saw the dev was based. So I was like, oh, yeah, I'll buy the game. Why not? Regnir with the 2. Nice PC. And you get a copy of Doom. Yep. So I will give that away because I don't need it. Once I get the code, I'll give it away. I already have it pre-ordered, so. Plus, I want the early access version anyway, so yeah. But yeah, I'll give that away at some point. How the hell is a $6,500 PC a budget PC? Because it's my PC budget. See how it works? It's the budget that I had for a PC, so it's my budget build. Can we settle and smash to see which one of us gets the Doom Dark? Maybe, I guess. I think console fanboys of all are much better than you, but I thought I was a console fanboy, bro. What changed? At least they don't try to poor shame other people by showing off their new toys. I didn't show off my dildo collection on stream. Shut the fuck up, bro. Come on, show one. Well, they've definitely been cummed on. Wait, no, never mind. But I don't know if I can show that on stream, man. It might get me in trouble. I'm not moist shitical, so I don't know if I'm allowed to show my big black floppy dildo collection on stream. Yeah, he gets special treatment. You gotta make a video showcasing. Oh, I definitely will. I'll title it my my RTX 5090 budget build PC. That'll be the title of the video. It's all your dad's anyways. What's my dad's? The dildo collection? I mean, yeah, it's been passed through the generations of my family. Do you not have any family heirlooms?
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Nice cock.
Ooh.
Perfect.
It is perfect, thanks. Let's see, Eclipse of the 2, Xbox consoles are literal e-waste now. It's like that meme, bro. They always were. But yeah. Exactly. And Raging Vor with the 20, Mute Raymond. Alright, looks like somebody took care of that. But really appreciate it. Big ups. Every dollar goes into paying off my massive crippling debt, dude. Yeah, storage has gotten so much cheaper, bro. I remember I had to buy a 32 gigabyte flash drive for my computer class when I was in elementary school, and it was like $80 or something like that. Like crazy.
You're broke! You're fucking
Like, it was
poor!
expensive. It's like, nowadays you can get a 32 gigabyte flash drive for like $3 or something. And that's just because it costs money to ship it. Yep, 8 terabyte hard drives are like $100. I remember when they were like 1,000. I remember my dad bought one of those Apple time machines back in the day, if you guys remember those. That came out with the original iMacs. So, that shit was kind of crazy. Times have definitely changed, man. Nowadays, we spend a lot of money on shit because we want to. Let's see. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2. Message retracted. Uh-oh. I'm guessing wrong, chat. And Eclipse with the 2. Do you like the new Pro controller with backpad? Yeah, I think it's great, man. An $85 controller with the paddles. Like, PlayStation and Microsoft should learn a thing or two from that. But they charge $200 for that same feature. I need to spend more money on Diva skins. I don't know, bro. You know, Diva broke my heart when she came out as lesbian, so I'm not sure if I can anymore. Yep, Scuff actually owned the patent on that for a long time. So every single Elite controller for a while, they had to pay Scuff. Like, Scuff owned the, you know, patent for that. I think their patent expired, so everybody can make them now. But yeah, Xbox used to have to pay Scuff for every single Elite controller sold. And in fact, Scuff sold the Elite controller for a very long time, just customized. Interestingly enough. So I think, because patents only last so long, so I think it's expired now, but yeah, back in the day, that was the case.
I can't afford this shit!
And Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2 is Scrooge McDuck, your idol, Griffin. I mean, I wouldn't mind having a swimming pool filled with gold shekels, so I guess, sure. Why not? Ragnar with the 2, will you be playing more on PC again? Yeah, probably. Probably. So long as, like, I can get the shadow play thing working again and record footage easily. But then again, I should be okay with this new computer to run OBS at the same time and record and stream. So I don't think it should be a problem.
Slayer. Kill the enemy team to score.
What happened to the music, bro? Oh, it ended. There we go. We'll click that real quick. I'll have to adjust the volume. Synth is crashing out right now over what? Evolution? Oh god.
I can't afford this shit!
Eclipse of the 5, my gaming combo will be switched to in PC with my 4080 Super. I'll upgrade when the 60 series car. Yeah, you're probably good with the 4080 Super, bro. I mean, I'm purely buying the 5090 as a, what do you want to call it? I guess a flex purchase. I don't really care about having a 5080 versus a 5090 other than the flex. Same reason I got a 3090 in the first place, so. It's just a gaming flex, bro. But yeah, a 4080 Super is probably fine for pretty much everything, especially if you're not playing in 4K. So that'll be the next thing I buy is a 4K OLED Am I future-proofing it? I'm pretty sure. I got a 1200 watt power supply. I got an expensive ass motherboard. I got,
You shut the
you
fuck.
know,
Don't you
I
fucking
feel
tell
like
me
yeah,
to
it
my
should be
face
fine.
to shut the fuck up.
Got 4 terabytes of SSDs, which I already have a bunch of SSDs anyway that can slot in. But yeah, I think it should be good. I need 20 terabytes. Yeah, I'll definitely need more than 4, but that's what I got for now. The biggest flex as a gamer is having a hot girlfriend, which most gamers don't have. Yeah, exactly. But then they wouldn't be gamers, bro. They would just be normies. They would just be normies. I think I have a 2 terabyte drive just for games on this current computer. And I think I have a 4 terabyte drive for like video files and stuff, which is way overkill. But I'll just pop the 4 terabyte drive into my new computer and I'll transfer all my old shit onto it. So that way I just have everything on one centralized SSD. And then I can move stuff around onto the new computer and organize it once I actually get it. Because I think it should preserve all the files. So, should be good. And I gotta figure out like OBS and, you know, Premiere and all that type of shit, but it's not a big deal. And Eclipse with the 2, I use my GPU for AI stuff. Nice, man. I should probably get like an AI subscription to have like, you know, the AI art for thumbnails and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like it's kind of soulless looking. I feel like it's kind of soulless. Nah, whether you want to believe it or not, I don't have any porn on my computer. That's dumb, bro. I don't download porn. The most I ever did was I had a list in my notes app on my iPod Touch back in the day where I linked all my favorite hub videos. And rarely did I ever actually go back to them. But it's like, I would just do it. And, yeah. I don't know. That was like the most I ever did. That was the peak of my cooming, bro. That was the peak of my coomer, like, I guess, mentality. Back when I was like 15 or 14 or whatever it was. Well, dude, how often do you go back and rewatch the same porn video? Like, never. You think you will, but you don't. Did you get that pervert scam yet? What is that? Let's see. Oh, I deleted it when I sold my iPod Touch, so I don't have it anymore. That was before iCloud and shit, so you didn't really have any of that saved. Yeah, there's only like 1 or 2 porn videos I revisit every once in a while, but yeah, for the most part it's one and done, bro. There's a few that leave like a lasting impression. You're like, okay, yeah. You know? But oddly enough, they're actually not like traditional porn videos. They're more of like just, I guess, solo female type shit, but yeah, it's not like actual porn, if that makes sense. My favorite video is 2 PCs, 1 Griffin. I mean, that is a reality now, technically, right? Well, I don't have the second one yet, but I will. Why Ryzen over Intel? Because I was told that was better. It's better for gaming, dude. So, in the past, that was not the case. But, yeah, apparently it is now.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Let's see. Majora Jeff with the 10. I was in an argument with someone on Discord complaining that not every game is on 4K on the Switch too. Yeah, not every game's 4K even on the PS5 Pro. So, of course it's not going to be on the Switch too. With a weak battery life and saying the Steam Deck is better and Nintendo's a pathetic company. Well, the Steam Deck has a worse screen, worse battery, and probably worse performance too. So, the Switch is objectively better than the Steam Deck at this point. Like, that's not even up for debate. And depending on the model that you buy, the Steam Deck is more expensive. Oh, no. Bro, I actually killed somebody with that? Nice. It's been so long since I've done that. Ragnar with the 2 pocket watchers coming out of retirement with the video. Oh, yeah, I'm sure, man. They're just jealous of my budget build, dude. Yup, ice kill. Dropping the icicles. Somebody was standing, like, right there, and I got him. Very rare that people actually stand there long enough for you to kill them. But yeah, there's gonna be quite a few people who are probably jealous of my budget build, dude. It's okay. PC gaming is the platform of, you know, consumer choice, guys. So it should be my choice what I spend my money on.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I'm jealous. I wouldn't be jealous over a gaming-related purchase personally, bro. It's all good. I mean, in all honesty, bro, it is overkill for what I got, but you know, gotta flex on them, right? My budget build, that's right, dude. Yeah, I kind of am excited about the case, though, because I love the fact that it has the door. I think that's really cool, honestly. It makes me less upset that I couldn't get the typical case I would want. But I like that door.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Eclipse with the 2 MCC for Switch would be goated with the mouse. I agree, man. It'd be awesome. Like, shooters are going to be genuinely good on the Switch. Like, people said Metroid Prime 4 feels like a native PC experience. And I would imagine that they will just straight up make mice for the Nintendo Switch 2. Like, some third-party company will literally just make a mouse. Like, not a Joy-Con that acts as a mouse. There's, like, just a straight-up mouse. It'll probably only take a few months.
They're fucking poor.
So, I would not be shocked. I mean, it's super easy. Just like a basic MMO mouse layout would work perfectly fine. Let's see. Brandino with the 5. I'm excited to play Mario Kart World with you and the community. That's right, man. Also, I'm excited for Super Nintendo World and the next Mario and Zelda movie. Nice, man. Yeah, once the Switch 2 comes out, though, we'll definitely do Mario Kart World nights. So, I know everybody won't have it at first, but we'll do them for a while. Like, every so often. So that as people pick up the Switch 2, they can join in. Because, you know, we can have 24 people in at one time, which is really cool. So, should be plenty of space for, I would say, most people with the Switch 2, especially early on. And we can do, like, the knockout mode or whatever. Like, Grand Prix sounds cool, too. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff that they're doing. 24-person battle mode, too, would be a lot of fun.
They're fucking poor.
24-person battle mode is going to be awesome, man. With, like, balloon battle and stuff. That's going to be, like, pure chaos. I'm Key. We already know you're getting a Switch 2, bro. It's okay. You don't have to hide it anymore. My 3090 is a collector's item, dude. Because it's one of the last cards that EVGA made before they switched. Or I don't think they switched. They just stopped making GPUs entirely, right? Yeah, I should get it graded, man. The BF GPU. That was a really good name. I like that. I don't know. The CEO of NVIDIA just seems like a cool guy. I don't know. I just like him. He's one of those guys you see that you're like, yeah, that dude's probably cool as fuck. Like, he just seems like one of those guys that was just like, I don't know. He's not like a typical, like, boring looking executive. Like, you just know that dude probably talks mad shit behind the scenes and stuff. You want to kiss another man? Are you pretending to be a woman again on Key, or are you a man again? It just depends. I don't know. He founded NVIDIA and has been their only CEO. Dude's fucking smart. Yep.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
All right, awesome.
Let's
Thanks,
see.
nigga.
Pineapple
All right.
with the 5, like I said last night, Griff, more power to you. I'm glad you're flexing the real. PC guys love seeing Kang's upgrade. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, next I need to buy a OLED monitor, but that'll be at some point. I gotta figure out how much money I'm gonna have after. I'm probably gonna pay this thing off early. I did the 6-month payment plan at 0 APR, so it's like I could just let it tick away slowly over time and just pay $1,000 a month, which isn't really a big deal, but I'll probably pay it all off. And then I'll see how much I have versus like how much a 4K OLED monitor costs, because I do want to get one of those. I do want a 4K OLED. Because I might as well take advantage of the full capabilities if I'm paying for it. An Eclipse of the 2, budget gaming. That's right, man. The budget build for the win. And Eclipse of the 2, I'm going to join. Nice, man. Yeah, we did Mario Kart the other night, and then we did Smash Bros. The other night, too, and it was pretty fun, so. Nintendo, like, I like the fact that they have that lobby system where you can just enter the code and everybody can join. They have a good setup with that. An Eclipse with the 2, NVIDIA and Nintendo about to make bank. Yeah. I think Nintendo's stock hit an all-time high the other day, too, so they're doing well. Investors are happy with the pre-order numbers. In Nero Redwood with the 5, I ended up months ago getting Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD on Wii U. I still need to finish Ocarina, which I'm wait, I'm at the Shadow Temple. Yeah, I hope they port Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD to the Switch too. That'd be awesome. I do want to play Twilight Princess, so if that gets added to Switch Online, I'll definitely play through that. Let's see. Nero Redwood. Oh, no. Doubled up, bro. They put it twice. Hopefully it didn't charge you twice. But it's probably just... Yeah, no, it's not in the regular chat. Okay. It's just the dashboard glitching. And PS5 Gamer with the 11 months. Random question, but how's your ladies situation? It's great, man. There's not any to be seen. Not a single woman as far as the eye can see, man. Life is good. But yeah, still single as fuck, bro. Yeah, no life, no wife, no friends, no hope. But we got the computer, so we're good. It does kind of bother me up top. It says Ultra 5070, but you had to pick like a base level, I guess, whatever model to upgrade. But it's all good, I guess. It's not that big a deal. I'm Key. It's not about how the case looks, it's what it represents.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
It's what it represents, okay? Let's make things very clear here. The white and the black combination of the case is supposed to represent the meshing of the races in society, and how when we come together, we can create something greater than the sum of our two parts. So, yeah. That's the reason why it looks the way it does, I'm Key. But, you know, you just wouldn't get it, bro. Yours is sexy? I don't think so. Griffin bought a $6,500 PC. That's like a down payment for a car. Yup. Well, it's a business expense, technically, so... You know, I've had my current PC for 7 years, so it's time for an upgrade. But, yeah. Yeah, well, luckily I won't be installing this GPU, so hopefully I won't have to deal with any issues that it might pop up. You know, if it blows smoke when they're installing it, then that's their problem, not mine. Who needs a car when you can walk? Exactly, dude. It's great exercise. I got it from Cyber Power. So.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
NZXT wouldn't let me actually put a 5090 into the custom build. So I just ordered it from them instead. I mean, they're basically all the same at the end of the day. You know, you're just paying for the parts.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Let's see, Brandino with the 10. Zelda 40th anniversary is next year. Nintendo is sitting on the ports for Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD ports. Also, I have faith in Nintendo and the GOAT, Mr. Miyamoto, that the movie will be awesome. Nah, dude, they're gonna cast Hunter Schafer, the trans goddess, as Zelda, dude. Believe it. Because Nintendo would definitely sign off on that, I'm sure. Let's see, Majora Jeff with a 5-year girlfriend. I'll take a look in a second. And then PS5 Gamer with the 5. Same brother, just make it bank, getting jacked, and playing games. Very nice, dude. Yeah, that's about the same for me. Maybe one of these days, but definitely not today. And probably not tomorrow. No life, no wife, no friends, no hope, right? The PW Army moniker, bro. Hell yeah. Yeah, I have my Aerith card on my desk to remind me what I'm fighting for, bro. Exactly. Alright, I'm not gonna... Alright, I don't really want Sydney Sweeney to be Zelda, because Zelda has, like, that nice, noble appearance, bro. Sydney Sweeney looks like... I don't know. Like, I'm trying to be nice, but she just literally has big tits. Like, she does not have that great of a face.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Zelda needs to have, like, a super slim and, you know, angular face. She needs to have, like, a young, like, slim, you know, well-shaped face. Sydney Sweeney looks like the slam maid, basically, you know? She's your bang maid. She's like the common woman that just has massive fucking milkers that you have sex with for fun, but, you know, it's not really knocking it out of the park with the visual appeal face-wise. So in other words, they should put Zendaya as Princess Zelda in order for racial representation. And then everybody we had. I don't even know of, like, actresses, so I couldn't even tell you who I'm thinking of, but... Bella Ramsey, there you go. She would knock it out of the park, bro. She's such a talented actress. Alright, so apparently this is Major Jeff's idea of what my girlfriend will look like. How nice. A literal man.
God! She's beautiful. Really? The most beautifulest girl I've ever seen in my life.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
Bella Ramsey, probably.
Oh my God! She's beautiful. Really? The most beautifulest girl I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, look at those shoes. Bro, look at the shoes. Those things are crying out in pain. They went from a size 10 to like a size 12, bro. Holy fuck. Those things look like they're about to explode. Oh my god. Majora Jeff with the 10. I remember you saying you're not a Zelda fan, and now you're playing Zelda music in the back. Yeah, I needed to switch the background music real quick, and this was the next recommended thing. And you're saying you want to play Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. Yeah, well, I mean, the only Zelda games I've ever played was Breath of the Wild, so not really a good indicator. So if the other games are more linear, I'm willing to give them a shot. If they're, like, actually more linear, then I'll definitely try them out. Griff likely won't buy the next Zelda game for Switch 2. No, I'll buy it. I own all the Zelda games on the Switch. I'm gonna have like a complete sealed library of all the first-party Nintendo Switch 2 games. So I will buy at least one copy to keep sealed of every single Nintendo Switch 2 game from Nintendo themselves. And then I'll have like the complete library, basically, of all first-party Switch stuff. Yeah, I have Tears of the Kingdom. Dude, Kick is profitable because they have a gambling site that makes all their money. Kick is owned by Stake, which Stake makes a shit ton of money from gambling. So, the streaming aspect is not even how they make their money. Let's see. So Oski Woski with a 5. Enjoy good music. Let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, we can put them. Oh my god, that's loud. No. All right, there we go. There we are. I forgot I opened it in the wrong tab. One of my tabs has the volume lowered for music. And Majora Jeff with a 2. I'll take a look in a minute. Griffin should gamble. I'm not really a gambler, but if I got paid to do it, I would do it. But with my own money, I don't gamble. I don't find any enjoyment going to a casino, personally. Whenever I've been inside of a casino, I've been filled with a sense of disgust, bro. You just see a bunch of old fucks sitting there just dumping money into machines. It's just kind of depressing to look at. I don't know how to play poker. I know how to play blackjack, but not poker. If I was to do anything, though, it would be roulette. I like roulette. That's kind of fun. You know, just 50-50. All I know is Anna Taylor-Joy, she would, but her face is kind of weird, bro. Like, she's been on the Ozempic too much, or she got that buccal fat removal. If she was, like, 10 years younger, then yeah. But she had that surgery where they remove the fat out of your face, and it makes you look like a fucking skeleton. But yeah, when she was younger, she definitely would be a good fit. Let's see.
How you doing today, sir?
Oh, I can pull this up real quick.
License and registration. Whoa. Ha! What do you think I am, stupid? How you doing today, sir? License and registration. Whoa. Ha! What do you think I am, stupid?
I mean, that's obviously staged, but it's still funny. It's pretty good. That's creative, at least. Was the $6,500 PC a pre-built? I mean, I picked all the parts, so if you consider that a pre-built, but it's more of a building service, if anything. Griffin should have bought his PC from Linus Tech. Oh, do they sell PCs? I guess that would make... If they didn't sell custom build PCs, they're fucking stupid. They could easily do that and make a fucking killing, bro. So the 5090 is 3K. I guess Griffin paid the YouTuber tag. What do you mean? The 5090 I bought is apparently $4 grand on the secondary market. It's apparently $4 grand on the secondary market, so I don't really feel like I paid that much. Did I lose? Yeah, I really have. I haven't touched Expedition 33 in like about 4 or 5 days now, so I don't know. Maybe I'll finish it at some point, but I just really don't have a desire to go back to it. Like, the story really did not do it for me. Which I know it gets better the longer you play it, which is what everybody says, but I don't know. Yeah, it's the best RPG in the last 20 years if you haven't played any RPGs in the last 20 years. Crazy, man. Dude, what this would be like if Square Enix made turn-based games. You mean like the 18 they released in the past 3 years? Like, bro, it's just, it shows the tourism energy. It shows the tourism energy. I think it's pretty interesting, though, because apparently Expedition 33 is not, like, selling super well anymore. Apparently 45% of the player base was on Xbox, and they only sold, like, 1 million copies. So that would say that, you know what, they had 1 million copies sold, and then around 800,000 to 900,000 played it on Xbox through Game Pass. Which the average play time, yeah, they actually released stats, which was really cool to see. And apparently the average play time for Xbox users is under half of what it is for PC and PlayStation. So the people who got it for free on Xbox, shocking, aren't really even playing it. They downloaded it, tried it for an hour, and then stopped. Ascendant with the 5? I got an email Doom Collector's Edition is shipping earlier. Did you get the UPS notification saying like it's awaiting shipment, or it actually like went out? Because sometimes what happens is when you order stuff, they just print the label and pre-package it so UPS can come pick it up when it's actually time for it to go out in bulk. So you may be in that, but yeah, if they're shipping it out early, that'd be great. If there is even a slim chance I can get the game slightly early, that'd be really cool. And Eclipse of the 2, imagine Final Fantasy VII Trilogy on Switch 2 as a collection. That'd be awesome. I know they're probably going to put Rebirth on there now that we know Remake is going to the Switch 2. So that would be awesome.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
I would 100% rebuy Rebirth, obviously, on the Switch 2. And I would definitely buy Part 3 on both, you know, PS5 and Switch 2 or whatever platforms it comes out on. Regnir with the 5, appreciate it, man. It is a decent game, but really overrated. Not having a map or anything is just frustrating when the environments look the same in a world. Yeah. And I don't really like the art direction personally. Like everything's so fucking cloudy, bro. Like the constant like haze and fog and blurry fucking visuals and like the super washed out colors. Like it's not a, I don't think it's a visually appealing game at all. Like genuinely. Like yeah, the character models are well done, but everything else is so fucking blurry. It's like, dude, I don't even want to look at this stuff. Like, it just kind of makes me feel almost a little nauseous to look at, which is probably, you know, a me problem. But it gives me that feeling of, like, I just don't want to look at this shit. Like, it's just ugly. I don't know.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I really wish it didn't have that Unreal Engine 5 fog, bro. It would make it so much better. I think the best looking area is the floating waters area. I think that like general area looked really good because it didn't have any of the fog, and it actually was pretty cool visually speaking, but everything else I've seen is just really fucking bland. Ascendant with the 2, it was from PlayStation. Oh, so you got it from PS Direct. Yeah, I have no clue then. I got all mine from the Bethesda store, so... Yeah, I got, like, my order, like, I guess has shipped confirmation a while back. But I don't think UPS actually has it yet. Let me check. A shipment track package. Yeah, UPS does not have possession of the package yet. So I think they might just be pre-packaging a lot of this stuff. Yeah, both of them. For PS5, let's see. Yeah, none of mine have shipped yet. Like, actually shipped. Oski Woski with the 2, we need Final Fantasy 15, and I would have 100% get it day one. Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. They 100% need to pour Final Fantasy 15 to the Switch 2. That would be the perfect game to play on the Switch 2. Like the road trip vibes on a handheld console, like, shit. That would actually go really hard. Release date's now the 8th. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, you may get it early, man. Who knows? That would be awesome if you do. Rebirth is the better game out of Remake and Rebirth. Like, Rebirth, they took the combat of Remake and just made it way better. Like, they zoomed the camera way back so you can actually see more of what's happening around you. You have the synergy abilities that they added. The overall speed of combat, I think, feels a lot better.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Like, Rebirth is a big improvement. Genuinely. Big improvement. The side quests are also a lot better, too. So, there's actual good, meaningful side content where Remakes is kind of like, it's just checklisty shit. Rebirth is definitely a big improvement. I don't know how they're going to improve it for Part 3. I think they'll probably just leave it mostly the same, but we'll have to see. But I think Rebirth probably has the best, like, action gameplay in a JRPG I've ever seen. So Square Enix just needs to stick to that combat style and run with it. Because it's a winner, bro. When's the PC due to be delivered? I'm not entirely sure. It said that it'll be built by the, I think the 9th. And then I paid for 3-day shipping, so it should be here. I would assume probably like the 12th or the 13th. It might come earlier if they don't take the full amount of time to build it. Because I paid for rush building. So, I don't know. It just depends. It said up to 5 days. But they might do it tomorrow. They might do it, you know, Monday. I have no clue. I don't want to build it myself. Ethan Klein won his debate against Hamas Piker. Yeah, that's not surprising, bro. Hassan's a fucking idiot. He just screams in order to make a point. So, when you have to go loud equals argument, you're not winning. Hamas tried to use the racist card. Oh my god. Yeah. As soon as you have to throw that out, you're just fucking done, bro. You're done. You're a racist, you piece of shit. You're right. Now what do you have? What do you got next, bitch? Yeah, alright, we've established I'm a racist. Now what? What do you have to say? Make your point. Eclipse of the 2, kind of funny how it came to Switch 2 over Xbox. Exactly. The Jez Cordons of the world are probably, you know, still seething over that fact. You know, for how many years has he said it's coming? The swastika, yeah, the bleach sword, yeah. Griffin, I will give you $10,000 super chat if you share your sexual status. All right. Inactive. Give me the 10 grand, bitch. Fork it over. Not actively participating. Brit with the 5, I thought the guy using the term "you're going to own nothing and you're gonna like it" for luxury products was funny. Yeah, it's like literally the definition of "you will own nothing and be happy" is supposed to refer to things like houses and cars and things like that. Like actual assets, not consumer goods. Consumer goods is exactly what you would be spending your money on instead of owning something. Because they're not real, like, you know, they don't have any real value for the most part. Just perceived value. Like your Funko Pop collection, sure, it might be worth money, but it's not like the same as a house. Z-Herb with the 5, you should upgrade monitors too, unless you are broke. Yeah, I don't know, man. I might be a broke boy. We'll have to see. But yeah, I probably will. I'll probably get like a 4K OLED or something like that. Hey man, my wall of virginity does have real value. My Poketo Monster cards are worth quite a bit. And Z-Herb with the 5, make sure to build your own PC. It'll make it cheaper, and you'll be filled with a sense of pride and accomplishment for doing something with your hands. Yeah, I'll do your mom with my fucking hands, bro. But yeah. I don't get that mentality, personally. I don't get any satisfaction from manual labor. Like, okay, yeah, hooray, man. I did something myself instead of paying $50 to have somebody else do it. Wowie zowie. Thank God, man. You know, what would I do with myself? I mean, realistically, like, I don't know how much each of these things are because I don't really care. But, you know, this is like $300, I think. Actually, I think I paid $400 for my 4K Pro. I don't know what they're at nowadays. 4K Pro HDR. They are $279, so I saved $7. I'm a bargain hunter. Yeah, I have no idea how much that is. I think it's like $500 or $600, right? Fans. No fucking clue. Probably like $200. This I think was like $300 maybe. I got Doom for free, so there you go. I got some Samsung SSDs. I got $100 off for my instant rebate though. And then the RAM, probably like $200. No idea. The motherboard's probably like $400 or $500, I guess. That's like probably $200 or $300. And then the GPU's $4 grand, so that shit's expensive. Yeah, the Funko Pops are no more, man. I had to sell them. I had to get rid of all my Funky Pops. Yeah, I'm finally getting, like, you know, a mid-ranged PC in order to replace my current one. So, you know, I'm getting a nice mid-ranged budget build PC that, you know, should be able to handle most modern titles while maybe some productivity tasks at the same time. So, you know, that's really what I was aiming for at the end of the day. Nothing too crazy, just a little something to get me by. And Majora Jeff with the 2. Let's see who this is.
Well,
We'll take a look. I'll play Wu Kangs at 4K 120. Yeah, no. Unless there's an unlimited health fucking mod or some shit. Yeah. Unless there's like an unlimited health mod, I highly doubt that. Yeah, I'll have to use the utmost care in order to transfer my Minecraft world. So that'll definitely be a requirement. I gotta back that up. I'll probably stick into my Google Drive just so I have a copy of it. Nice budget build. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's nothing too crazy, but, you know, it's what I could put together. So, you know, I appreciate the kind words about my humble gaming PC. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it'll work. It'll work, man. Yeah, maybe I can play MCC at 120 FPS now. Yeah, I don't really have a space to build a computer anyway. Like, if I still had that coffee table that I got rid of all those years ago, then maybe I would have space to build it. But I don't have room to build it, and I don't want to do it on my floor because then it'll get dog hair and shit all over it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Daniel with the 5. Yeah, Griffin, we understand about going mid-tier. Times are tough in this crazy Trump econ. I know, dude. If that piece of shit orange man wasn't in office, then I would have been able to get an actual nice high-end gaming PC. But because of Donald Blump, I'm not even able to buy a high-end PC. I had to go mid-range, bro. Really infuriating shit. Fuck you, Donald. You ruined my life. An inch of dog hair. Nah, it's not even that, bro. It's just like, no matter what you do, the dog hair still exists. Like, I have like a little vacuum and stuff that I just suck up like the dog hair dust bunnies with. But there's always more, bro. Even when you get them, it's like there's just another one around the corner waiting for you. That's the worst part about having a golden retriever, is they're wonderful dogs in every single way, other than the fact they shed like fucking crazy. So, dog hair is inevitable, unfortunately, but, you know, it's not the worst thing. Yeah, that's basically what's going to happen, guys. If we can't hit the tips goal, then the payment will get declined, and then I'll be forced to continue playing on my Surface Pro 4. I mean, existing gaming computer. Well, of course DSP's PC is better. One, it's his, and two, you know, he's got way more money than me. DSP spent more on WWE champions than Griffin's salary. Yeah, definitely. Probably at this point, man. Over the years, he probably has. If he's spending 40 to 50,000 a year on WWE champions, he has definitely well surpassed my salary at this point. Yeah, I saw the AI Trump Pope image. That shit's funny, man. Dude, I don't know how people spend that much on mobile games either. I genuinely don't think mobile games are that fun. Like, honestly. Especially a Candy Crush clone. Like, it's not even something good. It's like some shitty fucking slop tier women's game. But with sweaty men instead of, you know, cutesy little fucking gems and stuff, I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't get the appeal at all. The biggest whaling I ever did on a mobile game was when I paid, I think, $300 in Fate Grand Order to get Merlin. That was literally it. That's like the most I've ever spent on a mobile game. And that was like a one-time thing. Other than that, I've never really spent money on mobile games at all. Other than back in the day to remove ads. Back on the iPod Touch and shit. When you had to pay like $1 to remove ads. That was about it. Other than that, I've never paid for mobile games at all, really. We're gonna go full autist to find your mobile game account. I'll show you my mobile game account. I don't care. I have it right here. You can add me on there if you want, if you play the game. I have a pretty good lineup, or at least I did back in the day. I don't know if by modern standards it's good or not. I used to have a stacked ass lineup on Fate Grand Order, but I don't know what the current meta is, dude. Yeah, I used to play it in my college classes. Like, it was the perfect game to just sit there and play, because you just tap, like, the cards or whatever, and it attacks for you. So it'd, like, be super easy to glance down for, like, half a second, pick my attacks, and then look back up during, like, a lecture or something. So I used to play it while I was sitting in class at college. I wouldn't play it any other time, really. But, yeah. I have a stacked-ass account. I remember, like, recently when I signed on and did my free gem, like, summons or whatever the fuck, the Saint Courts, I got 2 more Gilgameshes, which was, like, fucking batshit crazy. I've never gotten that lucky. Like, back-to-back Gilgamesh summons. So I now have a Noble Phantasm 3 Gilgamesh that I don't use, but, you know, that's something. So yeah, my total logins is 465, so I didn't really play this game that long, just a little over a year, I think. Oh yeah, I remember Fire Emblem Heroes. I kind of played that a little bit, but I didn't really get into it. Didn't they shut that down? Oops. Sorry. Let's see. This is my friend code if you want to add me and look at my profile. I don't actually know if it's up to date with my best servants or not, but yeah, if you want to look at my account, there you go. That's my Fate Grand Order account in all of its glory. Unlike DSP, I'm not in fear for my family's safety by revealing my fucking mobile game account. Like, I don't know, dude. Oh no, dude. Someone will find my mobile game profile. Literally, my wife will be killed the same night. Gotta protect your family. That's right, dude. Yeah, I have Bikini Saber. The beach version, Archer Saber, I think is what it is. With her water gun and bikini. Yep, I have that one. I've got a lot of really good servants, honestly. Like, I actually got really lucky in that game. Like, it apparently has like one of the most brutal gacha rates ever. Because the Japanese absolutely fucking wail out on that game. Like, it makes more profit in some quarters than the entirety of the PlayStation division for Sony. So, Sony makes more money off FGO than they do off of PlayStation sometimes. At least that was the case for a while. I don't know if it's still that popular or not in Japan, but... Bro, there was like entire news stories about people going into debt playing this game. Like spending 10 bands trying to roll for one servant and not getting it. Most of mine I just got with free summons. I rarely ever spent money. The only time I ever did was for the Merlin summon because I wanted to. Because he actually breaks the game. So, it was worthwhile. Yeah, I've got both versions of Jean. I've got the Alter and Normie version. Roller version. Nah, I don't really think liking Fate's gay. I think, like, some of the adaptations of it are pretty gay. Like, Stay Night's pretty gay, other than the original route. But Fate Zero's based, and the only good Fate anime. Every other one sucks. Let's see. I don't like Orihime from Bleach. Bruh, I'm looking through my list right now. Some of these are so Coomer, dude. Oh, I have the Lolly. Gross. Don't arrest me, guys. I didn't want it. I promise. I promise. It wasn't my idea. Nasty. Yeah, the Lolly is actually disgusting. Yeah, so I have Ruler Jean. I know I have Jean Alter, because it's one of my main ones. I have Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Yeah, there's a bunch of Mordreds. Nero. My Merlin. Yeah, I haven't looked through this in a long time. Oh, my Merlin's Noble Phantasm level 3. What the fuck? Damn. Wowie zowie, man. Doesn't an Enterprise graphics card go for 7K? Yup. Even more than that in some cases. I wanted that Saber Bike PVC from Fade Zero, but the shipping is bad. Oh, like a statue? Yeah. Shipping on those things is crazy, because if it breaks, then, you know. There goes all the money. Do you have Nero Claudius, the Bride version? Yes, and the one on the bikini one, too. I have the bikini version and the Bride version with the fat fucking tits, yeah. I mean, most of the Fate chicks have fat fucking tits. Only a few don't. But yeah, I do. How does Final Fantasy 15 it's basically like Monster Hunter, kinda. Similar to that. Well, I don't know if I'll resell every Switch 2 exclusive, but I want to have like a full library of every single first-party Nintendo game on the Switch 2. Like, just for my own personal collection. Maybe I'll sell it someday, but I just want a sealed copy of every single first-party Nintendo game for the Switch 2. I don't think I have the Jean Bikini Archer one. That probably was after I stopped playing. But yeah, I don't have that one. Damn, no mods? Yeah, but you got the administrator right here, bro. After this match, we'll do videos and shit. Oh, bro, did it just spawn when I was up there? At least I still got it, but that would have been bad. Oh, they all quit. Nah, the mods don't deserve peace, bro. They don't deserve peace. Who knew the gender swap of a Roman emperor would have huge tits? Me. I guess it makes sense, because Nero in real life was fucking fat, so... Makes sense the female version would have massive fucking tits. Since they're just technically sacks of fat. Yeah, most of the Roman emperors were sex freaks, though. I mean, think about it. You could have a slave woman basically do anything and everything you wanted. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure most people back in those days were probably pretty freaky. Also, what else would you do all day? No TV, no video games, not really a lot of music you could listen to. All you could do is really have sex, eat, and, you know, that's about it. So, you know, most guys went to work, came home, fucked the shit out of their wife, and then went to sleep. Hunt? I don't think you can hunt in the city of Rome. Like, most people who lived in the city of Rome didn't really leave it often. Maybe if you were really wealthy. Maybe if you were really wealthy, you could go hunting, but I don't think that was like a pastime for the normal man. Okay. So this is our first, let me close over that. All right.
Seen anything like this before. We have a studio that is essentially headed into oncoming traffic. They've turned around and they're headed back in the direction of the players. They've been criticized by the media. They've been dismissed by their peers, all because they took a stance saying that they don't believe that social or political messaging should influence game design. Imagine that being controversial. Imagine siding with the players being controversial. Take it a step further. I was approached by this studio to make a video under the condition that there are no restrictions. Make the videos that you like to make. It's for the best. So this video is sponsored by Lords of the Fallen with no red tape, no censorship. The only thing that they asked is that I talk about their 2.0 update and how much the game has improved. Joke's on them. I would have talked about it anyway. It's really impressive what they've done. But this is how you reach players. Transparency. They understand that. This game has gone through hell and back. It had a failed start, gone through multiple studios, gone through a reboot that didn't really land all that well right when it first came out, but now it's transformed into one hell of a comeback story. They are allowing you to be able to invite your friend to play the game for free. Seamless co-op progression, friend plays for free. Just like It Takes Two or Split Fiction. I feel like I'm living in an alternate universe right now. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about Lords of the Fallen. I want to talk about how they've taken a stance against...
Bro, this shit... Hold on. That looks so bad. Oh my god. Dude, they just released images of the Tifa Magic cards. Hold on. I need to rant. I just saw this on Twitter. I opened it up. And yeah. It's not good, bro. It's not good. So it says, happy birthday to Tifa Lockhart. We're celebrating the occasion by showing you the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy card for Tifa, martial artist. The borderless art character card can be found in collector's boosters. Bro, one, that looks terrible. Slop art. Like absolute fucking dog shit. Then second, what the fuck is this? This looks like some shitty fucking, this looks like some shitty fucking Twitter art. Like, bro, this is terrible. This is why I don't like Magic. Magic has some of the laziest fucking art in the entire, like, TCG realm. Like, it just looks terrible, bro. Yeah, that's the reason I didn't buy any of the Final Fantasy Magic stuff. It's like, I had a feeling the art was going to look like crap, and it does. Like, genuinely, that looks bad, but this looks even worse. This is supposed to be the collector's card, too, bro. Like, that's so bad. I don't know, man. Genuinely bad.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
So, there we go. I just wanted to rant about that real quick, because I saw it and pissed me off.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That shit pissed me off, bro, honestly. Look how they massacred Tifa, dude. It's just more proof that the actual Final Fantasy TCG is superior in every single way. And Raging Board with the 5, the only mobile games I play are to get items like Warzone Mobile, to use bundles on PC. I do the same with Fortnite. Ah, okay. I guess that makes sense. That makes sense, I guess. That's cool. They give you, I guess, exclusive rewards in the mobile versions. And Zong Xeno with the 5 watch. Okay.
It's the direction that this industry has been headed in. I want to talk about all the improvements they've made with their game with their 2.0 update. And I also want to talk about the interview that I had with their CEO about how they're putting players first. The world is healing. Lords of the Fallen is a bit of an odd beast. The original game came out in 2014 under a studio named Deck 13. It had promise, great art direction, a strong premise, but it had a lot of issues. It didn't really understand what it was like to be a Souls-like game, and as such, it never really found an audience. Then came the sequel. The IP was then passed around a few different times through a few different studios. The project was shut down a handful of times before CI Games just said screw it and founded an entirely new studio called Hexworks to try again from the ground up. And what they made in 2023 was a massive improvement that now rebooted Lords of the Fallen under the same name. It looked beautiful. The art direction was incredible. Seriously, I love the way that this world looks. The Umbral Realm concept was genuinely unique, shifting between realms depending on the situation, serving as both a combat mechanic and an exploration tool. The game finally had something resembling its own voice, but that voice was buried under some serious performance issues, bugs, balance problems, issues with combat and exploration. It reviewed decently with a 73 on OpenCritic, but it didn't really land. It was one of those hot and cold games where some people really liked it for what it was and other people didn't want to have anything to do with it. The kind of game that you'll hear about for a week before it vanishes from conversation, especially given the fact that it launched near pretty steep competition in Lies of P just a month before it. In most cases, hell, 9 times out of 10, any studio would have taken the loss. They would have fixed a few bugs and then begun work on their next title. But Hexworks and CI Games did the opposite. They dug in. Over the past 2 years, they have shipped more than 50 updates, all of them completely free. They've reworked performance, revamped the controls, they fixed bugs, improved stability, added build variety, and listened to very specific criticisms from the community. Things like stamina balancing, boss scaling, mob density, co-op stability. It's rare to see a developer actually chip away at a game like this, not for press, not for hype, not for anything other than just wanting to make the game better for the people that bought it and for fans in the future. They actively were listening to feedback the entire time, making improvements and getting no recognition for it. Well, I shouldn't say no recognition because the game has consistently climbed from mixed reviews up to mostly positive, but after this next update, I wouldn't be surprised if this game's going to climb even higher. Lords of the Fallen has released their 2.0 update, and with it, everything has come together. This isn't just another patch, it's a full overhaul. Combat responsiveness has been tightened, feeling much smoother than before. They've added unique sound and better sound to every single weapon attack, blocks, and even parries, giving combat that heft that
Yeah, it's been 10 plus years of Souls-likes. Please make it stop. I agree, man. Make something else.
it was missing. Movement is faster, dodging.
I will say this looks more like Dark Souls 3 than the fucking autism simulators, like, you know, Elden Ring and shit, but, yeah. Souls-likes, leave it to FromSoft, please.
is cleaner. They added a dedicated jump button for smoother platforming. The lock-on feature is more intuitive now. You're not getting stuck on environmental objects anymore. Heck, they've even gone as far as adding a new guidance mechanic for the umbral lamp that allows you to navigate yourself when lost. I mean, they have quite literally attacked every single major criticism of this game here. Visually, the game is even sharper. They've revamped their UI. They've improved their character creator, allowing for more masculine and feminine character designs as requested by their audience. And honestly, I still think this is probably one of the best uses of Unreal Engine 5 to date. From the texture detail to the lighting to the fact that the entire game, though linear, renders the entire world all at the same time. It's gorgeous. But here's where things get really interesting. They've added a genre-first system, which they're calling the Free Friends Pass. You can now invite a friend who doesn't own the game to come and play the entire thing with you, co-op. No trial, no demo, the full game. You can play together, you all get to keep your loot and character progression, and eventually, if they want to pick up the game for themselves, well, they can pick up right where they left off. Now, I'll be honest with you guys, I skipped this game at launch. I'd watched a few reviews, I saw the performance issues, I'd heard the complaints about map design, the combat, I watched Asmongold pull out what was left of his hair while he was being overwhelmed by too many enemies, and I just didn't want to deal with it. I was still working in construction at the time, didn't really have a lot of hours to burn, so I figured I would circle back to it if things ever got fixed. And they did. And more. A lot more. I've been playing it, and while Lords of the Fallen still has some rough edges, the narrative is relatively thin and not particularly well delivered. You still come across some random visual bugs here or there, like my cloak breakdancing around my neck. Enemy telegraphs can be a little inconsistent. Boss fights don't always deliver the impact that you feel like they should. Some of them definitely do. But there is something incredibly charming about playing this game. It's like they accidentally created their own sub-flavor of the Souls genre. Something faster, more consumable, less punishing, but still engaging, leaning much harder into the fun of these games rather than the difficulty, though the game isn't without challenge. Lords of the Fallen doesn't really ask for...
No fun, bro. I have to want to literally, smash my cock with the hammer. When I play the game. Like, if I'm not literally self-inflicting CBT, then is it actually a game? If I don't want to kill myself for the entirety of the runtime, then am I actually even playing a video game at this point? I don't know, dude. Like, a lot of these Souls-type dudes would be like, yeah, they ruined it, man. They made it too easy. But... yeah, I bought this game. I might try it at some point, but I think it's nice the developer is based.
Your full emotional or mental investment to play a game like this, or at least like a lot of other Souls-like games do. You're not constantly on edge or feeling drained after every fight. There is a much lower mental barrier to entry here, something you can actually relax into while getting your Souls-like fix. There's something incredibly satisfying about shredding through a game like this, and even when I do hit a tough boss or a challenging section of enemies, I never feel stuck. I overcome it after a couple of tries, and I move on. It's kind of nice to play a game like this that doesn't make me want to throw my controller through the wall. They didn't make the perfect game, but they made something interesting, and more importantly, they never stopped trying to make it better. In a time that so many studios are content shipping broken products and never fixing them, maybe patch it once or twice and move on, Lords of the Fallen feels like a genuine passion project, something that they never wanted to give up on, and one that keeps getting better every time that you come back. In most cases, this game would have been long abandoned by now, but Hexworks and CI Games never gave up on it. They really wanted to make sure that this game would work, and honestly, they did it. They pulled it off. There's something in that not wanting to give up. There's something in that iterative process where you're trying to continue to improve, and we're talking about a game that failed once already, that had multiple reboot attempts, finally put out another one, and here they are improving that one. And I have a lot of respect in that, because not only does it mean a lot to the players that purchased the game, but it also means a lot to me as a player who hasn't, or, well, I mean, I have now, but it also means a lot to me as a player that's now looking forward to what they work on next, because you're building a reputation. I've been having a blast with it. Sponsored video, YouTuber glazing, I know. No, I've seriously been having a lot of fun with it, because I'm happy I didn't play this game when it first came out, because I would have gone in with the wrong expectations. I would have been disappointed by the performance, but now I'm just having a really good time, relaxing and playing something a bit more casual.
6.5K, that's insane. You're getting majorly fleeced. No, I'm not.
Something a bit more polished, a hack and slash take on the Souls genre. I'm digging it. Share the game with your friends for free. That I didn't see coming. I thought that was something that was reserved just for Hazelight. And this is the last genre that I would expect to see something like that in, because it's genius, plain and simple. Not only are you going to get people that are going to want to buy the game so they can play with a friend for free, but you're also going to have that friend that's likely to buy the game if they end up liking it. That's how this whole thing works. Keep in mind, I brought this up before. I said that while everybody else wants to increase their prices, the ones that are going to succeed are the ones that are going to undercut them. This is undercutting them. Fair pricing, this is how you build loyalty. This is how you get players to trust you. I like it. I've had my eye on CI Games and Hexworks for a minute. Their CEO of CI Games has been very active over the past few years, getting very involved in discussion, saying some things about the industry, to say the least. And I never imagined that they would go to this length to make good on a promise. They came forward saying that they want to be a player-first studio. And from my perspective, at least right now, that looks like exactly what they're doing. And they're going to do it regardless of whether or not it pisses off the industry, which it is. One of the biggest complaints that I've seen for modern gaming, bigger than bugs, performance issues, hell, even bigger than monetization lately, is something that a lot of people don't even feel comfortable saying out loud. The creeping presence of personal ideology in games, political messaging, performative social narrative.
Women.
Studio agendas that feel more concerned with social media engagement than they do with actually making a game that players want to play. It's not just about what's in these games, it's the overwhelming feeling that you're not even allowed to question any of it. That raising your hand to say...
No, it's not what's in the games, it's who makes them is the issue. The games themselves are not the problem. The people making them are.
Hey, maybe this doesn't belong here, will get you labeled, dismissed, or dogpiled by bad faith actors that think any disagreement is hate speech. And let's be real, very few developers are willing to be even open to this conversation. It's become the ever-present elephant in the room. Most studios, writers, commentators, hell, even players are so afraid of even upsetting the status quo that they've been defaulted into silent complicity more than anything else. Even when these games are getting worse, even when the sales are going down, even when the fans are slowly walking away, everybody just stays silent. But CI Games did the opposite.
50-50, well, which is worse for gaming, a $6,000 PC or the Switch 2? I don't know, man. It's a hard choice. Both are just devastating to the overall gaming market in reality.
Sometime last year, Merrick Kaminsky, the CEO of CI Games, the guy behind Lords of the Fallen's Resurrection, made a stand. He said that he was going to put players first, not just as a slogan, but as a business strategy, a design philosophy, a studio culture. And he didn't just say it, he followed through. They started watching Twitch streams and YouTube videos, reading Reddit threads, polling people on Twitter, and actually listening, but more important than that, responding. Earlier this year, America posted a poll asking what players wanted when it came to character creation. The industry standard at this point has been body type A and body type B, a vague, impersonal system that nobody really asked for, and it just kind of appeared one day forced upon us. So he asked the players directly, in a medieval fantasy action RPG experience, would you prefer between these two, body type A and B, male and female, or something else? Nearly 50,000 people voted, 88% of them said male and female. CI Games went and made the change just like that. They reverted it. Now, whether you agree or disagree with that decision, that's not really the point here. The point is, they asked their audience directly, they got an overwhelming response, they acted on it. This is what listening looks like. After making these changes, Merrick would then take things further. He would then take a stance and talk about how studios need to separate their personal politics from commercial products, saying that the key is to separate social and political views of studio employees from creative decisions that drive each project. The editorial has to be independent of such views and serve the best it can the vast majority of players. Of course, the media did not take that well, and headlines popped up everywhere. Lords of the Fallen dev is wrong about politics, and Elden Ring proves it. Lords of the Fallen publisher embraces the fear of DEI boogeyman. Lords of the Fallen publisher uses anti-DEI as marketing meme. It's the usual song and dance. Any pushback against any social, political, or identity-first design is framed as evil, as ignorance, as bigotry, even when the vast majority of players agree with it. Even when it's just a studio doing what any other business in the world would do and what they're supposed to be doing, which is serve their customers. I reached out to Merrick directly to ask him about this, about the backlash, and about why he felt it was important to open the door to these kind of conversations when the industry has slammed it shut. He told me, we want to serve our communities the best we can. Last year, we made it a part of our strategy as being player first. That's not just a slogan, it's the full reality that we're committed to. We don't allow any DEI bullshit to impact our products. We were wrong about body types A and B. We fixed that very quickly to male and female when it became clear that that's what the vast majority.
Nero Redwood with the 5, the art design of the game I like. It has that religious fantasy. Yeah, it looks like Dark Souls 3, which personally I'm a fan of. And yes, it does feel more casual. Reminds me of Dark Souls 3. There you go. Yep, exactly. That's what I thought it looked like. At first, I thought it was kind of cool with like the whole like lamp shit, but I'm just so burnt out on Souls. Like I never actually bought it, but I do own it now. Well, it's under some stuff, but yeah, it's sitting directly next to me on my left. But yeah, I bought it when I heard about, you know, the based owner of the studio, so.
31. The games industry was hijacked at some point by activists. It ended up with a lot of false assumptions about this so-called modern audience. I follow a very simple old concept. Make products your customers want. What's wrong or controversial with that? Now, regardless of where you fall on these issues, I still think this is the key. The fact that something so basic, make what people want, has become so controversial tells you everything that you need to know about the state of this industry today. The audience feels this overwhelming pressure being forced into almost every media product that they consume. It's not something that they ask for, and when they complain about it or they try to ask a question, they are treated like social dissidents. These people are paying for these things. It's not that these things can't exist in games, it's just that you can't expect people to want it or like it. And if you want your customers to be happy, you have to give them what they want, not what you want. When I asked Merrick about the growing divide between players and developers, or just the industry in general, and why so few studios seem willing to even ask any hard questions, he said something that really stuck with me. I think most of them are asking, but too often they ask selectively, avoiding questions they don't want to ask. That quote cuts to the heart of the issue. Sure, we see plenty of studios pretending to engage, collecting feedback, sending out surveys, running community Q&A, but it's all incredibly curated, selective, sanitized. They'll ask what weapon balance feels like, or what feature you want in the next patch, but they won't ask why players are feeling alienated, why character designs are getting roasted, or why games like Concord flop while games like Marvel Rivals take off. In a lot of cases, the industry simply isn't asking questions they don't want the answers to. Continuing my conversation with Merrick, I asked about what else they've been doing to improve their games and leverage player feedback, and he went on to say that CI Games recently started.
I'll tell you why Marvel Rivals is succeeding. They have a bunch of horny Chinese developers making women. And Concord is made by a bunch of California lesbians who hate men. Shocking. You know, who could have seen the outcome?
Working with the same playtesting agency that helped FromSoft with Elden Ring. And while they're not designing by committee, they are validating their design through player feedback. Now, that might seem obvious, but that's not how a lot of studios work anymore. Finally, I'd asked him if this kind of transparency and player-first focus was just a phase or whether it was something they were going to be committed to long-term. He responded saying, we made a promise to be player-first and we will stay fully committed to that. But the key focus will always remain on making the best games we can. Now, look, I'm not going to say that CI Games or Hexwork are perfect. I'm not saying that every studio needs to agree with every player. Hell, I'm not even saying that every studio or publisher should follow exactly what CI Games and Hexworks are doing. But if we want this industry to get better, to make games better, to rebuild trust that's been bleeding for years now, we need more of this. More honesty, more questions, more humility, more studios that are willing to say, we were wrong.
Yeah, Overwatch 2 is basically dead at this point. I mean, I don't think anybody even really plays Overwatch at all except the people that are, you know, holding on to the copium supply. You know, they just have invested so much time and money into it, they probably just don't want to let it go, bro. But in reality, I don't think anybody actually cares about it anymore.
And change course. More studios willing to listen. CI Games and Hexworks aren't just patching a game, they're patching a broken relationship between players, publishers, and studios. And Lords of the Fallen and its 2.0 patch is just the first step down that path. A move towards more transparency and real discussions is the only way that we're going to get better games. It's how this industry heals over time, because it does need to heal. It's been struggling for a while, and I'm sure this is going to lead to some tough conversations, and people's feelings are bound to get hurt, but it's the only way for things to get better. It's the only way for us to get better games and for some of these people to be able to keep their jobs in some cases. I think far too often people want to shy away from these kind of topics, and because of that, they then just dismiss whatever the other side has to say. When you got two walls that are screaming at each other and neither one of them want to move, well, nothing can happen. Can't have that. It's great to see how much Lords of the Fallen has improved. I love seeing a studio genuinely listening to their audience, implementing that feedback, iterating on that design, and improving their game. That's exactly what they've done. 2 years this game has been out. Like I said before, in most cases, it would have been long abandoned. They never gave up on it. It has been an absolute joy to play. I recommend it to everybody that's been watching this video. And while CI Games and Hexworks aren't going to get it right every single time, no studio ever does, at least these guys are trying. And from my perspective, that's more than we get in a lot of cases. So I appreciate that. I want to give a huge thanks to you guys, the viewer, because if it wasn't for you, something like this wouldn't even be possible. This kind of collaboration wouldn't be possible. I want to give a huge thanks to Lords of the Fallen for sponsoring this video. Make sure that you guys go and check out the 2.0 update. It'll be live by the time this video has gone up. I've been playing it. I've been really enjoying it. If you have the game, re-download it. Invite one of your friends to come and play it for free. If you don't have the game, they have wildly deep discounts across the board. PlayStation Store, Xbox, Epic Game Store, Steam, all of them. Up to 70% off on almost every single platform. Go check it out. Go give the game a buy. It's definitely worth your money. And yeah, that's all I have. I'm actually going to hop off and play a little bit more. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below, share the video with your friends, and come follow me on Twitch. Watch me live. Stay cool, stay righteous.
All right.
When it was clear that Call of Duty wasn't really moving Game Pass.
You are wrong. All of you are wrong.
You're wrong. Net subscriptions went down year over year in the quarter that Call of Duty came out on Game Pass. So, no, that's correct.
Itself, this past fall and into this year, I was like, it's never going to happen. I mean, now you know it's never going to happen. And
What do you mean by that?
And in fact, you might have preferred the people that came onto Game Pass for 1 or 2 months to have just bought it. That was like the whole thing, is like they would have just bought it. And I think they realized that.
Yeah, bro, I would have just bought it. I would have spent $100 on Black Ops 6. Instead, I tried it in Goy Pass and immediately dropped it. So they would have gotten $100 out of me instead of whatever fraction of, the amount I paid for that 3-year stacking membership. So, what, like 180 times 3, so 180, or no, not 180. 180 divided by 3 divided by 12. That would be it. So, yeah, 60, so $5 basically is what I paid to play Black Ops 6 that month. $5. So, Microsoft lost out on $95. RIP.
Kind of hurting themselves because games aren't. We didn't know when they started up Game Pass what we know now, which is that, yeah, people don't really like this.
What did you say?
Like, it's cool, it's value driven, but people like choice. They also like marinating on games for a long time. People play games differently.
People don't like you very much, do they? First things first, let me rewind this clip.
I'm not going to say anything.
First things first, let me rewind this clip. There's a specific part where he says that people like choice.
But people like choice. But people like choice. But people like choice.
Are you stupid or something?
Nero Redwood with the 5. If you ever get a chance, I'd say give the game a shot. And Dark Souls 3 is the best in the trilogy. And the last good FromSoft game. I agree, man. It is their best game. Hands down. Dark Souls 3 is great. The only part I don't like, obviously, Poison. But, that's everybody who plays Dark Souls ever. But, yeah, that's the one bad part.
All right,
Poison
awesome.
Swamp.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Other than that, it's great.
Colin, Xbox Game Pass is a choice. Xbox is not forcing you to subscribe to Xbox Game Pass. Phil Spencer is not knocking on your door with the AK saying, yo, you better subscribe to Game Pass or else. You can still buy the games. What do you mean people like choice? Yes, people like choice. And out of all the companies out there, Xbox gives you choice.
Dude, I will never understand this hero worship of Phil Spencer. It has to be the single gayest thing that happens in the video game community. Hands down.
They say, hey, if you don't want an Xbox console, you don't have to buy an Xbox console. You can play on cloud. You can play on PC. Hell, you can play on PlayStation or Nintendo. They gave you choice. They give you...
How old is this? 14 hours.
Choice. So to say something like that is absolutely ridiculous. Now, with that being said, listen, it's no surprise that Colin Moriarty hates Xbox. The guy hates Phil Spencer.
I'm in the same boat. Fuck Xbox, bro. I huffed the copium for too long.
He hates Xbox Game Pass. He is not a fan of the Xbox brand. I mean,
I'm not either. What is the Xbox brand? Bargain bin slop for $20 a month? A dead console that nobody wants to buy that's now even more expensive? What is the Xbox brand? Garbage games at a decent price? Okay.
Listen to what this guy says right here.
I think Activision was Bobby Kotick just wanted to get his golden parachute and jump out of the plane.
That acquisition changed everything for Microsoft. It was a huge. If you care about Xbox, that was a huge mistake. If you don't care about Xbox and you just care about Microsoft gaming or just a person in the industry that wants games, it's great. But
I just wanted to get my $95 a share. But
that caused the undoing of Xbox. But I think that
you really think so?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Well, I don't understand how that would be the undoing.
He said Activision Blizzard caused the undoing of Xbox. The undoing of Xbox. If you guys read these...
Yeah, it forced them to get rid of their exclusive strategy, which is what's killed the console. Wowie zowie. That's hard to figure out.
Numbers, the Q3 fiscal reports, says PC Game Pass revenue grew 45% year over year.
Yeah, how are those consoles looking, buddy? Like, this is what I hate about Xbox, bro. Is when you say it killed Xbox, literally anyone with a functioning brain would say, oh yeah, you're talking about the console. But they're like, no, actually, I'm referring to the entire Xbox business unit as far as games being sold on other platforms aside from the console. It's like, nobody fucking cares, bro. When you say PlayStation, no one thinks, oh yeah, PlayStation's games on Steam. No, you think of the actual physical PlayStation 5. When you say Xbox, you think of the physical Xbox Series X. You don't think of, a fucking cloud streaming service or them selling their shit on other people's platforms. Like, no, you think of the actual console. But these fucking disingenuous Xbots love to go, actually. Yeah, show the console stats, buddy, because that's what they're talking about.
Over year, cloud gaming new record surpassing 150 million hours played for the first time this quarter. They're making money off of PlayStation, and they broke a record for Xbox. So, was Activision Blizzard the undoing of Xbox? Colin, you're wrong, my man.
What's that profit looking like? Nobody cares about revenue. Top line revenue means absolutely nothing. Let's see the actual profit.
Now, you can say buying Activision Blizzard hurt the console war. You can say guys like Tim Dog flipped and cried and other former Xbox guys, but that's it. You think Microsoft care about our console war? You think they care about the ammunition the PlayStation fanboys have to brag about Xbox games going to PlayStation? The arrogance on this guy. He said Activision Blizzard was the undoing. How is breaking records the undoing of Xbox? Xbox has...
Because your console's dead, bruh. There's nothing. There's zero reason to own it. They're going to get rid of hardware. It's only a matter of time.
Been around since 2001? And you said that this was the undoing of Xbox and they broke a record for a quarter? Stop it. Stop it, sir. Listen, I don't know.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's amazing how profitable it is when you don't actually sell shit on your own platform and you sell it on everybody else's. Wild. So basically, he's admitting that Xbox became more profitable when they stopped selling shit to their own customers and started selling stuff on PlayStation instead. Interesting. That's a really interesting way to frame it.
Oh, what Phil Spencer did to this guy? But this guy hates Xbox, man. You can't tell me otherwise. I mean, he would never admit it. But
I don't like Xbox either. They've given me no reason to like them. What has Xbox done that gives you a reason to like them? Their games are subpar slop. Yeah, you have a budget-friendly way to play them, I guess, if you want to play all those slop games, but they've ruined all their franchises. They've destroyed any reason to buy their console. And really, there's genuinely no reason to be a fan of them anymore. Gears of War, dead. Halo, dead. Fable has been gone for... When did Fable 3 come out? 16 years? I guess Forza's still fine, but, that's on everything now, so don't need an Xbox to play that anymore. So, what exactly do you have to be thrilled about at this point? Like, what are you even a fan of when it comes to Xbox? Getting 60 to 70s, ranked games for $20 a month every once in a while? Like, wowie zowie, man. Hooray. I mean, Doom is like their only good game they have coming out, and that's it. Literally it. And it's a franchise they didn't make or cultivate, so I guess good job, Xbox, for not ruining that yet.
Of his actions admit that he hates the brand. He wants Game Pass to fail. He wants Xbox to fail. But what he needs to do is pay attention to what's going on at PlayStation.
Yeah, I want Xbox to fail, and I want them to take the entire Western video game industry with them.
Yes, how they have absolutely no games. They have nothing. Let's see what happens in the future with PlayStation, because right now, these guys are acting like Xbox is doing bad. And they're doing the opposite of bad. If you want to talk about the little 6% dip in hardware, hell, that was less than I thought it would be. Maybe...
The little sick... Okay, yeah, the problem is when you have a 40% dip in hardware, then you have a 35% dip in hardware, Then you have another 35% dip in hardware. And then you have a 6% dip in hardware. You're still way down, bro. Like, hold on. Let me do something real quick. Let's do something real quick. Ready? You want to see what a dip in hardware looks like? So let's say we have 1 million consoles sold, okay, the first year. Then it goes down 40%. So the next year you sell 600,000. Then it goes down 35%, which is, I think this is accurate. Oh, wait, fuck. I did that wrong. Shit. Hold on. Ignore it. There we go. So you start out with 1 million, times it by 0.6 for a 40% drop. Next year you sell 600,000. Then goes down 35%, so 0.65. Then you're down to 390,000. Then it goes down another 35%. Now you're down to 253,000, but you know, it's okay. It's just an itty bitty drop of 6%. So you times that by 0.96, or wait, no, not 96, 94. There we go. Now you're down to 238,000. Isn't this great sales, guys? You start out with 1 million, then you go down to 600,000, then 390,000, then 253,000. Now you're all the way down to 238,000. You know, great job, Xbox. You're doing incredibly well. So, yeah. It's just a tiny drop of 6%, dude. After, you know, massive drops in the like the previous years. But hey, you know, at least it doesn't look that bad right now. See, Regner with a 5 I coped for Xbox for too long, as they had hope leading into this gen. Gave up 2 years ago and mostly play PC and Switch, as I'll wait for PS games. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, bro, is like, I gave him plenty of time. I was huffing the hopium. I had the Phil Spencer Will of Phil effect in full force. I thought maybe they could turn it around once they got Bethesda and then Activision, like they'd actually do something with it, and nope. Absolutely nothing. So now you don't even need to buy an Xbox, even if you play on console. So there's genuinely zero reason to care about that console anymore, bro. It's over. Like, Xbox as a console is dead. And people still trying to claim that it's not are just mad coping at this point.
Xbox is doing okay. So yeah, Colin Moriarty hates Xbox. He needs to focus on what PlayStation is doing. Will they have a showcase? They had a game that they published delayed until August or whatever. You know, so it's a lot of stuff that's going on right now. But yet and still, these guys are stupid and they're arrogant. A couple of days ago, this guy named the Joker, he posted one of Matt Piscatella tweets, or Blue Sky posts, I should say, and it says, U.S. spending on video game subscriptions has been basically flat for years, following 2020-2021 growth, only boosted by 12% in Q4 thanks to Call of Duty going to Game Pass. Subscriptions are certainly not the future of gaming, although they can continue to be part of it. So the Joker, did you see what he said? But Game Pass, they said. The funny thing with this guy, Dark Lord, he tagged me, he said, Griggity, it's okay, Game Pass is not growing. Oh my God, this was just a couple of days ago, guys. This was literally a couple of days ago. He said Game Pass is not growing. First off, the Joker, this Matt Piscatella post that he's referring to,
Hey, you know what's funny, though? So it only grew by 12%, okay? Spending on subscriptions went up 12%. What percentage did Xbox increase the price of Game Pass by? What percentage was that increase? It went from what, $17 to $20? So, you know, I don't really think you have to be a genius to figure out, you know, the main driving force of why subscription revenue increased when the main subscription revenue, you know, provider in that category increased their prices at the exact same time. I don't know, man. Call me crazy, but it might just be that might have had something to do with it.
Who was talking about Game Pass? He was talking about PlayStation Plus removing 20 plus games from their service. Isn't that funny how he cropped out the part where Matt Piscatella was referring to PlayStation Plus and made it seem like he was talking about Game Pass. Now, he did mention subscription services, but you guys know what I'm saying. Talking about catching the L, you guys are pieces of shit. And I'm going to say this before I get out of here. Console sales is what these guys like to brag about because PlayStation is obviously winning in console sales. And Xbox keep on telling you guys it's not about console sales anymore. Hell, not even...
Yeah, and Xbox also told you that all their acquisitions were to make console exclusives, so congratulations. You're still drinking the fucking Kool-Aid at this point.
Xbox. Not only Xbox said that in the past. Remember when Shuhei Yoshida said PlayStation platform should be judged by user count, not hardware sales, while discussing pricing struggles for PS5? Phil Spencer said that.
Yes, while discussing pricing struggles for PS5. No shit, because there's still a ton of people on the PS4 that are still buying games on PlayStation. Holy fuck, bro. These guys are just so unintelligent. They are so unintelligent. It's sad. Yeah, he's talking about the people who are still on PS4, still actively purchasing and playing games on PlayStation. They're not talking about soccer moms with Candy Crush.
For years. Cody Wood says, one tweet says it all. PlayStation, 123 million MAUs. Xbox, 500 million MAUs. Xbox isn't failing. Console sales isn't the measurement of...
Wow, dude, yeah. Candy Crush moms are the exact same thing as PlayStation console owners.
Success, according to Xbox and PlayStation. They've said it before, they'll say it again. The only reason PlayStation fanboys love to talk shit about console sales is because the PlayStation 5 is selling well. But if you look at...
I mean, maybe that's an indicator that, you know, maybe PlayStation's doing the right thing, man. I don't know. Maybe Xbox is doing something wrong. If they can't sell anything, then maybe Xbox is the one that's not doing something right. But hey, you know, maybe I'm just tripping. I don't know.
At what they're providing for their fan base, they have no games. Death Stranding 2 comes out in the summer. Ghost of Yotei comes out in the fall. Their roadmap looks like shit. They canceled 10 games in 3 years. They're probably not going to have a showcase. They just had a...
Xbox should cancel most of the games it puts out because most of them aren't even worth playing.
State of play about Borderlands 4. What's going on with PlayStation? Can we please talk about that? But guys, like...
What the fuck is going on with Xbox? Can we talk about what the fuck is on your screen right now? This absolutely disgusting, just... Ugh. Dude, I absolutely hate it about.
Colin Moriarty and the rest of his pony brethren.
Such an ugly fucking game, man.
Wants to continue to hope and wish that Xbox Game Pass is a failure. They hope and wish that wants to continue
that thing. That is just literally liberal hellscape type shit.
Continue to hope and wish that Xbox Game Pass is a failure. They hope and wish that Xbox Game Pass continues to be third place and they spent all this money on Activision and nothing happened. Wrong. You guys were wrong. So I hope Colin Moriarty comes out there and admits that he was wrong about Xbox Game Pass being a failure, or how Call of Duty didn't help anything with Xbox Game Pass, how it didn't help Xbox Game Pass move the needle. Listen, PC Game Pass growing by 45%. That's a big number, bro. 45% year over year. That's a huge number. I'm sorry. Y'all can try to downplay. I know they're going to be guys that try to downplay.
Yeah, because barely anyone had it before. PC Game Pass was like 10% of the entire subscription base. It was tiny. So, yeah, again, it's about the raw numbers. It's not about percentages. Like, unless you have raw numbers to go with the percentages, they mean absolutely nothing. So, that's what's important.
Yeah, but that's a huge number. 45% growth year over year? Yeah, and it's because of Call of Duty going into Game Pass. And don't try to come at me, no, but what about it's not, the console's not growing. It's only PC Game Pass. Console Game Pass didn't grow. Shut that shit up. Because I'm pretty sure PC Game Pass, console Game Pass, it all goes to Microsoft. And I'm sure they include the number together. So that's growth. Don't start y'all shit. Look, I gotta go. If you like this video, please hit the like button. If you happen to stumble across my channel, you think I'm decent enough, why don't you go ahead and subscribe? And if you subscribe, please hit that notification.
These guys are like actively cheering on the death of the console, which I just find super ironic with a lot of these Xbots. It is funny, man. Alright, let's see.
If it isn't the Nintendo Switch 2 selling out immediately. Guys, there is nothing that I love more than making a video saying I was right. Oh, yes, I was right. Oh my God, I'm patting myself on the back, boys. I'm patting myself on the back. I was right again. I'm always right. This is actually crazy. Good thing I'm so humble. Otherwise, I'd be so annoying about this, right? Let's take a look. Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders, latest updates as console remains sold out at GameStop, Walmart, Target, Best Buy, and
Oh, let me read these real quick. Brett with the 5. The only thing I care about is Overwatch. I don't care if it's because of Marvel Rivals, but they have been releasing fun content recently. I might donate it soon. Fun content. I don't know. Are they still releasing mentally ill new characters? I haven't even kept up with Overwatch. Have the new characters been visually repulsive, or have they actually been pretty decent? Noski Woski with the 2. It just started raining, but me and dog are inside. Nice, man. The worst is when you're out walking your dog and it starts raining. I've had that happen quite a few times, and it sucks. But glad you're inside and dry.
Others, some were reportedly able to pre-order at Walmart over the weekend, but the console is now back to being unavailable. The Verge reports Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders are open at GameStop. Update sold out. This was 5 days ago. GameStop is currently offering another opportunity to pre-order the Switch 2. Looking at CNET, Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders, still no restocks at US retailers. Last week, the pre-orders sold out in minutes, but we're keeping track for any new availability. So what happened, guys? What happened to the backlash? What happened to the outrage? What happened to the, oh, the Switch 2 is too expensive, no one's gonna buy it? Or, oh, Nintendo is just so greedy that they finally burned their last bridge and no one's gonna buy the Switch 2. Oh, the Switch 2 is the next Wii U, right? No one's buying the Wii U, right? And listen, I've been covering the Switch 2 the whole time. We've been tracking its launch. We covered the leak earlier in 2024. We covered the reveal after the original Nintendo Direct. We covered the backlash for the games, and we covered the game prices here on the channel. We've been tracking the Switch 2 for a long time here, and while I have said that the Switch 2 could be the new Wii U, I said it was not going to be because of the price, but it's going to be because of the marketing. People think that this is just a Switch Pro, even though it is obviously not. This is clearly the next generation of the Switch. Many of the games on the Switch 2 will not be coming to the regular Switch. It will feel like a Switch Pro at launch because lots of the Switch games are coming with an enhanced version, but this is, no mistake, not a Switch Pro. This is the Switch 2, and that might be the biggest downfall. But a lot of people had a meltdown on Twitter, on X, on Reddit, everywhere, on YouTube especially. People were having an absolute meltdown at the Switch 2 price point at launch. People were saying that gamers are not going to buy this. People were saying that this is just Nintendo being greedy, even though I pointed out in my videos that if you adjust for inflation, the price of the Switch 2 is perfectly reasonable. In fact, it's actually less buying power than the Super Nintendo.
Well, dude, the Switch 2 is cheaper than the fucking PS5 and Xbox Series X, especially the Xbox Series X now. So it's not even like inappropriately priced. You don't even have to factor in inflation. It's still, you know, normally priced considering market conditions. When the original Switch came out, the PS4 Slim was $300 and the Xbox One was $300. So, yeah, it's like literally the exact same price as the other consoles, just like when the original Switch came out. So, I really did not get the outrage over the price. It's normal. $500 is a normal console price. Brit with the 2, well, they made a third-person mode. Widowmaker usage probably dramatically increased.
When the Super Nintendo was first revealed. You can check out the videos on my channel if you missed that, but $80 in 2025 is about the same as $60 in 2015, which is what you were paying for Xbox 360 games. So the truth is, and I've been the only adult in the room it feels like, but the truth is that the Switch 2 is fairly priced, and maybe it's slightly on the high end to sandbag for the future of the console, right? If this is anything like the first Switch, we're gonna be having this thing around for 8 years, right? And so they want to make sure that in 4 years, the price is still reasonable, and inflation has been insane lately, and also we have global trade is in question right now. Tariffs and all these other things are like shocking the world at the moment, and maybe those will stick, maybe they won't, I don't know. That's not the point of this video, but the point is that the price of
Eclipse of the 2, Xbox did them a favor. Yeah, Xbox is always shooting themselves in the foot to the benefit of others. That's just the Microsoft way. I think it's also to deter people from buying the consoles at this point. I genuinely think they're getting out of hardware at this rate. I think they're done. Oski Woski with the 5, mute Brit. EB7 asked me to mute her. Okay. Sorry, Brittany Dick Chan. You're gone. We'll watch it real quick. What leads one to discover this type of stuff, I wonder? Autism, possibly PK. Jeez, man. I don't know, like, the whole process of that would just never occur in my natural, I guess, path of playing a game. Is that the meta combo? Maybe.
So the Switch 2 and its game.
Oh, Eclipse with the 2? Yeah, the same thought, self-unalive. Yeah, exactly. It feels like they're just committing brand suicide at this point. Like, it feels deliberate.
Have actually been perfectly reasonable all along, and I was right. I was right. We see the Switch 2 sold out in minutes. Now, I already know you're writing a comment about scalpers, right? I already know you're doing that. And it's true that there were scalpers that purchased a large portion of the inventory for the Switch 2.
Yep, but if nobody wanted it, nobody would be scalping it.
I suspect. Obviously, we can't prove it, but here's what that means. Okay, first of all, if all of the Switch 2s were pre-ordered, let's say 100% of them were bought by scalpers. Great news. Nintendo sold all of their Nintendo Switch 2 consoles in minutes. Let me repeat that again. If everyone who bought the Switch 2 is a scalper, then the outcome is that Nintendo sold all of their Switch 2 units in minutes. Guess who doesn't care if the buyer is a scalper? Nintendo. They get their money at the end of the day. It does not matter, right? Okay, so first bullet point, Nintendo sold out in minutes. Doesn't matter who bought it. Nintendo made their money. It sold out. Second bullet point, if the scalpers are in fact the ones that bought these consoles, what that means is they are going to sell them for more money, right? They're going to make a profit on these consoles most likely. And so what that means is there are Nintendo fans who actually think that $449 is a low price point for the Switch 2, further proving what I was saying all along, that the $449 is a totally reasonable price point. Some people are going to spend $500, $600, $700 on a scalped Switch 2, which means price.
They already are. They're selling for like $600, $700 right now, which that number will probably go up closer to launch.
Was not the issue to begin with. So what we can learn here is that you have to ignore the internet outrage, okay? The internet has no critical thinking ability. The internet is purely emotionally driven. It is purely rage bait. It is purely reactionary, okay? Everybody that you see making a YouTube video talking about how Nintendo's so greedy, everybody you see raging over on Reddit, everyone you see raging on Twitter, right? These are all people who are having an emotional reaction to a video game console, right? You have to understand that those people are not using logic. They're upset about a video game, right? They're having an illogical response here. And I said in my videos, I said, you can go back and watch, that the price point will not be the reason that the Switch 2 fails if it does fail, because normal people are not part of this crazy backlash campaign that is going on Reddit, on Twitter, wherever, right? The normal people, when this stuff came out, were at work, okay? They were at work, they were, making dinner for their kids, they were at school, like these normal people didn't even know that people were upset about the price of the Switch 2, and look, it's completely sold out immediately. Let's see what Reddit has to say about this, okay? Half the internet was hating, yet the Switch 2 sold out in its first hours. Yeah, that really does make you think, doesn't it? Really does make you think. Almost as if the forums on the internet aren't a reliable source of information. Wow, we have some high IQ individuals here over on Reddit who actually, they actually understand. The internet is a minor echo chamber that comes nowhere close to representing the actual population. I mentioned this in previous videos with Hogwarts Legacy. There was all sorts of outrage on Twitter. It went on to be one of the best-selling games of the year. I'm willing to wager that some of the people on that half still pre-ordered the Switch 2. Yes, that is exactly true. Remember, people are upset about the price on Twitter and they still pre-ordered it, okay? I know that's what happened. I know it is, because I know people that have complained about the price of the Switch 2 on YouTube publicly in their videos, and then they have followed.
Yep, Young, yeah, Dreamcast guy, pretty much all of them went and bought it.
Followed up making a here's everything I pre-ordered on the Switch 2 video. Like, hello, like you actually have no principles. You have absolutely no principles. This is all illogic. All the people on that have still ordered one. They'll have an eBay post up in the morning for confirmed Nintendo Switch 2 pre-order, $900, 100% true. Almost as if the billion-dollar corporations do their fucking market research. This is exactly what I said, bro. I said that there are people at Nintendo that work there, and their literal job is to figure out what is the ideal price point of the Switch 2, right? If you can sell more units at $399 versus $449, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to make more money, right? The difference in the sales has to make sense, right? So if someone's doing their market research and they say, okay, if we bump up the price from $399 to $449, we're going to lose 1% of our customer base. It's like, okay, well, that's a no-brainer, because that's a what, 12% increase in price, right? No brainer. Of course they're going to do that, right? And it's just hilarious to me that like your average everyday guy who's just like not employed, education, training, the needs, right? They're sitting at home in their dark room. Nintendo's actually ruining their reputation right now. It's like, buddy, someone makes $130,000 a year to figure out what the optimal price point of the Switch 2 is. There's no way you're going to do it by having a knee-jerk emotional reaction on Twitter. Like, oh, $449 feels too high. Well, who cares?
My mom won't buy it for me. Therefore, it's too high, dude.
How you feel. Are people gonna buy it or not? And the answer is clearly yes. No, didn't you hear? Anyone who pre-ordered a Switch 2 is just a corporate shill bootlicker, and the Switch 2 is definitely going to fail once the Nintendo shill fanboys stop artificially inflating the sales. Yes, that's right. Nintendo fans are artificially inflating the sales by purchasing the console, by completing sales, by doing the transactions. It's all artificial. Especially Reddit. Reddit is always wrong. Fact. Oh, here we go. Here's the backtracking. Oh, it's happening already. I mean, as far as I can recall, people are really only mad at the gaming prices, not the consoles. Okay, so now we're revising.
That is an absolute lie.
in history, 6 days in, people were furious that the console was $449. They were losing their mind. Everyone thought it would be $399. People, it was trending on Twitter after the Nintendo Direct. This is absolutely not true.
That is a straight up lie, dude. That is a literal fucking lie.
People were mad about both of them, okay? And the other part about this too is people weren't actually mad at the game prices. They were mad at Mario Kart being 80, right? A lot of the other games that are coming out are 70, and no one's talking about those because 70 is the accepted price point for games these days. It's 70 when you buy a PS5 game. Like, it is what it is. Mario Kart being 80 is the one people were mad about. So this is just not even true, and it has all these upvotes, which is how I know I'm right, okay? Because people agree with this on Reddit, so obviously they're wrong. Here's the other copium. Scalpers would have bought them even if there was universal criticism. It's an item with limited stock that will be in demand. Yes, this is true, but the scalpers only make money if people actually pay them for it. So if the scalpers sell their product, then those people would have bought the products regardless. Here's another one. Seriously, OP is honestly both naive and completely disingenuous. Who the hell thought Switch 2s would just be sitting on the shelf? Obviously they sold out. There's a limited amount, and the on-off tariff nonsense makes it a complete toss-up on how stock and price will pan out later in the year. So this is the again, the other backtracking that we have here. I remember vividly everyone was saying that Nintendo was raising their prices out of greed and that tariffs were not the reason.
Who
right?
is
People
this guy? OmniArc TV. I haven't ever heard of him before. Let's see what type of content he makes.
Would you believe it if I told you that GameStop in New York City?
Let's see. So it just looks like he does general commentary stuff. Uh-oh, dude. He's ruining gaming! He bought a $5,000 PC! No, dude. You basically killed the entire gaming hobby. Yeah, just like me for real, dude. Hell yeah.
Explicitly said that it's not tariffs, Nintendo's just greedy. And now we're backtracking again. Oh, obviously it sold out because of tariffs, right? Stupid. You're stupid. I'm sorry, you're stupid. I was right again. Just like any luxury product with a limited release, there's insane queues and it sells out immediately. We saw it with the sneaker releases for a decade. The PS5 was only obtainable through raffles for like a year post-release, and every major company is caught on how this drives demand. It drives demand. Okay, so what you're saying is that $449 was never a problem. Like, if there's super high demand because it's in limited supply, then that means the price was never a problem, right? It's still in demand at $449. All right. The launch will be fine. The question is how it'll fare after launch. The prices might make it harder to sell to the general public. The people who pre-ordered are enthusiasts. Okay, so are they enthusiasts or are they scalpers, right? Like, the internet, we're just grasping at straws here. It's everything all at once somehow. It's not, it can't possibly be that there's just people like that just want to buy the Switch 2, right? That it's just, oh, the new Switch is coming out, let's get it, right? Like, that's not it. It's either enthusiasts or scalpers, or somehow it's both. Let's just say it's enthusiastic scalpers, right? And of course they're scalpers, like, no. And also, this is historically not.
I'm an enthusiastic scalper.
True, right? If you look at the Wii U, for example, which was notoriously a flop by Nintendo's standards, the Wii U sold worse in its first week than the Wii, right? I mean, this article is from 2013, so this is like, we're going to the source here, okay? January 11th here, and it says that the Wii U's first week did 400,000, and the Wii did 600,000 in the first week. This is in the USA alone, okay? So the Wii U had a worse launch and then went on to be a worse selling console. If the Switch 2 has a fantastic launch, which we're already seeing, it's selling out everywhere, right? So, okay, if the Switch 2 has a fantastic...
Nah, it was supposed to be $700 for the Switch 2, according to Dreamcast guy. At least, I mean, if you want to buy off eBay, that's what you'll pay, but yeah, nowhere at retail. Jesus with the 5. I don't understand how Phil Spencer still has a job. Any normal company would have fired him 4 years ago when Xbox fell so far behind. That's what I'm saying, bro. He's got to have like the Epstein files or something. There's something crazy going on at Microsoft. That's all I know.
Launch and pre-orders, is it then just going to crater or fall off a cliff immediately? Like, I don't think so, right? I don't necessarily think so. I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong, but I think it's going to be a perfectly reasonable launch. Will it be as good as the original Switch? I doubt it. I doubt the Switch 2 is going to outsell the Switch 1 because the Switch was an all new thing and it was an all new design, all new gimmick, all that other stuff. The Switch 2 adds to that, but it doesn't.
Awesome. I don't think it's going to outsell it because, you know, we won't have a pandemic in the middle of the generation where a bunch of women are looking for Animal Crossing.
Change enough to like really be innovative, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a Wii U out of the box. This person says, we just saw $1,000 graphics cards sell out. No chance people are reasonable here. And that, again, 100% true. The consumers cannot...
my $4,000 GPU, bro.
Control themselves when it comes to their entertainment. Dude, no, people are buying this thing. Reddit is just a bunch of whiny babies. Yeah, pretty much. That's, I mean, I've said that since day one. Turns out I was right. And this, I think this person perfectly illustrates why so many YouTubers were so negative towards the Switch 2's reveal, right? Look at all the videos on YouTube from 2017. YouTubers who all said the Switch 1 will fail catastrophically, and Nintendo should rather give up the hardware and go third party. Now the Switch will soon be the best-selling console of all time. Drama just clicks better. Clicks bring money, so it needs drama. Again, this is the same thing. Everyone is just pandering to their base. People are freaking out on Twitter saying that the Switch 2 is too expensive. So, okay, the YouTubers are going to do what the YouTubers are going to do. They're going to make a clickbait title and thumbnail saying, oh my god, the Switch 2 2 is ridiculously overpriced. That way people get their positive reinforcement. They click on the video just to hear the opinion that they want to hear. Yes, oh my god, yes, I'm right. Oh, I'm right. The Switch 2 is so expensive, right? And those videos do numbers. And then, of course, everyone who clicks on the video ends up buying a Switch 2 anyway. And that YouTuber is making Switch 2 content for the next 4 years. That's just how it is, right? Like, let's be real. Anyway, guys, I just wanted to make this video for a couple of reasons. One, I wanted to update you guys on how the Switch 2 is going. I personally have not pre-ordered the Switch 2. I've been so busy the last few weeks that with the confusion on the pre-order date and they postponed it.
We need those Doge refund checks, man.
And then I was like, oh, it's the 24th, and I kind of forgot because I've been busy. I was late to the party. Okay, I checked later in the day on the 24th. Obviously, it was already sold out at that point, so I didn't get one. I'll get one eventually. I'm not too worried about it. I'd like to have it on launch day, but you know, if I don't get it on launch day, it's fine, right? It's fine. I don't want to have to pay scalper prices, but if I got a bump, if I pay an extra $50, maybe I'll consider doing it. But anything beyond that's ridiculous, so I'm not going to do it. So we'll see. I'll get my hands on a Switch 2 eventually. Not sweating it, but I personally was unable to get one. But this is the update and the current status of the Switch 2 hype. People are excited for it. People are buying it. It is selling out the pre-orders. And once again, I'm making this video to say that I was right. Oh yes, I love that. I love it. I love it. If you guys want more correct opinions, subscribe to the channel down below and click that bell button. Let me know in the comment section below your thoughts on the Switch 2 selling out. Which of the copiums are you huffing? Is oh, it's just all the scalpers, or oh no, it's just the enthusiasts and the regular people aren't gonna buy the Switch 2? Let me know in the comment section below your thoughts. And while you're down there, drop a thumbs up on the video. It really helps out the channel a ton. It helps get this video out.
Hold on, let's see real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, today,
let's see if he's based. I'm not gonna say this is a bad ranking. Now, personally, I have some issues with the placement. But the fact that this is an S tier, that's a strong agree. Same with Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I think that's good. My only issue is I would bump Fire Red, Leaf Green down probably to A tier. I'd move Yellow and Red and Blue down to probably B tier. Yeah, that's fine there. That's fine. Sun and Moon down to F. X and Y, I guess is fine. Crystal's fine. Yeah, this would get moved up to A. This would probably get moved up to A as well. This would get moved to D tier. Or actually, I'd probably move Sword and Shield to C tier. Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu would probably be B. I think they're fine for what they are. Scarlet and Violet, F. Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond, I'd put in B tier. So, I do have some beefs, but overall, I think this is a pretty solid list. I can respect this. You know, as long as you have Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire in S tier, then that's fine. That means you have at least a very high quality standard for the pinnacle of Pokemon. Alright, so next up...
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
I can't afford this shit!
On August 1st, 2024, deputies with the Frederick County Sheriff's Office in Maryland were dispatched to the Super 8 Motel in an attempt to locate 45-year-old...
That bridge be closed, yo. Shit. Let's see. So, Tejas Ranger with the 5. Griffin, stop shilling for Nintendo, please. Never. I love me Nintendies. Me Nintendies are, you know, one of the few remaining things from my childhood that have not let me down. So. And Jesus with a 5, you should watch Minimal Effort Live's video about marathons. Quick video. Yeah, we can check it out. Oski with the 2, Let's Go Eevee was goated, fight me. Other than the catching mechanic, I agree. I think it had the perfect art style. Like, that should be the modern art style of Pokemon, is Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. But my only beef with it is I did not like the gyro catching. That shit pissed me off. But aside from that, it was fine.
Old Jack Edgar Primer of Freedom, Pennsylvania. Primer was wanted on a felony warrant out of Beaver County, Pennsylvania for child...
Oh my god, bro. This is your average, you know. I don't even know what this... Look, cat. This has, I guess, lolly profile picture written all over it. Like, the average dude with a lolly profile picture, I guess, is probably what this guy would be described as.
child sexual assault, abuse, and possession of child pornography. Deputies
Oh
located
yeah, definitely then. Okay.
Primer's vehicle in the parking lot, confirmed which room he was in, and moved in for the arrest. Unknown to
Definitely
officers at the
lolly
time, Primer was
profile
armed with a loaded gun.
Looks like me. I
Sheriff's
still have my hair, bro.
Sheriff's office, come to the door.
I might be a fat, ugly piece of shit, but at least I still have my hair.
To talk to you. You know what? Open the door. Now.
Hey, right now, I got a gun.
So do we. Open the door with your hands up. Now. Now. No, open the door now. We'll figure that out. Come out now. Open the door. Hey.
Man, fuck
come
you.
closer. Get behind over there. Open the door. Come now. Hey.
Place the breaching charge.
You got your camera on? Mr. Primer, open the door. Now.
Getting dressed.
Come out with your hands up. We don't want anybody to get hurt. Mr. Primer. Find open the door. Jerry, you got hands.
Whenever you open the door.
I'm moving over there.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Come out now. Come out now. You know you have a warrant. Come out now. Right now. You have a warrant. You're under arrest. Come out right now. Open the door and come out now. With your hands up, slowly. Yeah, for now. Mr. Primer, we're not going anywhere. Let's end this peacefully. Through the next hour, officers held their position and waited for heavy armor, additional units, and for SWAT teams to take over. Officers then took up firing positions, ensuring that Primer could not escape from his window. What happened next took everyone by surprise.
Hold on.
Come up and drop it! Drop the gun! Drop it! Drop it! A second angle from a hotel security camera captured a better view of what appeared to be the suspect brandishing a handgun.
Should've just placed the claymore, bro.
Drop the gun! All right, gun's out in the hallway. Come out now! All right, we're not. Let the dust settle. Gun in there. Hang on.
Did he really think he was gonna 1v5 clutch, bro? Like, what a fucking retard.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. Anyone else here? What did you?
Just come on, man. I'm not dangerous.
Oh, he's out. He's
I could have done this in Rainbow Six Siege, dude.
back in his room. All right, it's fine. We're not doing that. Hey, keep your hands in the air. Hands in the air. Get your mask. Get in here. Get your mask. Hands in the air. Get in here. Get your mask. That's all right. That's all right. Don't move! All right, listen. He's down over there. You need to move up in hands. Okay. Who's got hands? We're moving up. You guys got hands? Ready? Whoever's got hands.
He's reaching!
We're coming. Do not move! Don't move! We need moving forward. Hands with gloves. Do not move! 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 It's a pellet gun. All right. Get me in custody. All right, turn. I got to get a pellet. I can't move it back. Pull it.
Bro, he tried to fucking fake him out with the pellet gun. Yeah, just kill this guy now. Just, you know, put a bullet in his head and just get it over with, you know? There's some people not worth keeping alive. This is one of them.
We're good. All right, you're good. We got med kit. One for this room. Got you. Going good. Okay, Sheriff's Office. Need a room. Make yourself known. Not farm kit's gonna need balls. Here's the balls right here. This is quick part, bro. More. We have more. We need to check the other side too. Yep. We need to check the other side.
They should have gotten one of those breaching charges from COD, put it on the door, and just chucked a couple frags in, and blown up all of his anime figures.
Balls. EMS is coming. See any? In your stomach? He says he's in the stomach somewhere. Where? One hole here in the stomach. This? No, that's not a hole. Oh yeah, it is. It is a hole. One underneath the armpit, naked,
The
right there.
fat's already closing it back up. Let's see. Jesus with the 5. Do you think Microsoft could be sandbagging Xbox on? Yes, I do personally. They know this is going to kill the sales, so yeah, I don't think Xbox really has a future, to be honest, man. It's a dead platform, unfortunately. Nothing they're doing makes any sense to me. Microsoft can't possibly be this dumb. Yeah. Exactly. And they can afford to take the loss on the hardware, even if it is tariffs, and they wouldn't be raising the price everywhere if it was US, China tariff related.
It could be exit or I don't know. Hit me in the foot, dude. In your foot? He's got something in his tourniquet on a leg.
The handgun that Primer brandished turned out to be a Crossman SNR 357, which is designed to shoot BBs or pellets. According to a press release put out by the Frederick County Sheriff's Office, Primer was transported to the University of Maryland Shock Trauma Unit in Baltimore by Maryland State Police helicopter, where he was stabilized and survived his wounds. According to Maryland court documents, Primer was extradited to Pennsylvania on August 27, 2024. Pennsylvania court documents reveal that Primer faces 31 felony counts of child sex abuse by photographing a sex act, 230 felony counts of child pornography, 1 count of criminal use of a communication facility, and a misdemeanor count of corruption of minors. He also faces a second case.
So we have to wait for him to go through the legal process, receive medical care, all this other shit, just for him to get killed in prison. They should have just fucking shot him on the spot and been done with it.
Stemming from previous criminal acts allegedly committed in 2021, which involve a laundry list of felonies including 2 counts of involuntary, deviant sexual intercourse of a person less than 16 years of age, 2 counts of rape, threat of forcible compulsion, 2 counts of sexual assault, aggravated indecent assault of a minor, statutory sexual assault of a child 8 to 11 years old, unlawful sexual contact with a minor, 2 counts of corruption of minors, 2 counts of rape of an unconscious victim, and 51 counts of indecent assault of a person less than 13 years of age. Primer also faces a 3rd trial, where he was charged with 15 felony counts of child pornography and a single felony count of criminal use of a communication facility, stemming from alleged crimes committed in 2017. As of March 3rd, a hearing was scheduled for April 1st, 2025.
Dude, just fucking kill this guy already.
To consolidate all cases for trial. Midwest Safety independently verified that Jack Primer is currently being held at Beaver County Jail awaiting trial. He is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Nope, he's not innocent. Just kill him now.
Absolutely nothing like responding to a call to apprehend a wanted felon. And of course we know that all crime is bad, but when the suspect is winning on
crime is bad, okay. No, they should have just shot him, bro, honestly. Second you pull a gun on cops, you just deserve to be smoked. That's it. That's it, bro. As soon as you pull a gun on cops, you're just dead. Like, who cares? Especially if you're on camera. Like, just smoke his ass. Save everyone the fucking legal court fees, medical bills, housing expenses. Just start killing these people, please. Honestly. Be less of an issue. Alright, so minimal effort live. About player numbers. Okay, there we go.
Alright guys, time to check in on Marathon. Now Marathon is a game that has not released yet. It's currently in closed alpha and a lot of people tried to get in and only a select few were able to make it. If you got the email from them that you were able to join the closed alpha, please share in the comments down below what you think about the game. Because again, at this point, all we have is speculation and conjecture from those of us who didn't get to try it for ourselves. However, the overwhelming sentiment from a lot of people on the internet is that it's just not good. It's not ready, it's boring, it's bland, it's generic, it doesn't really excel at any one thing. It's just kind of forgettable. And this is unfortunate because this game is launching with a $40 or $50 price tag most likely, given that they said it will be a premium title. Not a full price title, but premium. And unfortunately, despite this closed alpha starting back on the 23rd, things are not going as well as they would have liked. So some of the opinions about the game from some of the content creators and streamers who have been able to play this game. Gathalion, massive streamer, says, I expect Marathon to be delayed. The response has been 50-50. I'm being very generous. If you don't hit the ground running with a PvP title, regaining ground in that sector is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. $40 buy-in in an ocean of great free-to-play PvP options is a tough sell for that audience, and if the narrative leading in isn't very excited, it's a tough situation. Clean, another Twitch streamer, responded and said, the game really does nothing special. Seems like a game for, quote, everyone, but most know that these generalized titles never end up doing well long-term. Safe games aren't really safe anymore. You have to be willing to take risks and do something actually new. And again, this is where the comparison to Concord, the game that was an abysmal failure just last year, comes in, due to the fact that it was a game for everyone that seemingly didn't seem to appeal to anyone. And again, we see other comments like this from TWIS Albrelili. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I apologize. Stopping a marathon grind after reaching level 44 and almost maxing the upgrades out now. Here's my feedback that I hope the devs see and can get some use of as someone who has played extraction shooters since Tarkov's very early days. This is going to be a very long post. TLDR, this game is not ready for September release, and compared to other available extraction shooters, I'd say it does significantly less than any of them in their current and previous public beta alpha forms. Another person, Myth, says, Marathon is a good, no character customization, no weapon customization, hero shooter, but hero abilities feel underwhelming, stiff movement, great art style, shooting looks and feels good, bloom on certain weapons is insane, audio is nice, killing a team and looting them feels anticlimactic, try adding a storm to the game, game lacks urgency, remove the squad-based exfil, it's alpha, so I'm excited to see their full release shows off what this game is actually capable of. This shit feels like a demo, and I hope it is. TLDR, this game didn't make my ass cheeks clench, not even once, and that's kind of important for an extraction shooter. Somebody who has dabbled in Tarkov, that is definitely very important. While playing for 4 hours. That is fundamentally unacceptable in this genre, point blank, period. If this launched today, I would be highly disappointed. And it keeps going. Legendary drops a few days ago.
Brit with the 2, Concord was at least horrible fun. This is boring. Well, the thing with Concord is I don't think anybody could say the gameplay necessarily was bad. Like, it was a normal multiplayer game. Like, it had team deathmatch even. This is just a gimmick mode that has only really been successful in one other game, and that's it. Every other instance of trying to clone Tarkov has been a miserable failure.
Ago said, damn near everyone I watched play Marathon looked bored out of their minds. Maybe this is a bit esoteric, but the game is missing a wow factor. I'll play it tonight to get my own perspective, but damn, this game looks like a game that they were told to make and not chose to make. And of course, Kelsky over here says, Marathon experience. Load in, need 12 microchips to upgrade Vault, run around killing AI, no players, no microchips, extract other loot. Vault is full, forced to sell loot. Level up faction, reward is more loot. Vault still full, sell more loot, repeat 5 more times. He follows it up and says, 1 hour of zero progress running around doing nothing. Now, to be fair, to a certain degree, there's a lot of that kind of leans into the extraction shooter experience, where not every raid, not every run is going to be good. A lot of times you're going to die early on, not pick the right thing, somebody's going to beat you to something valuable, and you might just be killed by, like, for example, in Tarkov, a scav who just gets lucky with a headshot from a mile away. So who knows? But I think the general sentiment is not excited about this game. Then it gets better because a few days ago it came out that Marathon Alpha players are now surprised by heavy aim assist on mouse and keyboard, and Shroud, again a very popular streamer, really hates it, saying PC players would rather improve their mechanics than have an assist, and I 100% agree with that, but he's not the only person that was criticizing it. Kelsky again says, bro, Marathon literally has weapon mods that increase aim assist. Aim assist is literally an intentional design mechanic. I'm crying. And you can see right here on the Swift Shot Choke, one of the assets of this has weight reduction and aim assist. Again, aim assist on controller, as somebody who's played on both controller, mouse, and keyboard, I have no problem with. But aim assist on a mouse and keyboard is absolutely insane. And you can even see Shroud here saying in his own words, talking about how they need to remove aim assist.
They need to just remove the mouse aim assist shit, the magnetism. They just need to throw that out. I get that they're trying to balance between consoles and PCs and stuff for crossplay, but it's only going to ruin the PC part of the game. You're basically trying to like help PC be balanced against console, but you're just watering down PC. You're making PC and mouse and keyboard players basically feel like shit because you're like, hey, here's an aim magnetism to help you fight controllers. PC players and mouse and keyboard players would rather just improve their mechanics on mouse and keyboard than have an assist. And they would rather take the loss against the controller player than have an assist to try to balance it. I think that's really weird, and I think they should just remove it. I think they should just remove it completely.
Now, I don't think we can speak for every mouse and keyboard player, but again, I think that there's a certain kernel of truth to that the majority of people who play on mouse and keyboard willingly by choice accept the fact that things are going to be a little less fine-tuned per se than playing on controller where you get aim assist, but you have the options for a lot more flexibility on mouse and keyboard. Of course, Jake Lucky says, Marathon has sparked a huge debate on aim assist or mouse magnetism for mouse and keyboard and whether or not it should be a thing. The game has it on by default for the alpha. That's very strange too, on by default. Luckily, though, the Marathon team seems to be paying attention. Marathon devs have announced that they're removing the mouse magnetism from mouse and keyboard just days after community complaints. Again, this is a W for the team at Bungie who are making this game. Unfortunately, I don't know whose brilliant idea it was to ever have aim assist for mouse and keyboard in the first place. Yeah. But here's where things start to get a little more worrying for Marathon than just nitpicking character designs and aim assist and everything else. From Forbes, you see this article that says an early warning flag for Bungie's Marathon prospects. From Paul Tassi, who has me blocked on Twitter because he's a soft little... Okay, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking. Says, I've been up and down with my thoughts on Marathon. Bungie's new extraction shooter currently in its closed alpha. I'm not an extraction player at all. Color me shocked, Paul. But I've had some good runs and some bad runs. Sticking around for the long term, though, remains a tough prospect to see. But I think there may be a shorter term problem, one that has implications for its actual launch, and I'm a bit concerned about it. Tracking the player count for the closed alpha on Steam, I'm noticing something. No, I don't care about the actual numbers at this point. Now, full stop for a second. These journalists are the ones who deflect for games like Assassin's Creed Shadows and don't tell you the actual sales numbers. They deflect for games that are abysmal and say, well, there's not just players on Steam, there's players on other consoles as well. You can't just look at Steam numbers. So I'm not surprised to see Paul saying, I don't care about the actual numbers at this point. This is a closed alpha.
Oh, speaking of actual numbers real quick at this point, I just wanted to pull something up because, this has become a talking point among certain people. So, yeah. Can everyone see that? I don't know why it says on Steam. It shouldn't say Steam. This is for PlayStation. But this entire narrative that, yeah, if Final Fantasy was just turn-based, it would sell so much better. I just want to point this out. There we go. I thought this was kind of interesting. And again, these are estimates, so nobody knows if they're actually... Well, actually, no, we do know Expedition 33 is accurate because they released the players. But we don't know if Final Fantasies are accurate, but there you go. So, Final Fantasy Rebirth sold 4 times faster. But, turn-based, man. If it was turn-based, it would have sold a lot better, right?
We know probably 80% plus of code applications have been denied. Now, that's probably fair, because again,
I
most
just
of us have
wanted to
denied.
bring that up, because, you know...
It's too early to...
That's the new narrative, right? If Square Enix just made turn-based games, then everything would sell so much better, right?
Extrapolate things like open beta or launch figures that...
Like, I hate to break it to people, but the only non-niche turn-based game is, like, maybe Persona 5. That's it. That's, like, literally it, bro. Persona 5 is the only non-niche turn-based game in, like, today's day and age that's not Pokemon. Like, Pokemon is a thing of its own fucking caliber, which even then, it's not even turn-based anymore because they're getting rid of that. It's real-time combat now. So, yeah, kind of interesting. Pokemon's going away from turn-based at this point. Because doesn't it just have, like, cooldown timers now?
That will arrive in the coming months. But what I'm noticing is the trend line. The peak at launch is an obvious spike up to 7,000, though again, the specific number doesn't matter. However, Thursday night dropped to less than half that. Then as the weekend has started, Friday night lost more players, and the game is approaching less than a third of its initial players on launch day after just 72 hours. If this is the case for Saturday and Sunday night, that's not great. There are 2 other things to consider here. First, this is happening as new players are being issued codes, so more players are being let into the alpha with at least another big code wave having gone out, but the declines still exist, and this is a very concerning thing I would think for this game. Second, if you're interested enough in Marathon to apply for a code in the first place, you're probably more prone to appreciate it than the average customer. You could use Twitch metrics here as well, as those have also dropped dramatically from launch day when a bunch of huge streamers were playing, but I find those less reliable as they...
Baldur's Gate is it's a Dungeons and Dragons simulator. It is not a fucking turn-based RPG in the sense of a game like Metaphor or fucking Persona or the old Final Fantasy games. That is a completely different genre, bro. Baldur's Gate 3 looks nothing like any of the games we just talked about. That is literally a top-down, like, Dungeons and Dragons simulator. Like, that is not what we're talking about when we say, like, a turn-based RPG. That's a completely different genre. Like, that doesn't even look remotely similar to the combat system of something like Metaphor or Expedition or old Final Fantasy games. That's, like, completely different.
They fluctuate heavily based on who's online. And of course, we've seen this with Asmongold playing specific games. He'll take a game that nobody's playing, and all of a sudden it blows up in the metrics on Twitch because he's got thousands of people watching him play it. So he follows up and says, I'm not saying that based on 72 hours of a closed alpha, the marathon's going to be a big miss, but I feel like I would be remiss to avoid saying this, that this is not an ideal thing to see if this is in fact representative of short-term player interest, as that has implications for both launch and long-term interest when the game launches. I'm going to say it right now. This is a bad sign, because another game that had this exact same problem was Concord. The game that this game is being compared to due to the fact that it's a hero shooter, $40 to $50 entry in an already crowded market full of, you know, existing games and free-to-play games.
Yeah, because if a new alpha comes out and it's actually good, people who have alpha access are going to keep playing it as much as possible, regardless of how many people got codes, because they're going to want to cover it, they're going to want to have footage, they're going to want to stream it. Like, yeah, nobody's caring about this game. They have early exclusive access and they don't give a fuck.
Look at the trend line. Look at Marathon. 6,919 at its peak 4 days ago, with, again, more codes being sent out, more people able to get into the closed alpha to try it for themselves. 24-hour peak, 1,800 people. Sure, out of this 7,000, these people are probably the ones who are still really enjoying the game, and these people might have just wanted to try it just for shits and giggles at one time. But if you look at the comparable numbers to Concord, this is a similar trend. A very similar trend to the closed beta that they had. Or sorry, this was the open beta that Concord had. So, yes, I guarantee Marathon's open beta will probably have a larger player pool than Concord. No question, Concord had zero interest in it from the get-go due to the fact that their characters were absolutely dreadful to look at. Nobody cared, nobody wanted it. But this is a concern. Legacy Killer HD says, yes, it's a closed alpha, yes, players are limited, but the drop-off should scare Bungie. I genuinely think they'll be delaying to 2026. Marathon needs work and a reason to justify a price tag, and I think that sums it up right there. But let me know what you guys think about all this down below. Are you going to even be trying to get into the closed alpha? Are you thinking about playing this when it's in the open beta? I'm very curious to see if this game doesn't get pushed back because everyone's saying it needs more time in the oven. But I'm going to leave it right there, guys. Let me know what you think down below, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. All right, and if you made it this far, thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you for being here. I do have 2
Let's see. So Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 2. I should debate for Tanga again. On what? On how I'm a PlayStation fanboy, dude. It's not really a point in that, to be completely honest. It's like debating whether the sky is blue or not.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy.
Yeah, no, I haven't like debated him before, but I went on his live stream once. And this is when I knew I was done with him, bro. Is like basically I said some shit along the lines of, yeah, you know, pretty much everybody, you know, hams up their reaction or whatever, or they over exaggerate their reaction to something for the sake of content. And basically, you know, he took me saying that as I don't have a genuine fucking, you know, belief or, I guess, viewpoint on anything because I overreact sometimes. Like, I don't fucking know, dude. So, obviously, that struck home for him because, you know, yeah, it was extremely bad. That's when I was done. I'm like, yeah, nope, you're not a genuine person. You're just a piece of shit. Like, that's when I was done. I'm like, yeah, I'm never interacting with this fucking retard again. He's a dumbass. Like, he's just a disingenuous little fuck. So, yeah.
He's like, Griffin literally admitted to saying that he doesn't actually believe in anything he says.
It's like, yeah, no. Saying that I over-exaggerate a response to something for the sake of content and playing it up for the camera, quote-unquote, is not saying that I don't believe what I'm saying. It's just like, holy fuck, man. Yeah, that's like some massive fucking lib shit energy. 100% leftist energy. Brett with the 2, I still think your Concord review is your best. Thanks, Brett. I would say that I think you're the best mod, but, you know, I don't want to be accused of lying.
Here, and GTA 6 has just been delayed, but I wanted to do this video a bit different, which is that I just opened my eyes. I haven't had my coffee, my breakfast, my chance to even sort of process the day. So I actually haven't read the statement. I wanted to live react to it with you guys because this is surprising. The people that are actually over Rockstar, obviously Rockstar Games is the people making GTA 6, but their boss, their publisher, the people that are actually printing discs and helping do release date and marketing, that's people called Take-Two. Those people said, no matter what, it's coming out 2025. Yes, we're excited for it to come out 2025. I'm surprised, and I want to take a look at the statement with you because they were so confident it was 100% about to come out. So it being delayed, I want to see this with you. Let's see what's up. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Okay. Now, I'm seeing this over on Twitter for the first time. I'm super curious about all the replies and stuff, but let's start with this. Hello, everybody. Grand Theft Auto 6 is now set to release on...
I think they could be delaying it in order to try and get it running on the Switch, too. That could be a possibility.
On May 26th, 2026. Oh, my God. Wow, that's actually a pretty substantial delay. The rumor is it's going to be maybe coming out September, November. So, wow, it's wild. That's almost a full year delay.
But remember, guys, what was I saying when everyone was saying that Borderlands changed its release date? It was to avoid GTA 6. I said, no, it's not to avoid GTA 6. It's to release a week or two before Marathon. Wow. I didn't even need this piece of news to be right. Shocking.
Very sorry, this is later than you expected. The interest and excitement surrounding Grand Theft Auto has been truly humbling for our entire team. We want to thank you for your support and your patience as we work to finish the game. With every game we have released, the goal has always been to try and exceed your expectations, and Grand Theft Auto 6 was no exception. We hope you understand that we need this extra time to deliver at the level of quality you expect and deserve. We look forward to sharing more information with you soon. Sincerely, Rockstar Games. Now, I must admit that I am very, very shocked by this for a couple different things. Something that this statement feels different because typically when it comes to these big PR, we've got bad news in the gaming industry. Typically there's some silver lining. Typically they like to say, here's the bad news, here's the good news. I'm surprised they didn't say something like, we are going to show you more soon. We do have a trailer coming out in 2 weeks. It is weird to think about the fact that it has now been, I think, 511 days since we originally saw GTA 6 with that singular...
Alex seems better than... Yeah, I will say, I'm not really a fan of either, but he seems like he's at least more genuine. I'll say that. Yeah, dude, Tank is just a massive fucking grifter. Like, he tried his hand at becoming anti-woke after being a fucking Bernie bro. Nobody, like, bought his shit that he was trying to sell, so now he's raging out at all the fucking anti-woke content creator. Like, he's just desperate to find something that sticks as, like, anything other than console fanboy slop to produce. He's stuck in a corner, he can't make anything else, and he's just, like, you know, pitiful. Genuinely pitiful. Constantly grasping at straws to label every single person who slightly disagrees with them as a PlayStation fanboy, a Nintendo fanboy, whatever other type of fanboy. But, of course, he could never be a fanboy because he doesn't own a console. It's just the same song and dance over and over and over again. It's quite sad, dude, honestly. You almost pity someone that pitiful. Oski Woski with the 2, something crazy would be Switch 2 exclusive. Yo, that actually would be fucking crazy. Imagine Nintendo comes out big dick swinging, like 6-month exclusivity for GTA 6. That would actually be wild.
Teaser trailer. That's all we have. We have not had any other screenshots, any other interviews, anything. This is literally the singular trailer we have of it. So I guess I'm not too shocked that it's been delayed, but this is weird just because, in general, GTA 5 is the highest profiting piece of art of all time. It actually has made something like over $10 billion of profit, not just money.
I hate how he says piece of art, bro.
It's the highest profiting piece of art.
No, it's not. Do you know what the highest... Never mind. I'm not even going to get into that.
$10 billion of profit. So it is interesting that I think the pressure on this is enough to crush diamonds. I mean, undeniably, Grand Theft Auto 6...
The most profitable piece of art is Pokemon, FYI.
...is a game that everybody wants to come out, everybody wants to play, and when it drops, it's going to take over the entire industry. I wonder if they just wanted it to be extra ready and polished for it to be as best as possible, so when it takes over the industry, it can sit in summer and sell and sell and sell. Now, one of the things is, there has been a lot of rumors. I don't know where they came from, but there has been a lot of talk about the fact that GTA 6 is going to cost $100. And I kind of wonder if there has been talks about the fact that companies have been waiting for GTA 6 to come out first, not only because they want to avoid the black hole that it's going to be creating around it. This is going to suck up all the oxygen in the room when it drops. But there has been talks about the fact that other companies are trying to avoid its release because they want to be able to make a $100 game, but they don't want to be the first company to release a $100 game. I wonder if this basically being delayed means that we'll still get another batch of winter games that only cost $70, or I guess now $80. I want to actually take a look at some of these comments here. I look forward to playing it when it finally comes out on August 7th, 2026. Oh yeah, it's very typical for Rockstar Games to announce the release date and then delay it by like 6 weeks. They have it with Red Dead. I think they also have it with GTA 5. It would be funny if it got a last minute delay. Switch 2 day and date, ain't no way in hell. Honestly, we've had so many bangers still coming this year at the time between now.
Bro, if it does come out on the Switch too, that would actually be crazy. It'd sell super well on there too. People would buy it on PS5, Xbox, and Switch. You know, whatever your secondary platform is. Pokemon's profit includes merch. GTA sold merch. Do you know what Pokemon doesn't sell, though? $100 currency cards to buy a singular apartment building. So, if you really want to get technical, man, Pokemon doesn't even have a fraction of the monetization that GTA does. Like, not even close.
Will be filled with other amazing games like Metal Gear Solid Delta, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei. They're afraid of releasing it along the Hollow Knight Silksong. Then it gets delayed again. Don't they usually release their games in
GTA's money did not come from selling, $20 copies of GTA 5. It's from all the kids dropping, $4,000 over the years on fucking shark cards.
Or September. So part of this, to me, that makes this exceptionally weird is just the fact that they didn't say any additional details to it. I've been covering games now for, 11 years. I quit my day job all the way back in 2016. So I've been doing this full-time now for even...
Big mistake.
Just years and years of it. So I've watched the hype cycle to interviews, the process of multiple big Rockstar releases. I saw...
Jesus with the 5 video games are not art. This shit makes my blood boil. You can argue an art style is art, but a video game is not in any way, shape, or form art. Yep, art is meant to be, viewed or listened to or something. A video game is an experience. Like, there are certain aspects of a video game that are art. Like the character design or, the world design or the music or things like that. That is the art of a video game. The actual, core and soul of a video game is the experience you have while playing it. It's that, like, actual user input that is, the unique factor of video games. So there are certain aspects of video games that can be classified as art, but the game itself is not art. It's more of an experience. Like, you wouldn't say that, fucking wakeboarding is art, or skiing is art, or playing basketball is art. Like, no, it's something that you do. It's an experience. It's an activity. Playing a video game is in that same category. But yeah, you could say, like, the character design or the music or things like that. Like, yeah, that is art. But those pieces of art come together to form the experience that is a video game.
The announcement teases for Red Dead 2, the release of Red Dead 2, and then basically the sunsetting of Red Dead 2. My point is the fact that typically...
Tifa and Aerith should be considered art? Well, they technically are. Yeah, I agree.
Rockstar games, when they do stuff, they're very, very purposeful. I am kind of wondering, there has been rumblings about the fact that essentially every console's price is about to go up. I kind of wonder if maybe they're trying to dodge that as best as possible. I think this is going to be I feel like this maybe sounds kind of native. I think this is going to be a very broke console year, meaning that obviously they just raised the price of the Xbox Series X up to $600. That was yesterday's video. On top of that, the Nintendo Switch 2 with the pack-in bundle, that's $500. The current price of the PlayStation 5 has stayed the same so far, but there is talks about the fact that the PlayStation 5 Pro is probably going to go up to $800 and stuff like that. My point is the fact that predominantly, Grand Theft Auto sells best on consoles. Historically, it's great on PC. I'm not going to act like it's not great on PC, but historically, a lot of their billions comes from being on console and selling shark cards, and they're definitely trying to launch the biggest and best version of GTA 6.
Well, a lot of their money comes from selling the game on console, selling a bunch of shark cards, and then people buying it again on PC, and then selling even more shark cards. So that's the GTA grift, is just release the game as many fucking times as possible, because people will rebuy it. So that's the thing. They want everybody to double dip on the console and PC version and then have to spend just as much money on both.
Online. But I'm kind of wondering if they know people that are buying games this year are more broke. They can't afford all these $80 games. They can't afford these $600 consoles. And if they do buy it, they're not going to be buying a lot of other stuff. I'm kind of just spitballing. I wonder if they are trying to, as best as possible, come at a time not near the holiday, not near when everybody's going to already be buying a lot of these other very, very expensive games. I read a study last night. I couldn't sleep very well. I was reading a study.
Oh, God.
About different data about how the gaming market has shifted and there's less casual gamers. Hardcore gamers are buying more games. They're spending more on games, but the casual demographic has basically gone away. I kind of have a spitball theory that
that is absolutely fucking false. The casual audience has gone away. Why are the top games Minecraft, Fortnite, Call of Duty, NBA, Madden, FIFA, college football? Like, no. What the fuck is he smoking, bro? If anything, hardcore gamers are going away. I think a lot of hardcore people are burning out. More so than anything. I don't think the casuals have gone anywhere. They're still playing their slop games all the time.
It's because of the lack of stuff like Call of Duty. I do think Call of Duty...
I think the hardcore people are just kind of done. Like, I think a lot of people are very disenfranchised with modern gaming.
The lack of games like Grand Theft Auto. The fact that we haven't gotten a new GTA in so long, a new Rockstar game in so long. This is the kind of stuff that unites everybody. Casual gamers, hardcore gamers, people that don't typically game at all, completely new gamers, old heads that want to come back because they recognize the name. I think they are trying to drop this at a time where everybody can finally be saved up and ready to jump in on their console of choice and go, hell yeah. This is some off the cuff ramblings. I have just woken up literally. I probably look bad. I think I look okay. Hi, how did you sleep? God, I slept really, really good. But tell me your thoughts on the delay of GTA 6 and tell me if you think this is good or bad. I am taking this as a positive sign. But I love you very much. Thank you for watching and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else.
Guys. Spending $6K on a PC has officially overtaken the Nintendo Switch 2 and $80 Mario Kart as worse for gaming. Wowie zowie, man. That's not good. I guess I really am killing gaming then, guys. Damn. And my most recent actions are the most egregious, I guess. Can anyone ever forgive me? Unforgivable. Yeah, I figured as much. Let's see. Is there anyone else we should watch? Oh, yeah, I saw this earlier today. Here. We'll watch this. It's one of the last remaining Xbox fanboys. Xbox raises their... I didn't watch it, but...
What's up, everyone? It is the Best Spot Kids to Move, and I am back with a video, and it looks like Xbox and Microsoft is raising the price of the Xbox Series X and S and some of the controllers and even their first-party games. This comes as a surprise because, I mean, console prices have been increasing weirdly enough, but this is the first time the actual prices like raised in like North America, and ironically, the Series X is going up from $499 to $599. Yes, $600 for the Xbox Series X. And the Series S, the cheapest console, is going up from $299 to $379, $80 price hike. And then the freaking 1 terabyte Series S model is going up to $430, which was previously $379. And then as far as the 2 terabyte Galaxy digital edition, that is going up to $730, which is kind of insane. Now, honestly, dude, I'm not going to pretend like I'm like upset. I would only be upset if I was an Xbox fan who wanted an Xbox console and have not yet purchased an Xbox. But I bought my Xbox in 2020, the Series X and S, at their prices. So them raising the price, I'm not saying that is right or anything like that. You know, people are, I don't know if there's anything to do with the tariffs. We know the Nintendo.
Jesus with the 5, I sentenced you to 12 hours of gay shit and ass and another 10 hours of browsing Reddit for your transgressions against the gaming community. No. I don't think I'd survive that, bro, honestly. I think I played, 30 minutes of Genshin Impact? And I absolutely hated it. Not a fan. And then Reddit would probably do me in. I'd probably dent my fucking skull from beating my head against the desk in pure agony.
Switch 2 prices, I think, is higher than what they need to be. I always thought the PS5 Pro was overly
Awesome.
expensive.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Who knows what's going to happen with that? But the Series X being what it is, when you compare it to the PS5 and PS5 Pro, if let's say PlayStation stands pat and you wanted a PS5 or a Series X, and yeah, you're better off getting a PS5 Pro. If we're just looking at it for like, we're not going to talk about like games and and services and stuff like that and value and all that stuff. I mean, because then that changes the conversation. Just in terms of hardware, and you plan to buy your games a la carte, all that stuff. Then and you look at, I want the most powerful console at the best price. Then yeah, the PS5 Pro is actually a lot more attractive right now. But the crazy thing is that I honestly think it's funny. You know what I mean? Because the people may talk about it, and that is the sound of a pencil sharpener. But people may talk like.
Who just has a random pencil sharpener in their house in 2025, man? That's not something I even thought existed anymore. I thought everyone just used mechanical pencils.
Are maybe going nuts online about it, and it's funny because all you hear in the Twitter space or on YouTube or commenters is that the Xbox isn't selling. They're not selling anything. They're failing, all this stuff. But they're comfortably raising the price. So the thing is, why should anybody care if nobody's actually going to buy it? There should be absolutely no reaction. It's not like we're forced to pay for the Xbox.
Well, dude, when I was a kid, I used mechanical pencils. I never used like actual pencils because it was annoying that they always broke.
On an annual basis, right? It'd be different, right? If we were paying Microsoft $4.99 a year, and then the price went up, then we would have a reason. But we already purchased. We've made the purchase one time. It is what it is. If you didn't buy an Xbox already, doom on you. You better buy it before it really. I think this stuff takes place this holiday. So right now, currently, best time to buy an Xbox is right now. Because at the end of the day, you buy in, and their games are going up to $80, which is insane. But me personally, I haven't bought an individual game in a long time. So thanks to Game Pass, all their games going to Game Pass.
Remember that narrative that Game Pass doesn't cannibalize sales? Let's just play that back real quick.
Because at the end of the day, you buy in, and their games are going up to $80, which is insane. But me personally, I haven't bought an individual game in a long time.
Whoa. I thought people played games in Game Pass and then bought it when they liked it. I thought that was the whole talking point.
So thanks to Game Pass, Game Pass, all their games go into Game Pass, so their games can literally be $80, $90, $100. As long as it goes into the Game Pass, it really doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So I just want to, I like to think about this to all those super rich gamers, to all those rich, I support my devs, or I buy games, or the D-batches, the people
You know, or a humble PC owner like myself who's barely struggling to get by, but managed to scrape together some spare change from between my couch cushions and bought my mid-range PC that, you know, isn't the best out there, but it'll work. That's all that matters, right?
who buy games are gamers. You expect Game Pass and not like those. And when they keep, you know, taking advantage of your dumbasses and your unwillingness to prove that you're such a gamer, you're such a buyer or game player by spending the full price that they're charging you for these games, and you're going to make fun of someone like me.
He's not talking about you. I know, my poverty machine. I'm not cool enough to be a rich gamer.
The same exact games that you consume in a cheaper subscription and have the same exact experience, but still have about $60 more in my pocket while doing it. I'm sorry, but I feel like I'm on a better end. And if anything I've ever done on YouTube, anything I've ever done right, or that was evergreen, or that will stand the test of time, it would be the song Game Pass, because
Oh my, yeah, no, that is not evergreen, bro. That is not evergreen. The Game Pass song is, like, it's bad, but it's also good because of how bad it is, because almost everything in it is wrong now. It even ends with the lies of P at the end.
I was on something. So I would love every time something like this happens.
We could tell.
And that song should go viral. Yeah, man, I don't know. I'm not applauding Xbox. I'm not, like, you know, shaming them. I don't really care. I thought Xbox was a, you know, dead console and nobody were buying them anymore and stuff like that. So for there even to be a reaction that they're raising the price is crazy. Now, I just want to see what happens when they raise the price. Like, if people are actually going to buy it. Is it going to increase the sales of the games between now and freaking October when this stuff takes place? And what's coming out this holiday just in time for the games to be $80? Grand Theft Auto, which might actually launch at $100. What else is Microsoft launching? Anything major? What was Xbox? Xbox didn't raise their games to $70 until Starfield came out. So what does Xbox got in the tuck that's coming out later this year?
Wait, I thought Redfall was $70. Hold on, let's check this real quick. Xbox raises games to 70. I thought Redfall was $70. Microsoft plans to increase the base price of its first-party internally produced games in 2023. First big releases this year: Forza Motorsport, Redfall, and Starfield will launch for $70. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was fucking Redfall, which was their first $70 game. That's what I thought it was. All right, I'm not retarded, at least when it comes to this. That's what I thought, bro, and that's why Redfall was, like, so bad, because it was the first game that they had upped the price on and charged a whole $70 for. And Phil Spencer was like, oh, well, not every game can be a 10 out of 10, dude. Like, some of the games were aiming for a 5 or a 7 or something. Oh, my God. Yeah, that was their first $70 AAA banger, dude.
Starfield is worth 80 freaking bucks. What do they have coming out that they... Come on! My dog, she's barking. What do they have that they feel is worth $80? So, I mean, are they dropping the Halo? Are they dropping the Gears? You know, we know Fable is delayed. So, like when they finally caved to the $70 price...
Call of Duty is what they feel is worth $80, bro. They already charge you $80 because it's $70 and then $10 for the Battle Pass and then $100 if you buy the Vault Edition, which most people do. So now it's going to be $110 for the Vault Edition, or they'll just up it to $120 because that's a more square number. And then on top of that, it's going to be $10, so $90 for COD. So there you go. There's your $90 game.
They waited until their games launched in 2023. So I think Redfall, Starfield, and Forza Motorsport was the games that kind of ushered in their $70 price. It took like 2-3 years before they took that price tag. But and it's crazy that we're, you know, on the receiving end of another price increase. But As a Game Pass subscriber, I can't complain because I consume games out of Game Pass. I pay a monthly subscription of like $20 for Game Pass, and I'm playing the same exact games, and I'm playing more games. I just have to ask you guys. You guys know, if you guys think Xbox are the only ones going to be releasing games at $80, one, Nintendo's already ahead of us, so they're going to be doing it this summer. PlayStation doesn't have any games to release, period. So we'll see what happens when it's time to release Ghosts of Yotei and their I don't know what else they got coming out. When it's time to release their big games, let's see how they'll figure out. They're going to be the primary platform to sell games. So 2K and everyone else will be able to take advantage of their games. Microsoft is the biggest publisher, so all the mega hits, Call of Duty, all that other stuff will be $80. It'll be all in line, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. I mean, it sucks, but you have options. I have options, so I guess I don't feel as bad as people who use this not to exercise their options.
Yeah, until they raise the price of Game Pass because of what you just described.
Me, I've exercised my options. I'm exercising the option not to buy games. I'm exercising the option to use Game Pass to consume my games. And you're not going to hear me complain about a $700 Xbox Series X, or I forgot how much it costs now, $600 Xbox Series X, because I bought my Series X in 2020 at $499, and that's it.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really give a shit how much the Xbox costs, because at any price, I wouldn't recommend it. Like, at this point, man, buying an Xbox is just idiot. Oh, wait, Cult made a video? Oh, shit.
This is your Gaming Weekly News.
Let's see.
Xbox just reported record-breaking growth for Xbox Game Pass. Revenue is up, and hardware is actually up with a decline of only 6% when it was 36% last quarter. But then...
What? Hardware is up when it recorded a 36% loss, and then it was only down 6%. That's not up, Cult. That's still down from the previous 36%. Holy shit. What an idiot. That's still down. That's down 42% than compared to 2 years ago. You were fucking dumb. Oh my god. Bro, it's so bad. Holy shit, man. We're 20 seconds in.
Then, they hiked prices of games and the consoles. The consoles are seeing a $50 to $100 or euro or pound increase across the entire planet, even increasing in North America, where Xbox consoles are the most important and the only place people actually buy them. Xbox already knows that their consoles are in third place. Xbox has made it completely impossible to compete in the console market, with those consoles priced far above the value proposition next to a PlayStation 5 digital, and even approaching with a 2TB Xbox Series X, close to the PS5 Pro price. Of course, the price hike on the console is because of the tariffs that have made it more expensive to get the consoles that are manufactured in China, but that doesn't excuse Xbox for increasing the price of their digital games to $80. Yes, the same thing that I lambasted Nintendo for increasing the price of $80. Another price increase with Xbox and Nintendo, 2 price increases for games in the same generation, and we're only 5 years in. Xbox is supposed to be one of the more pro-consumer platforms.
That was your first mistake, Colt. Microsoft is not and will never be a pro-consumer platform. They are only doing pro-consumer shit because they think they have to.
Struggling to stay relevant in an ever-growing market that is going to PC, and Xbox just boasting their success with Game Pass growing 45% on PC and revenue up and expected to be record-breaking next quarter with the implementation of Doom, The Dark Ages, and so many more games that are coming out. And leave it to Xbox to always announce something great, get their fans excited, and get that faith in the brand to finally revitalize, and they turn around and step on another rake. With Xbox, it's always 1 step forward, 5 to 10 steps back. This has been a disaster of a generation for all of the platforms, and the games industry is in major turmoil with tons of layoffs. Over the past 5 years, there have been some 20,000 game developers that have lost their jobs. So many studios shut.
Hold on, let's go back for a second. I thought I just heard something.
And they turn around and step on another rake. With Xbox, it's always 1 step forward, 5 to 10 steps back. This has been a disaster of a generation for all of the platforms. And
Wait, this has been a disaster of a generation for all the platforms. The PS5 is selling on pace with the PS4. Nintendo just had a record-breaking generation with the Switch. What the fuck is he talking about? That this has been a disaster generation for all the platforms. No, for one platform. The one platform that you claim is like the guiding light of the entire video game industry. Only one platform has had a disaster generation, and that is
Microsoft.
None other, bro. What the fuck is he talking about? A disaster generation? The Switch has literally almost beaten the PlayStation 2 sales record, and the PS5 is on pace to sell just as well as the PS4. What the hell is he talking about? Crazy, man. Z-Herb with the 5, thinking of updating my phone. I got a Galaxy S23 Plus. Should I get the new Ultra or go iPhone? Was thinking something different like Google, but I don't know. Honestly, bro, in my experience, which maybe it's different now, but when it comes to Android, you just want to stick with Samsung. Generally speaking. Now, you're going to lose like a lot of the features you have on Samsung if you go to iPhone, but unless you care about those things, then it's not really a huge deal. But as far as Android goes, at least to my knowledge, Samsung is probably your best bet. They have typically the best experience. They have the best third-party support from applications because it's the most common phone. But, yeah. It just depends on if you enjoy like the freedom of Android or if you want the more like restrictive but refined experience that Apple has. So it just kind of comes down to that. But I would say for Android, I would stick with Samsung personally. Jesus with the 10 saw a video the other day saying the consoles won't exist in 5 to 10. But I thought Xbox was already investing in the next generation, dude. Because the console market has shrunk. Bro forgot that it's just the Xbox that shrunk. He's also said exclusives don't sell consoles. Yeah. Oh, man. You know, it must be nice to be delusional, you know? Because you're probably just in a state of eternal bliss all the time because you're just too fucking stupid to realize how wrong you are.
The games industry is in major turmoil with tons of layoffs. Over the past 5 years, there have been some 20,000 game developers that have lost their jobs. So many studios shut down. 2 price hikes in the console generation.
You're a bit bored of your... Okay, well, I'll just say this. iPhones are way more boring than Samsung. So if you're bored of your phone, maybe you should get like a Z Fold or something. Get like the Samsung Fold. Because an iPhone is a more boring Samsung. Plain and simple. Like, iPhone is probably the most boring, normie phone you can get at this point. It has, like, almost no special features at all. It does basically everything that Android does, other than, like, I guess the unique gimmicky stuff that certain Android phones have. So, yeah, I would say stick with Android if you're bored of your phone. Getting an iPhone is not going to, like, rejuvenate your love for mobile devices. It's a more boring Android, essentially. But yeah, you should get like a Fold or something if you're interested in getting something new and different. What about a Windows? Oh my god. Luckily, those don't exist anymore. Jesus with the 5, the video was Xbox Prime could actually be a game changer.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay. Oh, wait, the Xbox Prime? All right, yeah, we'll take a look. Definitely worth watching just to laugh. Yeah, we'll take a look.
With hardware and the games. And now Xbox says their first-party titles will be $80 for their biggest games, so expect Gears E-Day, Fable, Perfect Dark, Call of Duty, and many more to be priced at $79.99. Of course, if you're on PC, you can avoid all of this cost increase by buying your games on Steam, where there's better price sales, or getting your games on CD keys like I do, where you can get a better deal. Sometimes brand new games for $45, but guess what? Because of Xbox and Nintendo, and big multi-plat publishers who will soon follow suit, including PlayStation, those games, no matter what price you were paying before, are now getting a $10 increase, no matter what price you buy them at. And then there's Xbox Game Pass, one of the best values in gaming and one of the most pro-consumer things that Xbox and Microsoft have to offer. It is not getting a price increase. And just wait, they're going to increase Game Pass prices from $20 for Ultimate up to $24 or $25, either by the end of the year after a great showcase in June, or they'll do that at the very beginning of next year.
Yep. Well, at least Colt's being realistic about that, because they 100% are raising Game Pass prices.
Xbox just spent $80 billion investing in their first-party portfolio, dumping all that into Game Pass, dumping it into cloud infrastructure, all of this to provide a better game experience for people that play across their platform or anything that is now attached to it. Then they turned around and put their games on PlayStation to offset some of these costs, but now increasing the price of games, a digital game that's not coming over on a boat from China, is unacceptable. Experts are saying that PlayStation is about to have their own price hikes on their hardware and maybe even bringing that into the US because of the tariffs. Daniel Lamont, also known as Z-Huge on Twitter, said that he expects that PlayStation will raise the price of their consoles across the US and North America, and that they won't wait until next generation for the PS6 because there is a 145% increase on China for the tariffs.
Yeah, but I think PlayStation makes a pretty large portion of their consoles in Japan, so if they divert manufacturing of US units to Japan and then just ship their Chinese units globally, then they should be fine. So I don't know what the actual percentage breakdown of that manufacturing is, but a certain number of PS5s are made in Japan. So
I really feel like since
in theory they could insulate themselves from that.
Xbox has become the major publisher, that them setting the price
But
rising.
it also looks like we're going to have some sort of deal with China coming pretty soon because the Chinese have just taken down a bunch of tariffs on U.S. goods.
Twice in the generation to $80, allowing other big publishers to follow suit, is exactly the thing that the FTC was arguing against when Xbox wanted to conglomerate and consolidate all of their studios and publishers into one place. Of course, there will be the excuses that, hey, we have Game Pass for $20 a month, we can play everything, you can pay $80, I don't have to. Or, I already bought my console a long time ago, I don't care about the game price increase for consoles, who cares? This is the wrong attitude to have. And the future of the next Xbox console or the next PlayStation is definitely set at least $700 or $800, even if these tariffs are removed. But these corporations are so greedy. It's not on us, the consumer, to pay that extra price. They're passing the cost on to us. And as consumers, you need to think about what it means for you as a customer, a consumer and a gaming fan, not with them needlessly hiking up prices to dodge political maneuvers or to offset their overinflated budget. Some good news, Xbox is working on 3 new controllers for next generation, possibly 1 or 2 of these controllers being readied before next generation launches. According to Jez Corden from Windows Central and the Xbox 2 podcast, there is a leak that outlines 3 controllers in the work, 1 for cloud, and 1 with DualSense 5 like haptics. The first controller is the Elite V3, the long-awaited Elite controller that is needing much changes and improvements with sticky bumpers, stick drift, and so much more. Hopefully, Xbox and Microsoft are honing in on great quality control because the Elite controller can be one of the best ones to play on PC and console right now. The Elite V3 is supposed to have a better connection, better feedback, adjustable triggers with haptic feedback, and focus is on resistance. Resistance for the triggers to make games feel more alive and more tactile. Another controller that could come out sooner than later is the second cloud-based controller. This will feature an LED status bar for connecting to Bluetooth and other devices, as well as being connected to the cloud service for gaming. This direct connection with xCloud will also help with latency to make a more seamless and better experience when you're connected to handhelds, tablets, TVs, or PC and console. Controller 3 is the most exciting, and this is Project Sebile. This is the full haptics controller that mimics what the DualSense 5 PlayStation controller has done for years. With full haptic feedback, this controller also comes with a...
I genuinely don't really care about haptic feedback. Like, it was kind of cool for like the first hour or so of, you know, Astrobot or whatever, like as a gimmick, but then after a while it's like, okay, yeah, this is kind of irritating.
Vibration that alerts players for controller issues such as a bad connection or
I'm not a huge fan of haptic feedback.
latency. This controller has a dedicated button to alter between Bluetooth and cloud options. It's also supposed to have a lift to wake feature when turned on, making it easy to swap this controller between all kinds of different devices. Just in time for the price hikes, because Xbox has also increased the prices of their Xbox accessories, their headsets, and their controllers. Right now, the Elite controller is $179 and
So the thing is I prefer the Xbox controller overall. I like the stick placements. I think just generally speaking, it's a more comfortable controller to use. Now, I do like PlayStation's controller this time around, but I will say this, Xbox controllers could learn a lot from the build quality of the DualSense this time around. Like, the DualSense feels like a very, very premium controller. The Xbox controllers like feel really cheap still. Now, granted, the Elite kind of alleviates that problem, but you shouldn't have to spend $200 to not feel like you're holding a Happy Meal toy. The Xbox controller really does feel just genuinely cheap and low build quality compared to the DualSense 5, or I guess whatever the fuck it's called. DualSense, not DualShock 5, whatever. I don't fucking know. Like, the sticks are really clicky, the buttons are loud, like, it just feels really light and just not really high quality. I don't know. PS5 controller feels a lot more high budget, even though it's roughly the same price.
and being increased to $199. PlayStation held a state of play for the multi-plat game Borderlands 4, and surprisingly, People are excited and happy with what they saw. We got a 20-minute breakdown of gameplay.
Yeah, I thought it actually looked pretty good.
Campaign and 2 of the 4 playable characters, and interestingly enough, most of this showing was in 30 frames per second. There were a few 60 frames clips that were shown in the state of play. Overall, the game looks like Borderlands 3 with some extra features, a little bit bigger maps, and one of the coolest things is a recallable Destiny-like speeder bike, which makes traversal more exciting and more fun. Also, there's a gliding feature, which means you can float around the map and have better traversal. But one of the most important things is they fixed the loot frequency, so now legendaries will be more rare and feel more special, and the blue and purple rarity will be much more meaningful. I played a ton of Borderlands 3 lately. I played a bunch of it when it came out 7 years ago. Played a ton of the entire franchise. It's going up against Bungie's Marathon, but a week earlier on September 12th, already people are talking about Marathon and saying they want it to see a delay, that it's not ready yet. Outside of Doom, The Dark Age is coming out in a couple of weeks. The first-person shooter genre is really struggling. And now we've got news that Respawn has canceled Titanfall 3. Well, actually, they're working on an extraction shooter for Titanfall, which has been completely canceled, so the EA can focus on...
Yeah, it's not Titanfall 3. It's an extraction shooter, which good. It should have been fucking canceled. Trash-ass fucking genre, man.
Star Wars games and the 7-year-old Apex Legends. Looking at polls that are put up publicly for gamers asking which one will be more exciting, which one will sell more, have the most players, Borderlands 4 is an overwhelming vote, winning by a landslide. I still have faith that Bungie is going to bring out Marathon and that people will be excited about it. I think it'll have more legs. I hope it survives. We need more games in the market, not fewer. And that's your gaming weekly news. This is Cole Eastwood. Thank you so much for watching.
I disagree, man. I highly disagree. We do not need more games. We need better games. You know, quality over quantity, which is the issue that Xbox has. They got a lot of quantity, but hardly any quality.
Watching this video. Thank you so much, everybody who supported the channel and all that we've talked about. It's been a very strange year. 2025 is definitely one of the greatest years when it comes to games. The scope of games that have been Game of the Year contenders already, and we're just in May. It's a really good thing to be a gamer, but my heart goes out to those devs and studios who are struggling, and hiking prices is the last thing that this industry needs. And overall, it's just been a horrible console generation. I'm so frustrated with Xbox right now. This entire year has been just one difficult situation after another. Xbox just can't seem to get things right. They have everything going for them. The most studios, they're the biggest platform and publisher, and they still...
I want more? Oh, yeah, I want way more extraction shooters. Also, your generation, now that you're here, I got the notification that that Vietnam game is out for delivery, so I guess we can do that later tonight. So, just to let you know.
Still haven't figured it out. If you end up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content. If you want to further support what we're doing here on the Cole Eastwood channel, you can do that by hitting the join button below. That'll get you early access for videos some 12 hours before they go up. First in the comment section. Also get you entered into monthly merch giveaways. We're giving away Avowed coins and soon a Doom coin from Xbox fan art. Also, you can check out the Patreon if you want to learn how to do some of this stuff yourself. Check out the Superclass to learn how to do production, design, lighting, streaming, all of that stuff.
Why? I don't understand why he has it in pesos, bro. Is it to hide the fact that it's, what, $50 a month to learn from the massa? $50 a month to learn how to edit YouTube videos? Crazy, man. That's actually, like, really crazy, dude. Who keeps requesting this cunt? Me. Colt is fun to laugh at, man. Alright, so we'll see what this is real quick. And then I'm probably going to hop off and go to the gym. Oh, you generation, I don't know if you were here either, but it was ordered. So, I got my computer on the way, too. Whenever they decide to ship it, I have no idea. But ignore this part up here. It's not a 5070. I don't know if you were here earlier or not. Is it for you? Nope. It's for my dog.
Like a lot of people in the industry, and like the industry itself seemingly, I'm of the opinion that the console space is going to change drastically in the next, 4 to 5 years. I don't think the next generation of...
Yeah, there won't be an Xbox.
Consoles is going to look like the current generation of consoles, and frankly, I don't think the consoles...
Is this the Borderlands map?
As they exist today, in the form that they are, these closed ecosystems, these closed plastic boxes, I just don't think that kind of product is going to exist in, 5, 10 years. And that's not me saying consoles are going to disappear, I just think what a console looks like is going to drastically change. Because when you look at the gaming space...
No, it's not NZXT. I ordered it from CyberPower or whatever.
When you look at what's doing well, when you look at what's staggered... When you
NZXT didn't have the motherboard I wanted, or the option to put the GPU on a motherboard. that I wanted. Also, they didn't have the CPU either, I don't think.
What's not doing well, it's pretty clear that PC gaming is the future. A report came out recently, there's over 900 million active PC gamers in the world, which absolutely destroys how many active console gamers there are in the world. We've also had people very high up in the console industry, people from PlayStation, even Phil Spencer himself of Xbox, say that the console industry is just stagnated. It's not growing. That's not to say it's small, but it's...
I did see places saying it won't work on the 360 and others say it does. Huh. Well, I've got a 360, so we can test it out.
Not growing. Meanwhile, PC gaming is healthily growing. And I think this is going to have a major impact on what the next generation of consoles and beyond end up looking like, which is why I want to talk about the new Xbox leaks, because a lot of stuff came out from pretty reliable sources. I sneezed. But some stuff came out about the next generation of Xbox from reliable gaming inside sources. I'm usually very dismissive of gaming inside sources, but at the same time, I really like talking about leaks. I'm thinking about bringing back these leak discussion videos, because I used to do these more frequently, where I just pick up a microphone and ramble about some stuff that's leaked from a source that may or may not be trusted. But I also want to preface this video by saying that the sources here actually are quite trusted. The leaks do seem more legitimate than others, and also, like less than 2 days after these leaks came out, Xbox accidentally leaked a mock-up of a new Xbox UI, and in that Xbox UI was Steam integration, and then they tried to scrub this from the internet once people noticed, which, that's a tad suspicious there. Like, no, that...
Yeah, it's the PC launcher.
That doesn't confirm these leaks are true, but it's certainly an odd thing to happen immediately after these leaks came out. So I want to talk about all the new Xbox console leaks. I'm going to refer to this thing as Xbox Prime like it's fucking Optimus, but that's just what the insiders and the leaks are referring to this as. Xbox Prime could be a code name, could not be. I don't really care. It's just an easy thing to call it instead of the Xbox, like, whatever the fuck they would call it. I thought we were going to go with Xbox 360, then to 720, and then to, I don't know, Xbox 1000, Xbox 900, Xbox 5 million. I'm just calling it the Xbox Prime, okay? And frankly, I think that's a way better name than the last two Xbox consoles had. But I want to talk about these leaks because if these leaks end up being true, and I actually think there's a decent chance they are, if you're a long-time viewer of this channel, or at least like a moderate time viewer of this channel, you know, a while back, I actually made a video about the next Xbox console and basically how I thought that they should be essentially just small pre-built PCs in an Xbox branded box with an Xbox emulator built in. I don't think consoles are the future. I think console logo branded PCs are the future. And in this video I made a while back, that's what I thought. That's what I said I thought Microsoft should do. You know how pre-built PCs usually look something like this? Well, what if they looked like this and then also had a disk drive and it could read all your Xbox game discs and have like it had like a built-in Xbox emulator so you kept your digital library? That's a banger idea, I think. And interestingly, that's more or less exactly what leaked. And like Xbox needs a change here. If Xbox is going to stay in the console space, which it seems like they want to, they're gonna have to make a change. They've sold a lot of consoles.
How old is this video? Because I don't think they're yeah, a month ago. I don't know if they're going to stay that way for long with these price increases.
I don't like this idea that Xbox is like completely failed. No one bought the Xbox Series. Like what, 30 million Xbox Series have been sold? Obviously that's below expectations. Obviously that's way below how many PS5s have sold, but that's still not an insignificant number. But that being said, Xbox...
It is and it isn't. Because the problem is they're not making the 30% off of sales that they used to of third-party stuff because they've either gobbled up the third party or, you know, they're giving it away in Game Pass. So, yeah, they're still selling a lot of consoles, but there's no money in actually selling the console. It's about all the service revenue and the revenue you get from selling other people's games that actually makes it worthwhile.
Needs to change something for the next generation if they want to be a more one-to-one comparison, a more one-to-one competitor with the PlayStation, at least in terms of hardware. They need to carve out their own niche. They forfeited the traditional console space, the traditional console system to the PlayStation because they wanted to do something different, and that's okay if they want to do something different, but this next generation, they need to be doing something even more different. They need to be leaning into the things that are making them a more unique piece of console hardware than the PlayStation is. The days of the consoles selling off of exclusives and exclusives alone, those days are over. The next generation is going to be decided by the consoles themselves, which is what people like me have been saying the console space should be like for years now. I hate the idea that games can be held hostage and used as an excuse to not make your hardware better, to not make your ecosystem better, to not make your online infrastructure better. We don't have to improve the console because we have these exclusive games. But now with the days of exclusive games more or less behind us, Xbox and PlayStation both have to do something unique to make themselves...
wouldn't say that. Maybe on Xbox, that's about it.
Stand out. PlayStation can kind of exist off the fact that, like I said, Xbox has kind of forfeited the traditional console archetype to them, but also, as I said earlier, I don't think the traditional console archetype is going to exist for much longer. So PlayStation's gonna have to do something unique as well, but Xbox also needs to be doing something more unique. They need to lean into those things. And as for how they got into that situation, and into the situation they are now with the drastically being outsold by PlayStation, I think there's a few reasons why Xbox got here, because they had such a strong start with the Xbox, the original, with the 360. The downward spiral after the 360 is pretty incredible, and it's due to a lot of reasons. Frankly, none of them have to do with exclusives. I hate when people try to say that Xbox fell off because, oh, they lost the exclusives in quality, or like, oh, they don't have exclusives anymore. Like, that's obviously not true, for a number of reasons. The Xbox One was getting outsold by the PS4, like 3-1 right out of the gate, right? But if that had to do with exclusives, if exclusives were the main reason for that...
Well, not right out of the gate. The Xbox One and PS4 were pretty relatively similar right out of the gate. It was in the later legs of the generation where they really divided.
That would imply that the PS4 was just killing it with exclusive games right out of the gate, which everyone knows is not true. The PS4 had a great generation for first-party exclusives, but that, you know, that solid first-party game run didn't start until like 2016, 2017 maybe? So like 3 to 4 years after the console launched. Obviously, exclusives were not the driving factor for 3-1 console sales in the PS4's favor. Because also, that implies that Xbox was just slacking with exclusives out of the gate, which I would argue is not true. The Xbox One's exclusives out of the gate were definitely weak, at least compared to what people were used to from exclusive Xbox games, you know, because this was coming off the heels of the Halo trilogy, this was coming off the heels of the Gears of War trilogy. People expected big things from exclusive games for the new Xbox console, and they just didn't get big things. They got some moderate to good things and a couple really stinky things. Remember fucking Fighter Within? Who boy, who remembers this one? The point I'm making is that if you compare the exclusives of the first few years of the PS4 to the first few years of the Xbone, they were pretty moderately in line with each other, at least when you weigh out.
I highly disagree. Titanfall, Rise, Sunset Overdrive, Forza Horizon 2, Forza 5, Dead Rising 3, Halo Master Chief Collection, Halo 5, Gears of War 4, Killer Instinct. Xbox had a way better lineup. Like, what did PlayStation have? Knack, Killzone, Bloodborne, and then Uncharted 4. And after Uncharted 4, they started to get their shit together in 2017 onwards. But it wasn't until then that they actually had anything worth a damn.
Out quality, frequency, things like that. The difference in quality and frequency of the Xbox One and the PS4's exclusive library, it was not drastic enough for the PS4 to be outselling the Xbone 3-1. The reason why that happened was because the Xbox One as a console was horrendously revealed and horrendously marketed. The average pleb who just wants to walk into the store and buy a game console either already had a game console they were happy with and didn't want to upgrade to this giant fucking VCR looking thing, or they just wanted a simple game console that they knew was a simple game console, and the PS4 was more appealing to that mindset because the PS4 wasn't trying to sell itself as being a TV, as an all-in-one entertainment.
Well, it was also cheaper too. It was $400 instead of $500. And you didn't have to buy the spy camera.
Station. It wasn't revealed with a built-in camera that you couldn't turn off and also had to be connected to the internet at all times. Why did anyone think this was a good idea? And it really didn't matter that Xbox went back on all those things and took all those things out of the system. The damage had already been done. They revealed their system in a horrible way, while Sony revealed their system.
They didn't take the Kinect out. The Kinect was still there. It took a year for them to take it out.
And like, yeah, it's another PlayStation, it plays games, cool. That's why the Xbox downward spiral started. We can talk more about how
I
this
remember because I bought the Assassin's Creed Xbox One bundle from Best Buy when that was announced, and that was one of the first iterations of the Xbox One that did not have the Kinect. So it took them a year to remove it.
Spiral continued and failed to come back. That's a different conversation. But now that I've been rambling for 12 and a half minutes, holy shit, I haven't even talked about the leaks yet. Okay, let's talk about the leaks now. So the Xbox Prime, which is what we're calling it, the main bullet points are that it's going to be coming out next year, allegedly. It's basically an Xbox PC hybrid. It would basically be like a fully functional gaming PC with access to Steam.
You said Bloodborne, you know that's a from... Yeah, I know. But it's a PlayStation 4 exclusive. We're talking about exclusives. Titanfall's not a Microsoft game, it's a EA game, so...
A little unclear if there's going to be access.
What do I plan on doing at the gym? Mainly just the machines. I'll probably do tricep press, the pectoral fly machine, and then maybe some, what do you call it? Leg press, and maybe leg extensions if the machine's open. And then I'll probably just ride the bike or walk on the treadmill for 30 minutes. Just depends on what I feel like doing.
Or at least, easy access to other launchers. I'd imagine there would be, but Steam seems to be the main one people are talking about, which fair enough, Steam is the main PC gaming platform, but basically it would be a fully functioning PC with a Steam Deck style interface that makes it really easy for you to interact with digital game libraries from multiple sources, and then on top of that, it will also be a functioning Xbox, essentially meaning it would have a built-in Xbox emulator, so you would have all of the digital...
Yeah, the Nintendo Switch will be coming to the gym with me, because I'll just ride the bike and play. I'll be that guy. Can I come along? Nope. Sorry, Britt. I do have one guest pass, but yeah, I don't know. You might need two.
Xbox games from all the previous Xbox consoles, as well as presumably a disk drive that can read the discs of all the other Xbox consoles. And some price predictions that I was seeing was in the $700 to $800 range, which I think could be a problem. That's gonna be kind of a tough pill for people to swallow. But then again, it is a full-size PC, so maybe people would be more willing to pay that much money for what is essentially a pre-built PC with full Xbox history support. That in itself could be an interesting sell. I'm a little iffy on whether or not people would pay $700, $800 for that. But then again, people did pay $700.
Nope, they won't. They'll pay $400 and $500, whatever the next PlayStation is, and then they'll just play Xbox games on there. Most people who own a console don't want a PC. Like, I think that's hard for people to understand. Like, yeah, there's some people that would like that, but it's not the casual market at all.
$100 for the PS5 Pro, so there's just a lot of really gullible people out there. And to be fair, we don't know what the hardware is going to look like, so it could end up being a $700 to $800 piece of hardware. It could genuinely be that strong. But there's things I want to know about it. I want to know if you can change any of the parts out. I want to know, when we say this is an Xbox PC hybrid, just how much of that hybrid is the PC? Can I change parts? Can I open the thing up? Can I swap parts out? Can I upgrade in the future? But the more I ramble about this, the more I think about this, the more I think this is the right move. No matter what Microsoft does, the PlayStation is going to have a hold over like I said, over the traditional console skeleton, that traditional console ecosystem. And like I've said, that doesn't mean there's not going to be money to be made in the future if Xbox were to stay in the same lane, but there's more money to be made if they don't stay in that lane. And I think this is a very good way to get out of that lane and start driving in a different one. And frankly,
the problem is with this whole console hybrid approach is Xbox overnight will cease to get all third-party ports. Like, none of the games will ever get another dedicated Xbox version. They will get the general PC release, which means that comes with all the pluses and negatives of that. You're going to have locked hardware
All right, awesome.
that gets
Thanks,
an
nigga. All right.
unoptimized PC port that, you know, given the state of PC gaming right now, very, very fucking demanding when it comes to modern games because most devs are not optimizing like they should. So you're going to be on a weak, low-tier computer that's bogged down with a bunch of other bloat and shit because it basically has to run the Xbox UI simultaneously. And you think that's going to be a good experience. Like, that's the part I don't think people are considering fully, is if Microsoft just releases a PC, all the Steam machine problems pop up once again. So you're basically just gimping yourself right out the gate instead of just buying a computer. So, yeah. I don't know if that's going to work out well, personally. I don't think the general customer is going to enjoy that. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't really see it happening. Regnier with the 5, I got a PS4 first, then Xbox One when Halo 5 came out, but I wish I did it the other way because Xbox One first few years was far better. Yeah, same here, man. I just refused to buy that camera off of pure principle. Like, I was not going to have that Kinect no matter what, because that shit was 100% a surveillance device, whether Microsoft wanted to admit it or not. The only reason that shit was ever even created was to spy on people in order to sell user data for advertisements. That's it. So, yeah, just purely out of principle, I refuse to have it. But yeah, Xbox One had way better games. Definitely.
I'm not seeing that much of a downside to this. So let's just say this thing launches. The next Xbox launches as it's described, as it's leaked. Well, presumably there'd be, 15, 20 million people who have the current Xbox who would be willing to upgrade to the next Xbox. Like people who are just Xbox fans. The Xbox faithful, I'd say like 10 to 20 million of those sold. That's a decent amount of adopters for something like this. But then on top of that,
Yeah, but the problem with that is all of a sudden Xbox Game Pass Ultimate disappears. You lose $20, or probably by then it'll be $30 a month. And then everybody gets Game Pass on PC because they don't need to pay for Xbox Live anymore. They don't need to pay for console anything anymore. They're not going to be, shelling out those additional billions of dollars a year. Then on top of that, who's going to buy games from the Xbox store? No one. They're going to buy their shit on Steam. So now Xbox is missing out on 30% of the sales revenue from other people's games. So they're developing a piece of hardware where their subscription revenue dramatically falls. And on top of that, they're not even getting a cut from the sale of other people's games. So even if they sell 15 million, it's going to be a significant decline when it comes to their overall generation of revenue from the console side of things.
you have all the people who would be much more interested in getting this thing than they would before. A lot of people are not interested in buying an Xbox console. A lot of people aren't interested in buying consoles in general, and that number of console-interested people is only going to keep going down over time, while the number of PC-interested people keeps going up. So not only do you have a pretty decent chunk of adopters just from the Xbox faithful, but now you have a whole new audience of people who want to get into PC gaming, and maybe want to have a more familiar face in front of them when they do. Maybe you have people who want to get into PC gaming, but are kind of intimidated by the idea of making their own, by the idea of buying a pre-built with all these specs that they don't understand. They would rather just get the simple Xbox-branded PC. I have a gaming PC that I understand, I don't have to think about it, and also now I have this giant library of Xbox games as well. I could be out of the loop here. I haven't been a console gamer for a long time, but if I were still a console gamer, I think that would be a very appealing product to me. So frankly, I think this Xbox Prime, this new version, if it ends up being true, I'm completely on board with this. I think it's a great idea. There are a lot of ways that it could be messed up. I think if the hardware sucks, if the interface sucks, if there's a lack of good customization, if there's a lack of things that make the PC an appealing buy in this hybrid PC, that could be a problem. It goes back to what I said about how much of the PC hybrid is actually going to be PC. Because if you go too far, you risk losing the console audience. If you make it too much like a PC, you risk losing that console audience you're trying to grab. But also if you make it too much like a console, you're going to have a lot of people be like, well, why don't I just get a PC then? This is basically just a beefed up Xbox with some more games, and I'm already spending $700 to $800. At that point, I might as well just get an actual PC. There's a sweet spot there that they can operate in, and I think that's a very, very good idea for Microsoft. I really just wanted to ramble about.
Yeah, just spend 9 times that and you can get a PC like me, dude. Hell yeah. But I don't see it working. I mean, I think realistically it'd be the death of the Xbox hardware.
This thing. I think that's the extent of my thoughts. I'll do the Doofus Club now, but I also just let me know if I'm going to keep doing these rambly videos. I'm happy to do these rambly videos. I'm one of those weirdos who talks to himself when he's home alone, so I might as well just put a microphone in front of myself and read the news and just ramble about things. Okay, it's Doofus Club time. Okay, so Goop High Rack, Zombie Fan, Alderoth, 01, EK, Ultimate Jack, 2, Blast 13, 14, Snake Eyes 327, Devastator 2000, Edge Knight.
The fuck? Okay. I'm guessing he just reads every single channel member name. It wouldn't surprise me if Obama plant. Oh, I'm sure, bro. Microsoft so desperately wanted a voice assistant, and I'm sure that was their way of shoehorning it into the home, was forcing the Xbox team to put it in there. Like, the Kinect to me has always screamed Microsoft, not Xbox. It just seemed like, Microsoft's attempt to, infiltrate the home. They already had infiltrated the office. Now they needed to infiltrate the living room. What the fuck is this? I like black guys. It's called clickbait, bro, and you just fell for it. You just fell for the engagement bait. What are you looking forward to most? Mario Kart World or D? Oh, definitely Donkey Kong. I think that looks the most interesting. I love games with destructible environments, so... Yeah, the game I need to buy, too, which... I have it on my wish list. I've had it on there for a while. I've just never bought it. Where is it? Did they get rid of it off there? Alright, am I crazy or did wishlist used to be up here? Did they move it? What the fuck? Why? Is this one of those stupid fucking, we made a modernized user interface by removing shit? Top left. Okay. There we go. So we got I Am Jesus Christ, which I think is the longest running game on my wish list. That's my longest lasting game on my wish list, which it still hasn't come out. 2019, I've had that wish listed. Space Marine 2, which I'll buy probably for the new rig, bro, because I think it has cross progression. What else is on here that's old? Not really anything. Yeah, this game, bro. This shit looks really good. A game about digging a hole. It looks genuinely enjoyable. But at some point, I will buy it. I just haven't bought it. It's been sitting on my wish list for a while, but it actually looks kind of fun. What the fuck is this? It's a game about digging a hole, bro. You dig a hole, you collect materials, you upgrade your gear, rinse and repeat. Like, it just genuinely looks fun. I don't know. I saw the trailer for it before it came out, I believe. I don't know. When did it come out? So, yeah, before it came out. So it said it came out in February. So a few weeks before it came out, I saw the trailer on Twitter. I was like, oh, that looks kind of fun. I'll wish list it. Why not? So, yeah. At some point, I'll buy it. Looks kind of entertaining, I guess. Yeah, this game looks fun, bro. This Kingsmaker game. Where you go in with a gun and just shoot a bunch of knights and shit. Like, whenever this comes out, I'll pick that up, too. Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off, guys. I'm gonna head to the gym. Hope y'all have a great Saturday, everybody. Appreciate everybody in the chat, you know. If you've been around since we ordered the PC, appreciate all the input. So hopefully that'll come soon-ish. But anyway, guys, have a good one, and I'll talk to all of y'all later.